Section 1 of the History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 1, by Mandell Creighton. Introduction, Chapter 1, The Rise of Papal Power, Part 1. The change that passed over Europe in the 16th century was due to the development of new conceptions, political, intellectual, and religious, which found their expression in a period of bitter conflict. The state system of Europe was remodeled, and the medieval ideal of a united Christendom was replaced by a struggle of warring nationalities. The papal monarchy over the Western Church was attacked and overthrown. The traditional basis of the ecclesiastical system was impugned and in some countries rejected in favor of the authority of Scripture. The study of classical antiquity engendered new forms of thought and created an inquiring criticism which gave a new tendency to the mental activity of Europe. The processes by which these results were achieved were not isolated, but influenced one another. However important each may be in itself, it cannot be profitably studied when considered apart from the reaction of the rest. The object of the following pages is to trace within a limited sphere the working of the causes which brought about the change from medieval to modern times. The history of the papacy affords the widest field for such an investigation, for the papacy was a chief element in the political system and was supreme over the ecclesiastical system of the Middle Ages, while round it gathered much that was most characteristic of the changing intellectual life of Europe. The period which we propose to traverse may be defined as that of the decline of the papal monarchy over Western Europe. The abasement of the papacy by the Great Schism of the 14th century intensified papal aggression and wrought havoc in the organization of the Church. The schemes of reform which consequently agitated Christendom showed a widespread desire for change. Some of these movements were held to pass beyond reform to revolution and were consequently suppressed, while the plans of the conservative reformers failed through national jealousies and want of statesmanship. After the failure of these attempts at organized reform, the chief European kingdoms redressed their most crying grievances by separate legislation or by agreements with the Pope. A reaction that was skillfully used restored the papacy to much of its old supremacy. But instead of profiting by the lessons of adversity, the papacy only sought to minimize or abolish the concessions which had been wrung from its weakness. Impelled by the growing feeling of nationality, it sought a firm basis for itself as a political power in Italy, whereby it regained prestige in Europe and identified itself with the Italian mind at its most fertile epoch. But by its close identification with Italy, the papacy, both in national and intellectual matters, drifted apart from Germany, and the result was a Teutonic and national rebellion against the papal monarchy, a rebellion so far successful that it divided Europe into two opposing camps and brought to light differences of national character, of political aim, and intellectual ideas, which had grown up unnoticed till conflict forced them into conscious expression. Important as this period may be, it deals only with one or two phases of the history of the papacy. Before we trace the steps in the decline of the papal monarchy, it will be useful to recall briefly the means by which it rose and the way in which it was interwoven with the state system of Europe. The history of the early Church shows that even in apostolic times, the Christian congregations felt a need of organization. Deacons were chosen by popular election to provide for the due ministration of Christian benevolence, and elders were appointed to be rulers and instructors of the congregation. As the apostles passed away, the need of presidency over meetings of the representatives of congregations developed the order of bishops, and led to the formation of districts within which their authority was exercised. The political life which had been extinguished under the Roman imperial system began to revive in the organization of the Church, and the old feeling of civic government found in the regulation of ecclesiastical affairs a new field for its exercise. A line of separation was gradually drawn between the clergy and the laity, and the settlement of controversies concerning the Christian faith gave ample scope for the activity of the clerical order. Frequent assemblies were held for the discussion of disputed points, and the preeminence of the bishops of the chief cities was gradually established over other bishops. The clergy claimed authority over the laity. The control of the bishop over the inferior clergy grew more definite, and the bishop in turn recognized the superiority of his metropolitan. In the 3rd century the Christian churches formed a powerful and active confederacy with an organized and graduated body of officials. The state looked on this new power with suspicion, which at times passed into persecution. Persecution only strengthened the organization of the Church, and brought into prominence the depth of its influence. As soon as it became clear that in spite of persecution Christianity had made good its claim to be ranked as a power amongst men, the empire turned from persecution to patronage. Constantine aimed at restoring the imperial power by removing its seat to a new capital, where it might rise above the traditions of its past. In the new Rome by the Bosphorus, the old memories of freedom and of paganism were alike discarded. The gratitude of a Christian people to a Christian emperor combined with the servile ideas of the East to form a new foundation for the imperial power on a ground cleared from those restraints which the past history of the city of Rome seemed to impose on claims to irresponsible sway. The plan of Constantine so far succeeded as to erect a compact power in the East, which withstood for centuries the onslaughts of the barbarian invaders who swept over Western Europe. But though Rome was left widowed of her imperial splendour, the memories of empire still hung around her walls, and her barbarian conquerors bowed before the awe inspired by the glories of her mighty past. In the rise of the Papacy on the spot left desolate by the empire, the mysterious power of the old city claimed the future as her own, by breathing her stern spirit of aggression into the power of love and brotherhood which had begun to bind the world into a vaster system than even the Roman Empire had created. Moreover, in the East, the imperial system had no intention of conferring on the new religion which it adopted a different position from that held by the old religion which it had laid aside. Christianity was still to be a state religion, and the emperor was still to be supreme. The internal development of Oriental Christianity strengthened these imperial claims. The subtlety of the Oriental mind busied itself with speculations as to the exact relationships involved in the doctrine of the Trinity, and the exact connection between the two natures of Christ. A feverish passion for logical definition seized clergy and laity alike, and these abstruse questions were argued with unseemly heat. Patriarchs hurried into rash assertions which calmer inquiry showed to be dangerous, and the patriarchates of the East lost respect among the orthodox because their holders had been at times associated with some shallow or over-hardy doctrine. As the struggles waxed fiercer in the East, men's eyes turned with greater reverence to the one patriarch of the West, the Bishop of Rome, who was but slightly troubled by the conflicts that rent asunder the Eastern Church. The practical tendency of the Latin mind was comparatively free from the temptations to over-speculation which beset the subtle Greek. The barbarian settlements in the West called out a missionary zeal which was concerned with enforcing the great moral principles of religion on the consciences of men, rather than attempting to commend its details to their intelligence by acuteness of definition. The Western Church, which recognized the precedence of the Bishop of Rome, enjoyed the blessings of inward peace, and more frequently were questions referred from the troubled East to the decision of the Roman bishop. The precedence of the Bishop of Rome over other bishops was a natural growth of the conditions of the time. The need for organization was forced upon the Church by internal discords and the hardships of stormy days. The traditions of organization were a bequest from the imperial system. It was natural, in 347 A.D., that the Council of Sardica should entrust Bishop Julius of Rome with the duty of receiving appeals from bishops who had been condemned by synods, and ordering, if he thought fit, a fresh trial. It was natural that the Council of Chalcedon in 451 A.D. should accept the letter brought by the legates of Leo the Great as an orthodox settlement of the weary contests about the union of the divine and human natures in the person of Christ. The prestige of the imperial city, combined with the integrity, impartiality, and practical sagacity of its bishops, won for them a general recognition of precedence. The fall of the shadowy empire of the West from A.D. 476 to 590, and the union of the imperial power in the person of the ruler of Constantinople, brought a fresh accession of dignity and importance to the Bishop of Rome. The distant emperor could exercise no real power over the West. The Ostrogothic kingdom in Italy scarcely lasted beyond the lifetime of its great founder, Theodoric. The wars of Justinian only served to show how scanty were the benefits of the imperial rule. The invasion of the Lombards united all dwellers in Italy in an endeavour to escape the lot of servitude and save their land from barbarism. In this crisis it was found that the imperial system had crumbled away, and that the Church alone possessed a strong organization. In the decay of the old municipal aristocracy, the people of the towns gathered round their bishops, whose sacred character inspired some respect in the barbarians, and whose active charity lightened the calamities of their flocks. In such a state of things, Pope Gregory the Great, 590 to 604, raised the papacy to a position of decisive eminence, and marked out the course of its future policy. The piety of emperors and nobles had conferred lands on the Roman Church, not only in Italy, but in Sicily, Corsica, Gaul, and even in Asia and Africa, until the Bishop of Rome had become the largest landowner in Italy. To defend his Italian lands against the incursions of the Lombards was a course suggested to Gregory by self-interest. To use the resources which came to him from abroad as a means of relieving the distress of the suffering people in Rome and southern Italy was a natural prompting of his charity. In contrast to this, the distant emperor was too feeble to send any effective help against the Lombards, while the fiscal oppression of his representatives added to the miseries of the starving people. The practical wisdom, administrative capacity, and Christian zeal of Gregory I led the people of Rome and the neighbouring regions to look upon the Pope as their head in temporal as well as in spiritual matters. The papacy became a national centre to the Italians, and the attitude of the popes toward the emperor showed the spirit of independence, which rapidly passed into antagonism and revolt. Gregory I was not daunted by the difficulties nor absorbed by the cares of his position at home. When he saw Christianity threatened in Italy by the heathen Lombards, he boldly pursued a system of religious colonization. While dangers were rife at Rome, a band of Roman missionaries carried Christianity to the distant English, and in England first was founded a church which owed its existence to the zeal of the Roman bishop. Success beyond all that he could have hoped for attended Gregory's pious enterprise. The English church spread and flourished, a dutiful daughter of her mother church of Rome. England sent forth missionaries in her turn, and before the preaching of Willibrord and Winifred, heathenism died away in Friesland, Franconia, and Thuringia. Under the new name of Boniface, given him by Pope Gregory II., Winifred, as Archbishop of Mainz, organized a German church subject to the successor of St. Peter. The course of events in the East also tended to increase the importance of the See of Rome. The Mohammedan conquests destroyed the patriarchates of Antioch and Jerusalem, which alone could boast of an apostolic foundation. Only Constantinople remained as a rival to Rome, but under the shadow of the imperial despotism it was impossible for the Patriarch of Constantinople to lay claim to spiritual independence. The settlement of Islam in its eastern provinces involved the empire in a desperate struggle for existence. Henceforth its object no longer was to reassert its supremacy over the West, but to hold its ground against watchful foes in the East. Italy could hope for no help from the emperor, and the Pope saw that a breach with the empire would give greater independence to his own position and enable him to seek new allies elsewhere. An opportunity was not long in coming. The great emperor, Leo the Isaurian, in his endeavour to organize afresh the shattered mechanism of the imperial system, saw the need of rescuing Oriental Christianity from an effeminate sentimentalism which sapped its strength. A spirit of ecstatic and transient devotion had taken the place of a serious sense of the hard duties of practical life. By ordering the restriction of images to the purpose of architectural ornaments, Leo hoped to infuse into his degenerate people some of the severe Puritanism which marked the followers of Mohammed. He hoped, moreover, to enforce his decree to assert the power of the emperor over the Church, and so to strengthen the imperial authority. In the East his edict met with serious opposition. In the West it was regarded as a needless and unauthorized interference of the imperial power in the realms of Church government. Combining political and ecclesiastical animosity, Pope Gregory II loudly protested against the execution in Italy of the imperial decree. The Romans drove from the walls the imperial governor, and the Pope was left undisputed head of the imperial Church of the West. In this abeyance of the empire, the Lombard king naturally aspired to seize the vacant dignity, and the only possible help for Italy was to be found in the Frankish kingdom, which, under the strong rule of the house of Pippin of Landon, had between 740 and 756 renewed its early vigour. In consolidating his power, Pippin the Short saw the usefulness of ecclesiastical organization as a means of binding to the Frankish monarchy the German tribes across the Rhine. Through the labours of Boniface, the apostle of the Germans, the Papacy reaped a rich return for Gregory I's gift of Christianity to the English by the formation of an alliance between the Pope and the ruler of the Franks. There were more ways than one in which these two vigorous powers could help each other. Pippin wished to set aside in name, as he had done in deed, the Merovingian line, which still held the titular sovereignty of the Franks. Relieved from their scruples by the supreme priestly authority of the Pope, in 751 the Franks elected Pippin, who had hitherto been mayor of the palace, as their king, and the bishops gave peculiar solemnity to this transfer of national allegiance by the ceremony of anointing the new sovereign with holy oil. Soon Pope Stephen III asked for help in his turn, and in 754 fled to Pippin before the triumphant advance against Rome of the Lombard king. Pippin recognized his obligations to the Pope. In 2 campaigns he beat back the Lombard king and made him relinquish his conquests. Wishing, moreover, to give a signal token of his gratitude, he bestowed on the Pope the territory which the Lombards had won from the Emperor, the district reaching along the eastern coast from the mouth of the Po to Ancona. Thus the possessions of the Emperor passed into the hands of the Pope, and their acquisition gave definiteness to the temporal power which circumstances had gradually forced upon the Papacy. On the other hand, the imperial suzerainty over Italy devolved on the Frankish king, and the vague title of Patrician of Rome, bestowed on Pippin by the Pope as representative of the Roman people, paved the way for the bestowal of the full imperial title of the West upon Pippin's more famous son. Charles the Great, son of Pippin, extended still further the power and renown of the Frankish monarchy, till he won for himself a position which was in truth imperial over Western Europe. He crushed the last remains of the Lombard power in Italy, and extended over the Papacy his protecting arm. Leo III. Fled across the Alps to beg for protection against his foes, who had attempted a murderous outrage upon him. Charles led back the Pope in triumph to the rebellious city, where on Christmas Day 800, as he knelt in St. Peter's Church in the garb of a Roman patrician, the Pope advanced and placed upon his head a golden crown, while the church rang with the shout of the assembled Romans, "Long life and victory to Charles Augustus, crowned by God, great and pacific Emperor." In such strange fashion did the city of Rome assume once more its right of setting up an emperor, a right which since the time of Romulus Augustulus it had been content to leave to the new Rome in the East. Everything tended to make this step both easy and natural. The Eastern Empire was in the hands of a woman, and was sunk for the time both in feebleness and moral decay. The Germans, on the contrary, were united for the first time into a strong power, and were ruled by a vigorous hand. No longer was there any antagonism between Germans and Latins. They had found the need in which each stood of the other, and were joined in firm alliance. The coronation of Charles corresponded to the ambition of Latins and Germans alike. To the Latins it seemed to be the restoration to Rome and to Italy of their former glory. To the Germans it was the realization of the dream which had floated before the eyes of the earliest conquerors of their race. To Latins and Germans alike it was at once the recognition of their past achievements and the earnest of their future greatness. No one could have foreseen that the power which would reap the greatest benefit was that represented by him who, in his twofold capacity of chief magistrate of the city of Rome and chief priest of Christendom, placed the crown on the head of the kneeling Charles, and then fell prostrate before him in recognition of his high imperial dignity. End of section 1. Section 2 of the History of the Papacy, Volume 1, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Introduction. Chapter 1, The Rise of Papal Power, Part 2. The coronation of Charles may be explained on grounds of temporal expediency, but it also had its root in the ideal aspirations of men's hearts, an ideal which was partly a memory of the world-wide organization of the old Roman Empire, and partly an expression of the yearning for universal brotherhood which Christianity had taught mankind. It put into definite form the belief in the unity of Christendom, which was the leading principle in medieval politics till it was shattered by the movement which ended in the Reformation. It was natural to express this theory in the form of outward organization, and to set up by the side of a Catholic Church, which was to care for the souls of all Christian people, a universal empire which was to rule their bodies. No disappointment was rude enough to show men that this theory was but a dream. They were not so much concerned with actual practice. It was enough for them that the theory was lofty and noble. The establishment of this great symbol of a united Christendom could not but produce ultimately an accession to the papal dignity, though under Charles himself the Pope held the position of a grateful subordinate. The empire was the representation of God's kingdom on earth. The emperor, not the pope, was the vice-regent of the Most High. The pope was his chief minister in ecclesiastical affairs, standing in the same relation toward him as did the high priest towards the divinely appointed king of the Jewish theocracy. But the strong hand of Charles was needed to keep his empire together. Under his feeble successors, local feeling again made head against the tendencies towards centralization. The name of emperor became merely an ornamental title of him who, in the partition of the dominions of Charles, obtained the kingdom of Italy. Under the degenerate rulers of the line of Charles, it was impossible to look upon the empire as the representation on earth of the kingdom of God. It was at this time that the papacy first stood forward as the centre of the state system of Europe. The empire had fallen after having given an expression, as emphatic as it was brief, to the political ideas that lay deep in the minds of men. The unity embodied in the empire of Charles had been broken up into separate states, but it still was possible to combine these states into a theocracy under the rule of the Pope. The theory of the papal monarchy over the Church was not the result merely of grasping ambition and intrigue on the part of individual popes. It corresponded rather to the deep-seated belief of Western Christendom. This desire to unite Christendom under the Pope gave meaning and significance to the forged decretals bearing the name of Isidore, which formed the legal basis of the papal monarchy. This forgery did not come from Rome, but from the land of the Western Franks. It set forth a collection of pretended decrees of early councils and letters of early popes, which exalted the power of the bishops, and at the same time subjected them to the supervision of the Pope. The Pope was set forth as universal bishop of the Church, whose confirmation was needed for the decrees of any council. The importance of the forgery lay in the fact that it represented the ideal of the future as a fact of the past, and displayed the papal primacy as an original institution of the Church of Christ. The papacy did not originate this forgery, but it made haste to use it. Pope Nicholas I, A.D. 857 to 867, claimed and exercised the powers of supreme ecclesiastical authority, and was happy in being able to exercise them in the cause of moral right. The Frankish Church was willing to allow the profligate King Lothar II to put away his wife that he might marry his mistress. The Pope interfered, sent delegates to inquire into the matter, deposed the archbishops of Köln and Trier, and forced Lothar into an unwilling submission. In like manner he interposed in the affairs of the Eastern Church, withstood the emperor, and sided with the deposed patriarch of Constantinople. On all sides he claimed for his office a decisive supremacy. Meanwhile the empire fell still lower in prestige and power. The papacy, allying with the feudal feeling of the great vassals, who were striving to make the Frankish kingship elective, declared the empire to be elective also. Charles the Bald, 870 950, in 875 received the imperial title from the hands of John VIII as a gift of the Pope, not as a hereditary dignity. If the decay of the Frankish monarchy had not involved the destruction of order throughout Europe, the papacy might have won its way rapidly to supreme temporal as well as spiritual power. But the end of the 9th century was a time of wild confusion. Saracens, Normans, Slavs plundered and conquered almost at will, and the Frankish kings and the popes were equally powerless to maintain their position. The great vassals among the Franks destroyed the power of the monarchy. The fall of the imperial power in Italy deprived the popes of their protector, and left them helpless instruments in the hands of the Italian nobles, who were called their vassals. Yet even from its degradation the Papacy had something to gain, as the claims put forth by Nicholas I. gained in validity by not being exercised. When Empire and Papacy at last revived, 2 centuries of disorder threw a halo of immemorial antiquity over the forged decretals and the bold assertions of Nicholas I. From this common abasement the temporal power was the first to rise, 950 to 1046. The German peoples within the empire of Charles the Great were at length united by the urgent necessity of protecting themselves against the barbarous foes. They formed a strong elective monarchy, and shook themselves loose from their Romanized brethren, the Western Franks, amongst whom the power of the vassals was still to maintain disunion for centuries. The German kingdom was the inheritor of the ideas and policy of Charles the Great, and the restoration of the imperial power was a natural and worthy object of the Saxon line of kings. The restoration of the empire involved a restoration also of the Papacy. But this was not left solely to political considerations. A revival of Christian feeling found a centre in the great monastery of Cluny, and the monastic reformers, thoroughly imbued with the ideas of the forged decretals, aimed at uniting Christendom under the headship of the Pope. Their immediate objects were to bring back the clergy to purer and more spiritual lives, and to check the secularization of the clerical office which the growing wealth of the Church and the lax discipline of stormy times had gradually wrought. Their cry was for the strict enforcement of the celibacy of the clergy and the suppression of simony. They felt, however, that reform must begin with the head, and that no one could restore the Papacy except the Emperor. Henry III. was hailed as a second David when, at the Synod of Sutri, he superintended the deposition of 3 simoniacal or profligate popes who were struggling for the chair of St. Peter. Then, under a noble line of German popes, the Papacy was again identified with the highest spiritual life of Christendom, and learned to borrow the strength of the imperial system, under whose shadow it grew to power. This condition of tutelage to the empire could not long continue. The German bishop might be filled with the deepest loyalty to the emperor, but his ideas and aspirations became enlarged when he was raised to the lofty position of head of the Church. So soon as the Papacy was re-established, it aimed at independence. The next objects of the reformers were to make Rome the centre of the new ideas, to secure for the Papacy a safe position in Rome itself, and to free it from its dependence on the Empire. Their leading spirit was an Italian monk, Hildebrand of Saona, who both at Rome and Cluny had studied the reforming policy, and then, with keen and sober appreciation of the task that lay before him, set himself to give it effect. Hildebrand combined the resoluteness that came from monkish discipline with the versatility and clear judgment that mark a statesman. He laboured patiently at the task of enforcing ideas which might provide a basis for the papal power. His aim was to make clear the principles on which the papal monarchy was to rest, and he trusted to the future to fill in the outline which he was careful to trace distinctly. He had the greatest mark of political genius. He knew how to wait till the full time had come. He maintained the German power in Rome till it had crushed the factious party among the Roman nobles. Then, by entrusting the papal election to the cardinal bishops, priests, and deacons, a step was taken which professed to check the turbulence of the Roman people, but which also stopped imperial interference. An alliance with the Norman settlers in South Italy won to the papal cause soldiers who had a direct interest in opposing the imperial claims. The Papacy slowly prepared to assert its independence of imperial protection. When at length the time was ripe, Hildebrand ascended the papal throne as Gregory VII. (1073 1085). Full of zeal and enthusiasm, he was desirous of carrying out the grandest schemes. He wished to summon an army from the whole of Christendom, which under his leadership would conquer Byzantium, unite the Eastern and Western churches under one head, and then march triumphantly against the Saracens and expel them from the lands where they had usurped an unlawful sway. A worthy domain was to be secured for the papal monarchy by the restoration of the old limits of Christendom, and the glories of the brightest age of the Church were to be brought back once more. It was a splendid dream, fruitful like all that Gregory did for later times. But with a sigh Gregory renounced his dream for the harsh realities of his actual condition. Men were lukewarm. The Church at home was corrupt. Kings and rulers were profligate, careless, and unworthy of a lofty aim. The reforming principles must sink deeper before Western Christendom was fitted for a noble mission. So Gregory VII. Turned to enforce immediate reforms. The celibacy of the clergy had long floated before the eyes of Christians as an ideal. Gregory VII. Called on the laity to make it a reality, and bade them abstain from the ministrations of a married priest, because his blessing was turned into a curse, his prayer into sin. In the midst of the storm which this severity aroused, he went on to take rigorous measures against simony, and struck at the root of the evil by forbidding all investiture by laymen to any spiritual office. Gregory VII. Put forward his ideas in their most pronounced and decided form. He claimed for the Church an entire independence from the temporal power. Nor was this all. As the struggle advanced, he did not hesitate to declare that the independence of the Church was to be found solely in the assertion of its supremacy over the state. We read with wonder the claims which he put forward for the papacy, but our wonder is changed into admiration when we consider how many of them were realized by his successors. Gregory VII. Did not aim at securing the papal monarchy over the Church. That had been established since the days of Nicholas I. He aimed at asserting the freedom of the Church from the worldly influences which benumbed it, by setting up the papacy as a power strong enough to restrain Church and State alike. In ecclesiastical matters, Gregory enunciated the infallibility of the Pope, his power of deposing bishops and restoring them at his own will, the necessity of his consent to give universal validity to synodal decrees, his supreme and irresponsible jurisdiction, the precedence of his legates over all bishops. In political matters he asserted that the name of Pope was incomparable with any other, that he alone could use the insignia of empire, that he could depose emperors, that all princes ought to kiss his feet, that he could release from their allegiance the subjects of wicked rulers. Such was the magnificent claims which Gregory VII. Bequeathed to the medieval papacy, and pointed out the way towards their realization. Such views as these necessarily led to a struggle between the temporal and spiritual power. The conflict was first with the empire, which was connected in the most vital way with the papacy. Gregory VII. Was happy in his adversary, the profligate and careless Henry IV. Strong as were the opponents whom the rigorous policy of Gregory raised up, the opponents of the misgovernment of Henry were still stronger. The Saxons rose in revolt against a ruler of the house of Franconia. The enemies of the king combined with the Pope, and Henry's moral weakness gave Gregory the opportunity of impressing, by a striking dramatic act, his view of the papal power upon the imagination of Europe. 3 days did the humbled monarch in the courtyard of the castle of Canossa sue for absolution from the triumphant pope. Gregory, as priest, could not refuse absolution to a penitent, and by obtaining absolution Henry could overthrow the plans of his opponents. But Gregory, as a politician, resolved that the absolution so reluctantly extorted, which frustrated his designs for the present, should work for the future furtherance of his aims. The humiliation of Henry IV. Was made a type to posterity of the relations between the temporal and spiritual power. Gregory VII. Boldly plunged the papacy into an interminable strife. He was not daunted by the horrors which followed when Rome was plundered by the Normans, whom he summoned to his aid. He died in exile from his capital, still confident in the justice of his aims, and left the fruits of his labours for others to reap. The course of events in Europe carried away men's interests to a field where the papacy came into prominence which there was none to dispute. The outburst of crusading zeal united Christendom for common action, in which the unity of the Church, which had before been a conception of the mind, became a reality, and Europe seemed one vast army under the leadership of the Pope. But in the pious enthusiasm of Urban II. At Clermont in 1095, we miss the political wisdom of Gregory VII. Urban could animate, but could not guide the zeal with which men's hearts were full, and instead of the scheme of organized conquest which Gregory VII. Had mapped out, he kindled a wild outburst of fanaticism which led only to disillusionment. Yet the movement corresponded too closely to men's desires for any failure to extinguish it. The old roving spirit of the Teutons was turned into a new channel by its alliance with revived zeal for the Church. The materialism of the Middle Ages long sought to find the spirit of Christ in local habitation of those fields which his feet had trodden. So long as the crusading movement lasted, the papacy necessarily occupied the chief place in the politics of Europe. Other influences were also at work which tended to strengthen the building which Gregory VII. Had raised. Gregory had gathered around him a school of canonists whose labours put into legal form the pretensions which he had advanced. The University of Bologna, which became the great centre of legal teaching throughout Western Europe, imbibed and extended the ideas of the Isidorian Decretals and of the Hildebrandine canonists. From Bologna issued in the middle of the 12th century the Decretum of Gratian, which was accepted throughout the Middle Ages as the recognized code of canon law. It embodied all the forgeries which had been made in the interests of the papacy, and carried to its logical consequences the Hildebrandine system. Moreover, the University of Paris, the centre of medieval theology, developed a system of theology and philosophy which gave full recognition to the papal claims. In law and philosophy alike, men's minds were led up to the acknowledgment of the papal supremacy as the necessary foundation both of Christian society and thought. The struggle about investiture ended, as was to be expected, in a compromise. But it was a compromise in which all the glory went to the papacy. Men saw that the papal claims had been excessive, even impossible. But the object at which they aimed, the freedom of the Church from the secularizing tendencies of feudalism, was in the main obtained. The conflict aroused by Gregory VII. Deepened in men's minds the sense of spiritual freedom, and if it did not set up the Church as independent of the state, at least it saved it from sinking into a passive instrument of royal or aristocratic oppression. But the contest with the Empire still went on. One of the firmest supporters of Gregory VII. Had been Matilda, Countess of Tuscany. over whose fervent piety Gregory had thrown the spell of his powerful mind. At her death she bequeathed her possessions, which embraced nearly a quarter of Italy, to the Holy See. Some of the lands which she had held were allodial, some were fiefs of the empire, and the inheritance of Matilda was a fruitful source of contention to two powers already jealous of one another. The constant struggle that lasted for 2 centuries gave full scope for the development of the Italian towns. Courted first by one side and then by the other, they learned how to wring privileges from the emperor in return for the help they gave him, and when the imperial pretensions became irksome, they sided with the Pope against their common foe. The old Italian notion of establishing municipal freedom by an equilibrium of two contending powers was stamped still more deeply on Italian politics by the wars of Guelfs and Ghibellines. The union between the Papacy and the Lombard republics was strong enough to humble the mightiest of the emperors. Frederick Barbarossa, who held the strongest views of the imperial prerogative, had to confess himself vanquished by Pope Alexander III, and the meeting of Pope and Emperor at Venice was a memorable ending to the long struggle. That the great Emperor should kiss the feet of the Pope, whom he had so long refused to acknowledge, was an act which stamped itself with dramatic effect on the imagination of men, and gave rise to fables of a still more lowly submission. The length of the strife, the renown of Frederick, the unswerving tenacity of purpose with which Alexander had maintained his cause, all lent lustre to this triumph of the Papacy. The consistent policy of Alexander III, even in adverse circumstances, the calm dignity with which he asserted the papal claims, and the wisdom with which he used his opportunities, made him a worthy successor of Gregory VII. At a great crisis in the fortunes of the Papacy. It was reserved, however, for Innocent III, 1198 to 1216, to realise most fully the ideas of Hildebrand. If Hildebrand was the Julius, Innocent was the Augustus of the papal empire. He had not the creative genius nor the fiery energy of his great forerunner, but his clear intellect never missed an opportunity, and his calculating spirit rarely erred from its mark. A man of severe and lofty character, which inspired universal respect, he possessed all the qualities of an astute political intriguer. He was lucky in his opportunities, as he had no formidable antagonist. Among the rulers of Europe his was the master mind. In every land he made the papal power decisively felt. In Germany, France, and England he dictated the conduct of the kings. His very success, however, was fraught with danger for the future. In England the Pope might treat the kingdom as a fief of the Holy See. But when he attempted to use the papal power in his vassals' aid against the old liberties of the land, he awakened a distrust of the Papacy which quickly grew in English hearts. On all sides Innocent III enjoyed successes beyond his hopes. In the East the crusading zeal of Europe was turned by Venice to the conquest of Constantinople, and Innocent could rejoice for a brief space in the subjection of the Eastern Church. In the West, Innocent turned the crusading impulse to the interest of the papal power, by diverting it against heretical sects which in northern Italy and the south of France attacked the system of the Church. These sectaries consisted of men opposed partly to the rigidity of sacerdotalism, partly to the intellectual narrowness of the Church doctrine, partly to the immoral and unspiritual lives of the clergy. Others again had absorbed Manichaean heresies and vague Oriental mysticism, while others used these sects as a cover for antinomian views, for religious heedlessness and profligacy of life. Looked at from the point of view of our own day, they seem a strange mixture of good and evil, but from the point of view of the Middle Ages they were a spectacle which could only be regarded with horror. They destroyed the unity of religious belief and practice, and without the visible unity of the Church, Christianity became in men's eyes a mockery. It was in vain to hope for God's blessing on their arms against the infidels in the Holy Land, if they allowed unbelievers within the pale of Christendom to rend asunder Christ's seamless coat. Innocent III did not speak in vain when he proclaimed a crusade against the Count of Toulouse, whose dominions afforded the chief shelter to these heretics. Political jealousy and a desire for booty strengthened religious fanaticism. The storm of war swept over the smiling fields of Languedoc, and the taint of heresy was washed away in blood. From this time forward, the duty of seeking out heretics and bringing them to punishment became a prominent part of the episcopal office. End of section 2. Section 3 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 1, The Rise of Papal Power, Part 3. Moreover, Innocent saw the beginning, though he did not perceive the full importance, of a movement which the reaction against heresy produced within the Church. The Crusades had quickened men's activity, and the heretical sects had aimed at kindling greater fervour of spiritual life. The old ideal of Christian duty, which had grown up among the miseries of the downfall of the Roman world, gave way to an impulse toward more active zeal. By the side of the monastic aim of averting, by the prayers and penitence of a few, God's anger from a wicked world, there grew up a desire for self-devotion to missionary labour. Innocent III was wise enough not to repulse this new enthusiasm, but find a place for it within the ecclesiastical system. Francis of Assisi gathered round him a body of followers who bound themselves to a literal following of the apostles, to a life of poverty and labour amongst the poor and outcast. Dominic of Castile formed a society which aimed at the suppression of heresy by assiduous teaching of the truth. The Franciscan and Dominican orders grew almost at once into power and importance, and their foundation marks a great reformation within the Church. The Reformation movement of the 11th century, under the skilful guidance of Hildebrand, laid the foundations of the papal monarchy in the belief of Europe. The Reformation of the 13th century found full scope for its energy under the protection of the papal power. For the papacy was still in sympathy with the conscience of Europe, which it could quicken and direct. These mendicant orders were directly connected with the papacy, and were free from all episcopal control. Their zeal awakened popular enthusiasm. They rapidly increased in number and spread into every land. The friars became the popular preachers and confessors, and threatened to supersede the old ecclesiastical order. Not only amongst the common people, but in the universities as well, did their influence become supreme. They were a vast army devoted to the service of the Pope, and overran Europe in his name. They preached papal indulgences, they stirred up men to crusades in behalf of the papacy, they gathered money for the papal use. Nowhere could the Pope have found more effective servants. Innocent III did not realize the full importance of these new helpers, and even without them he raised the papacy to its highest level of power and respect. The change which he wrought in the attitude of the papacy may be judged from the fact that whereas his predecessors had contented themselves with the title of Vicar of Peter, Innocent assumed the name of Vicar of Christ. Europe was to form a great theocracy under the direction of the Pope. If Innocent III. Thus realized the Hildebrandine ideal of the Papacy, he at the same time opened up a dangerous field for its immediate activity. Innocent III. May be called the founder of the States of the Church. The lands with which Pippin and Charles had invested the popes were held subject to the suzerainty of the Frankish sovereign and owned his jurisdiction. On the downfall of the Carolingian Empire, the neighbouring nobles, calling themselves papal vassals, seized on these lands, and when they were ousted in the Pope's name by the Normans, the Pope did not gain by the change of neighbours. Innocent III. Was the first Pope who claimed and exercised the rights of an Italian prince. He exacted from the imperial prefect in Rome the oath of allegiance to himself. He drove the imperial vassals from the Matildan domain, and compelled Constance, the widowed queen of Sicily, to recognize the papal suzerainty over her ancestral kingdom. He obtained from the Emperor Otto IV. in 1201 the cession of all the lands which the Papacy claimed, and so established for the first time an undisputed title to the Papal States. Innocent was an Italian as well as a churchman. As a churchman he wished to bring all the kings and princes of Europe into submission to the papal power. As an Italian he aimed at freeing Italy from foreign rulers and uniting it into one state under the papal sway. In this new sphere which Innocent opened up lay the greatest danger of Innocent's successors. The papal monarchy over the Church had won its way to universal recognition, and the claim of the Papacy to interfere in the internal affairs of European states had been established. It was natural for the Papacy, at the height of its power, to strive over a firm territorial basis on which to rest secure. What had been gained by moral superiority must be kept by political force. However distant nations might tremble before the papal decrees, it often happened that the Pope himself was exiled from his capital by the turbulent rabble of the city, or was fleeing before foes whom his imperial antagonist could raise against him at his very gates. The Papacy was only obeying a natural instinct of self-preservation in aiming at a temporal sovereignty which would secure it against temporal mishaps. Yet the whole significance of the Papacy was altered when this desire to secure a temporal sovereignty in Italy became a leading feature of the papal policy. The Papacy still held the same position in the eyes of men, and its existence was still held necessary to maintain the fabric of Christendom. But a Pope straining every nerve to defend his Italian possessions did not appeal to men's sympathies. So long as the Papacy had been fighting for ecclesiastical privileges, or for the establishment of its own dignity and importance, it had been fighting for an idea which in the days of feudal oppression awakened as much enthusiasm as does a struggle for freedom in our own day. When the Papacy entered into a war to extend its own possessions, it might win glorious victories, but they were won at a ruinous cost. The Emperor Frederick II., who had been brought up under Innocent's guardianship, proved the greatest enemy of the newly won sovereignty of the Pope. King of Sicily and Naples, Frederick was resolved to assert again the imperial pretensions over North Italy, and then win back the papal acquisitions in the centre. If his plan had succeeded, the Pope would have lost his independence and sunk to be the instrument of the House of Hohenstaufen. Two popes of inflexible determination and consummate political ability were the opponents of Frederick. Gregory IX. And Innocent IV. flung themselves with ardour into the struggle, and strained every nerve till the whole papal policy was absorbed by the necessities of this strife. Europe groaned under the exactions of papal tax-gatherers, who, under the old pretence of a crusade, wrung money from the ecclesiastics of every land. The great interests of Christendom were forgotten in the struggle for self-preservation, and the temporal and spiritual power changed places in Europe. Instead of the Pope, the pious King of France, Louis IX., led the last crusading expeditions against the infidels, and in his saintly deeds, rather than in the byways of papal policy, men found the highest Christian ideal of their age. The papacy baffled the plans of Frederick II., but Europe had to pay the costs of a struggle with which it felt no sympathy, and the moral prestige of the triumphant papacy was irrevocably lowered. Frederick II. died in 1250, but the popes pursued with their hostility his remotest descendants, and were resolved to sweep the very remembrance of him out of Italy. To accomplish their purpose they did not hesitate to summon the aid of the stranger. Charles of Anjou appeared as their champion, and in the Pope's name took possession of the Sicilian kingdom in 1261. By his help the last remnants of the Hohenstaufen house were crushed, and the claims of the empire to rule over Italy were destroyed for ever. But the papacy got rid of an open enemy, only to introduce a covert and more deadly foe. The Angevin influence became superior to that of the papacy, and French popes were elected that they might carry out the wishes of the Sicilian king. By its resolute efforts to escape from the power of the empire, the papacy only paved the way for a connection that ended in its enslavement to the influence of France. Immersed in narrow schemes of self-interest, the popes lost their real strength in the respect and sympathies of Europe. Instead of being the upholders of ecclesiastical independence, they became the oppressors of the clergy and the infringers of ecclesiastical rights. Hence, in France, lawyers developed a fruitful conception of the liberties of the Gallican Church: freedom of patrons from papal interference, freedom of election to chapters, and a prohibition of papal taxation except with the consent of the Church and the Crown. Instead of being the upholders of civil liberty, the popes ranked with the princes of Europe, and had no sympathy with the cause of the people. In England, during the Barons' War, the papacy was on the side of its pliant ally, Henry III., and steadily opposed all efforts to check his feeble misgovernment. The great English churchmen, on the other hand, sided with the barons, and the English Church was the strongest element in the struggle against royal oppression. Similarly, in Italy, the popes deserted the party which in each city was striving to maintain municipal freedom against foreign aggressors, or too powerful nobles at home. When the empire had been reduced to feebleness, the popes had no more need of their republican allies, but were intolerant of civic liberties. Hence they were so short-sighted as to permit the suppression of republican constitutions by powerful lords, and to allow dynasties to establish within the Papal States a sway which proved to be the greatest hindrance to the assertion of the papal sovereignty. In this career of purely political enterprise, the papacy again became associated with the factions of contending families in Rome, till in 1292 the assembled cardinals were so equally divided between the parties that they found it impossible to elect. At last, in utter weariness, they chose a holy hermit of the Abruzzi, Piero da Marone, whose fame for piety was in the mouths of men. The pontificate of Celestine V, 1294, for such was the name Morone assumed, might seem to be a caricature on the existing state of the papacy. A man had been elected pope by a sudden impulse solely for his holiness. No sooner was he elected than the cardinals felt that holiness was not the quality most requisite for the high office of the head of the Church. Never did election awaken more enthusiasm among the people, yet never was pope more powerless for good. Ignorant of politics, of business, of the ways of the world, Celestine V. became a helpless instrument in the hands of the King of Naples. He gave up the government of the Church to others, and bestowed his favours with reckless prodigality. The crowd thronged around him whenever he went abroad to crave his blessing. A new order, the Celestinians, was founded by those who were eager to model their life on his. But the cardinals groaned in secret dismay over the perils with which his incompetence threatened the papacy. After a pontificate of 5 months he abdicated, to the joy of the cardinals and to the grief of the people, which showed itself in hatred for his successor. Henceforth it was clear that the papacy had become a great political institution. Its spiritual significance had been merged in its worldly importance. It needed a statesman to baffle princes by his astuteness, not a saint to kindle by his holiness spiritual aspirations among the masses. Celestine's successor, Boniface VIII., 1294 to 1303, attempted, when it was too late, to launch the papacy upon a new career. Though endowed with all the fire of Gregory VII. And with the keen political instincts of Innocent IV., he failed to understand either the disastrous results to the papacy of the policy of his predecessors, or the hidden strength of the opposition which it had kindled. The papacy had destroyed the empire, but in its victory had fallen with its foe. In overthrowing the empire, it had weakened the outward expression of the idea on which its own power was founded, and had first used and then betrayed the growing feeling of nationality which was the rising enemy of the medieval system. When Boniface VIII. Aimed at absorbing into the papacy the imperial power, when he strove to weld together Europe into a great confederacy over which the Pope was to preside, at once the head of its religion and the administrator of a system of international law, he only brought to light the gulf which had been slowly widening between the aims of the papacy and the aspirations of Europe. His weapons were the weapons of this world, and though his utterances might assume the cover of religious phrases, his arts were those of an adventurous politician. First, he resolved to secure himself in Rome, which he did by the remorseless overthrow of the Colonna family. In the rest of Italy he aimed at bringing about order by crushing the Ghibellines and putting the Guelfs in power. He called in French help to restore the unity of the Sicilian kingdom, which had been broken by the rebellion of 1282, and Charles of Valois overthrew the Ghibellines in Florence and drove Dante into exile. But beyond drawing on himself and the Pope the hatred of the Italian people, he accomplished nothing. While these were his measures in Italy, Boniface VIII. Advanced with no less boldness and decision elsewhere. He demanded that the kings of England and France should submit their differences to his arbitration. When they refused, he tried to make war impossible without his consent by cutting off one great source of supplies, and issued a bull forbidding the taxation of the clergy except by the consent of the Pope. But in England Boniface was repelled by the vigorous measures of Edward I., who taught the clergy that if they would not contribute to the maintenance of civil government, they should not have the advantages of its protection. In France, Philip IV. retaliated by forbidding the export of gold or silver from his realm without the royal consent. Boniface was thus cut off from the supplies which the papacy raised for itself by taxation of the clergy. Even while professing to fight the battle of clerical privilege, Boniface could not carry with him the staunch support of the clergy themselves. They had experienced the fiscal oppression of Pope and King equally, and found that the Pope was the more intolerable of the two. If they had to submit to the tender mercies of one or the other, the king was at least more amenable to reason. For a time Boniface had to give way, but circumstances soon seemed to favour him. a quarrel arose between Edward I. and Philip IV., from which both wished to withdraw with credit. Boniface, not in his papal but in his individual capacity, was appointed arbitrator. In giving his award he assumed the character of a pope, and pronounced the penalty of excommunication against those who infringed its conditions. Moreover, he took up the position of an absolute superior in the affairs of the German kingdom, where he disallowed the election of Albert of Austria. In England he claimed to interfere in the settlement of Edward's relations towards Scotland. Edward submitted the Pope's letter to Parliament, which replied to Boniface that the English kings had never answered, nor ought to answer, about their rights to any judge, ecclesiastical or civil. The spirit of national resistance to the claims of the Papacy to exercise supremacy in temporal matters was first developed under the wise government and patriotic care of Edward I. Yet Boniface could not read the signs of the times. He was misled by the outburst of popular enthusiasm and religious zeal which followed the establishment of a year of jubilee in 1300. The crusading age was past and gone, but the spirit that animated the Crusades still survived in Europe. The restless desire to visit a holy place and see with their bodily eyes some guarantee of the reality of their devotion drove crowds of pilgrims to Rome to earn by prayers and offerings the promised absolution for their sins. Others, since the days of Boniface, have been misled as to the real strength of a system by taking as their measure the outbursts of feverish enthusiasm which it could at times call forth. Men trampled one another to death in their eagerness to reach the tombs of the apostles, yet in 3 short years the vicar of St. Peter found no one to rescue him from insult and outrage. The breach between Boniface VIII. And Philip IV. Went on widening. As the Pope grew more resolute in asserting his pretensions, the king gathered the French clergy and people more closely around him. The growth of legal studies had raised up a class of lawyers who could meet the Pope on his own ground. As he fortified himself by the principles of the canon law, the French legates rested on the principles of the old civil law of Rome. The canon law, in setting up the Pope as supreme over the Church, had but followed the example of the civil law, which traced its own origin to the imperial pleasure. The two systems now met in collision, and their fundamental identity rendered compromise impossible. Angry bulls and letters followed one another. The Pope furbished up all the weapons in his armory. On doctrinal grounds he asserted that as God made 2 lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, so he set up 2 jurisdictions, the temporal and the spiritual, of which the spiritual is greater and involves the temporal in point of right, though not necessarily in point of use. On historical grounds he asserted, "Our predecessors have deposed 3 kings of France, and if any king did the wrong which they did, we would depose him like a servant." Against this was set up the intelligible principle that in things temporal the king held his power subject to God alone. Both sides prepared for extremities. Philip's lawyers accused the Pope of heresy, of crime, of simony, and appealed to a general council of the Church. Boniface excommunicated Philip and prepared to pronounce against him the sentence of dethronement, releasing his subjects from their allegiance. But Philip's plans were cunningly laid, and he had Italian craft to help him. The day before the bull of deposition was to have been published, Boniface was made prisoner by a band of Philip's adherents. The exiled Italian Sciarra Colonna planned the attack, and the acuteness of the Tolosan Guillaume de Nogaret, one of Philip's lawyers, helped to make its success complete. As he sat unsuspecting of evil in the retirement of his native Anagni, Boniface was suddenly surprised and maltreated, without a blow being struck in his behalf. It is true that on the third day of his captivity he was rescued, but his prestige was gone. Frenzied or broken-hearted, we know not which, he died a month after his release. With Boniface VIII. Fell the medieval papacy. He had striven to develop the idea of the papal monarchy into a definite system. He had claimed for it the noble position of arbiter amongst the nations of Europe. Had he succeeded, the power which, according to the medieval theory of Christendom, was vested in the empire would have passed over to the papacy, no longer as a theoretical right, but as an actual possession, and the papacy would have asserted its supremacy over the rising state system of Europe. His failure showed that with the destruction of the empire the papacy had fallen likewise. Both continued to exist in name and set forth their old pretensions. But the empire, in its old aspect of head of Christendom, had become a name of the past or a dream of the future since the failure of Frederick II. The failure of Boniface VIII. Showed that a like fate had overtaken the papacy likewise. The suddenness and abruptness of the calamity which befell Boniface impressed this indelibly on the minds of men. The papacy had first shown its power by a great dramatic act. Its decline was manifested in the same way. The drama of Anagni is to be set against the drama of Canossa. End of section 3. Section 4 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. The Popes at Avignon, Part 1. We speak loosely of the Reformation as though it were a definite event. We ought rather to regard the fall of the papal autocracy as the result of a number of political causes which had slowly gathered strength. The victory of the papacy over Frederick II. Marked the highest point of its power. The beginning of the 14th century saw the rise of new ideas which gradually led to its fall. The struggle of Philip IV. Against Boniface VIII. Was carried on by new weapons, by appeals to political principles. The rights of the state were asserted against the claims of the papal monarchy, and the assertion was made good. The papacy had advanced to power partly by religious, partly by political means, and the papal claims rested on principles which were drawn partly from texts of Scripture, partly from historical events in the past. To overthrow the papal monarchy, both of these bases had to be upset. The ideas of the Middle Ages had to make way for the ideas of the Renaissance before it was possible for men to grasp the meaning of Scripture as a whole, and found their political as well as their social life upon a wide conception of its spirit. But this was the second part of the process, for which the first part was necessary. Before men advanced to the criticism of Scripture, they undertook the criticism of history. Against the papal view of the political facts and principles of the past, the men of the 14th century advanced new principles and interpreted the facts afresh. The medieval conception of the papal power was set forth by Thomas of Aquino. His ideal of government was a constitutional monarchy strong enough to keep order, not strong enough to become tyrannical. The object of Christian society is to lead men to eternal salvation, and this work is done by the priests under the rule of the Pope. Under the Old Testament dispensation, priests have been subject to kings. Under the New Testament dispensation, kings are subject to priests in matters pertaining to Christ's law. The king must see that such things as are necessary for the salvation of his people are cared for, and that things contrary thereto are forbidden. If a king is heretical or schismatic, the Church must deprive him of his power, and by excommunicating him release his subjects from their allegiance. The Church which is thus to lead the state must be ruled by a monarchy strong enough to preserve the unity of the faith, and decide in matters that arise what is to be believed and what condemned, nova additio symboli. In the Pope is vested the authority of the universal Church, and he cannot err. According to Christ's words to Peter, I have prayed for thee, that thy faith fail not. Against such ideas the struggle of Boniface VIII. And Philip IV. Produced a reaction, which may be seen in the De Monarchia of Dante, who, in behalf of the Empire, asserted the claims of the temporal against the spiritual power. Dante's empire was the ideal creation of unity, peace, and order, which floated before the medieval mind. The empire, he argues, is necessary for the good of mankind, since the end of society is unity, and unity is only possible through obedience to one head. This empire belongs of right to the Roman people who won it, and what they won Christ sanctioned by being born into it. Further, he recognized its legitimacy by receiving at the hands of a Roman judge the sentence by which he bore our sorrows. The assertions of those who maintain that the empire does not come immediately from God, but mediately through the Pope, are not to be received. They are founded on the decretals and other traditions which came after the Church, and could not therefore confer on the Church any rights which it did not previously possess. The foundation of the Church is Christ. The empire existed before the Church, which received from Christ no authority over the empire, and therefore possesses none. Yet he ends, let Caesar be reverent to Peter, as the firstborn son should be reverent to his father. Dante's arguments are scholastic and obscure, resting frequently on merely verbal grounds. But the importance of the De Monarchia lies in the fact that against the decretals and against the current interpretation of Scripture, it founds a political system on the basis of reason and of historical fact. The form of the book is medieval, but a modern spirit of political dignity breathes through its pages. Dante's De Monarchia is but a specimen of the writings which the conflict of Boniface VIII. And Philip IV. Called forth. Aegidius Colonna, who became Archbishop of Bourges, and John of Paris, a Dominican monk, asserted the independent existence of the temporal and the spiritual power, since both alike came from God, and each has its own sphere of action. In many points the priesthood must be subject to the monarchy, and in no way could it be shown that the papacy had any jurisdiction over the realm of France. John of Paris went further and argued that as Christ exercised no dominion in temporal matters, no priest could, on the ground of being Christ's vicar, exercise a power which his master never claimed. In these and such like arguments there is an attempt to reach the facts of primitive Christianity and use them as a means of criticizing the papal claims to universal monarchy. These attacks upon the papal position were not the only mischief which the assertion of Boniface VIII. Brought upon the papacy. The papacy had destroyed the empire, but failed in its attempt to establish itself in the place of the empire as the undoubted head over the rising nationalities of Europe. It was worsted by France, and as a consequence fell under French influence. When Philip IV. Pursued his victory and devised the scheme of getting the papal power into the hands of a nominee of his own, he met with little difficulty. Clement V., an Aquitanian by birth, shrank before the troubles which Philip IV. Easily contrived to stir up in Italy, and for greater safety in 1305 took up his abode at Avignon, a city held by Charles II. of Naples as Count of Provence. It was, however, so near the boundaries of the French king as to be practically under his influence, and it marked a mighty breach with the tradition of the past, when the seat of the papacy was removed from the world city of its ancient glories. It is at first a cause of some surprise that the papacy did not suffer more than it did from the transference of its seat to Avignon. But though deprived of political strength, it still had the prestige of past importance, and could exercise considerable influence when opportunity offered. Clement V. (1305 1313) was powerless against Philip IV. He had to consent to recognise the validity of everything that Philip IV. Had done against his predecessor. He had to revoke the obnoxious bulls of Boniface VIII., and even to authorise an inquiry into his life and character. He had to lend himself as a tool to the royal avarice in suppressing the order of the Knights Templars. But in spite of their disasters, the papacy and the empire were still the centres of European politics. No one ventured to think it possible to diminish their claims to greatness. It was rather a struggle which nation should succeed in using them for its own purposes. France had secured a strong hold upon the papacy, and wished to become master also of the empire. Philip IV. strove to procure the election of his brother Charles of Valois, and so gave the Pope a new means of asserting his importance. Charles was not elected, and the king found it wise not to press the Pope too far. At Avignon the Pope was subject to the influence of the French king, but he was at least personally secure, and could afford to adopt a haughty tone in dealing with other powers. There was no abatement in the lofty language of the papacy, and when Clement V. died, he might have boasted that he handed down the papal power undiminished to his successors. His position might be ignoble, but he acted with policy and prudence in difficult and dangerous circumstances, and made up for his humility towards the King of France by the arrogance of his attitude towards the empire. The success of Henry VII. In Italy alarmed King Robert of Naples, and Clement V. warmly espoused the cause of his vassal, in whose dominions lay the protecting city of Avignon. The death of Henry VII. Prevented the quarrel from becoming serious, but on Henry's death Clement V. published a bull declaring that the oath taken by the kings of the Romans to the Pope was an oath of vassalage, and involved the papal suzerainty over the empire. At the same time, during the vacancy of the empire, the Pope, acting as overlord, did away with the ban of the empire which Henry VII. Had pronounced against Robert of Naples, and also appointed Robert as imperial vicar in Italy. Clement V. followed the example of his predecessors in endeavouring to turn into a legal claim the vague talk of former popes. His death, within a month of the publication of his bull, left the struggle to his successor. John XXII. (1313 1322) entered readily into the struggle, and the disputed election to the empire between Louis of Bavaria and Frederick of Austria gave him a lucky opportunity of asserting these new claims of the papacy over the empire. As an obsequious dependent of the King of France and Naples, the Pope was encouraged to put forward against the empire claims much more arrogant than those which Boniface VIII. Had ventured to make to Philip IV. The French king hoped to lay hands upon the empire. The King of Naples wished to pursue his plans in Italy without fear of imperial intervention. So long as the Pope furthered their purposes, he might advance any arguments or pretensions that he pleased. It was this selfish policy on the part of the princes of Europe that maintained so long the papal power, and gave the papacy the means of rising after many falls and degradations. The papal power and the papal claims were inextricably interwoven in the state system of Europe, and the papacy was a political instrument which any monarch who could command was anxious to uphold. John the 22nd claimed to be the rightful ruler of the empire during the vacancy, and so long as the contest between Louis and Frederick occupied all the energies of the rival claimants, there was no one to gainsay the Pope. When the battle of Muhldorf in 1322 gave the victory to Louis, John resented his assumption of the title of King of the Romans without papal confirmation, and soon proceeded to his excommunication. In the contest that ensued there was nothing heroic. Papacy and empire alike seemed the shadows of their former selves. John the 22nd was an austere and narrow-minded pedant with no political insight. Louis was destitute of any intellectual greatness, and knew not how to control the forces which he had at his command. The attack of the Pope upon the empire was a desperate attempt to gain consideration for the papacy at the expense of a foe who was supposed to be too weak to make any formidable resistance. But the national feeling of the German people gathered round their king when it became manifest that the onslaught upon him was made in the interest of France. The lawyers, as before, mustered in defence of the civil power, and unexpected allies came to its succour, whose help made the contest memorable in the history of the progress of human thought. Since the abdication of Celestine V, the papacy had drifted further away from its connection with the spiritual side of the life of the Church. The monkish asceticism of Celestine and his followers was not a robust form of Christian life, but it was the only one which set itself before the imagination of men. The doctrine of absolute poverty, as held by St. Francis and his followers, was hard to reconcile with the actual facts of life, and the Franciscan order had become divided into two parties, one of which insisted on the rigid observance of the rules of their founder, while the other modified them into accordance with the growing wealth, learning, and importance of their order. The Pope had striven by judicious measures to hold together these contending parties, but the obvious worldliness of the papacy estranged from it the more rigid party, the spiritual Franciscans, or Fraticelli, as they were called. In their enthusiastic desire to lead the higher life, they found in Christ and his apostles the patterns of the lives of mendicant friars, and at last the papacy was brought into open collision with the Franciscan order. A Dominican inquisitor at Narbonne condemned for heresy a fanatic who, amongst other things, had asserted that Christ and the apostles had no possessions, either individually or in common. A Franciscan who was present maintained the orthodoxy of this opinion against the inquisitor, and the question was taken up by the entire order. Two general chapters were held in 1322, which accepted this doctrine as their own, and rested upon a papal bull of Nicholas III, 1279. This brought the matter before John the 22nd, but the luxury and quiet of Avignon made the doctrine of apostolic poverty more intolerable to John than it had been to his predecessors. They had contented themselves with trying to explain it away and evade it. John the 22nd denounced the opinion as heretical. The more pronounced of the Franciscan body refused to admit the justice of the papal decision, and clamoured against John himself as a heretic. The question itself may seem of little moment, but the struggle brought to light opinions which in after times were to become of deep importance. As Boniface VIII had developed a temporal, so did John the 22nd develop a spiritual antagonism to the papacy. The Pope was regarded as the head of a carnal church, degraded by worldliness, wealth, and wickedness, against which was set a spiritual church, adorned by simplicity, poverty, and godliness. The spiritual Franciscans gathered round Louis in his contest with the Pope, and lent a religious significance to the struggle. It was not the doings of either party, but the bold expression of opinions which made the conflict memorable. Against the Pope were arrayed men who attacked him in the interests both of the Church and of the State. From the ecclesiastical side, the general of the Franciscan order, Michael of Cesena, maintained against the Pope the principles on which his order was founded. In his Tractate against the Errors of the Pope, he criticized the papal utterances, denounced portions of them as erroneous, and appealed against him as against a heretic to the universal Church and a general council, which in faith and morals is superior to the Pope, since a Pope can err in faith and morals, as many Roman pontiffs have fallen from the faith, but the universal Church cannot err, and a council representing the universal Church is likewise free from error. In like manner, the Englishman William of Ockham, who had exercised his power as a disputant in the University of Paris till he won the title of the Invincible Doctor, brought his pen to attack the Pope. In a series of dialogues and tractates he poured forth a flood of erudition, in which scholastic arguments are strangely mingled with keen criticism of the papal claims. At one time he is immersed in details of the passing conflict; at another he enunciates general principles of far-reaching importance. Against the plenitude of the papal power he asserts the freedom of the law of Christ. Men are not by Christ's ordinance the slaves of the Pope, nor can the Pope dispose of temporal affairs. Christ gave to Peter spiritual jurisdiction over the Church, and in temporal matters the right only of seeking his own maintenance and enough to enable him to fulfil his office. Peter could confer no more on his successors. If they have more, it comes from human grant or human indolence. It is not necessary that there should be one primate over the Church, for the head of the Church is Christ, and by its union with him the Church has unity. This unity would not be lessened if there were different rulers over different ecclesiastical provinces, as there are kings over different nations. An aristocratic government maintains the unity of a state as well as does a monarchy. Occam discusses many questions, and the conclusions which he establishes do not form a consistent system. But we see certain principles which he stoutly maintains. He is opposed to the papal claims to temporal monarchy and spiritual infallibility. Moreover, he shows a remarkable tendency to assert the authority of Scripture as the supreme arbiter of all the questions in the Church. The Pope may err, a general council may err. The fathers and doctors of the Church are not entirely exempt from error. Only Holy Scripture and the beliefs of the universal Church are of absolute validity. Occam seems to be groping after what is eternal in the faith of the Church, that he may mark it clearly off from what is of human ordinance and concerns only the temporal needs of the ecclesiastical system. If this is a sample of the ecclesiastical opposition raised against John XXII, the attack was still stronger from the political side, where Marsilio of Padua and John of Gendon examined with boldness and acuteness the relations between Church and State. Marsilio was an Italian who, in the politics of his own city, had gained a comprehensive grasp of principles, and whose mind had matured by the study of Aristotle. John of Gendon, a Frenchman, was Marsilio's friend, and both held high positions in the University of Paris, which they suddenly quitted in 1327, sought out Louis, and placed their learning at his disposal for an attack upon the Pope. It was strange that scholars and theorists should come forward merely on theoretical grounds to enter into a contest which in no way affected themselves. They proposed to Louis a serious undertaking, that the empire as such should enter into a controversy on abstract questions with the Pope. The papacy was the source of orthodoxy, the centre of learning. Rude soldiers before this had answered its claims by deeds, but Louis was asked to meet the Pope with his own weapons. Marsilio urged that John XXII had already laid himself open to the charge of heresy. His decision about the friars was in contradiction to the opinion of his predecessors. Unless the papal autocracy were to be absolutely admitted, it was the emperor's duty to check an erring pope. For a time Louis hesitated. Then he accepted Marsilio's proposal and appealed to Christendom to support him in his position. The great work of Marsilio, the Defensor Pacis, was already written when first he sought Louis, and was at once published in explanation of the principles on which Louis acted. The title of the work was skilfully chosen. It marked out the Pope as the originator of the troubles, discords, and wars which a pacific emperor wished to check. The work itself is a keen, bold, and clear assertion of the rights of the state as against the Church. Following in the steps of Aristotle's Politics, Marsilio traces the origin of government and of law. Civil society is a community for the purpose of common life. In such community there are various classes with various occupations. The occupation of the priestly class is to teach and discipline men in things which, according to the gospel, ought to be believed, done, or omitted to obtain eternal salvation. The regulator of the community is the judicial or governing class, whose object is to enforce the laws. Law is defined as knowledge of what is just or useful, concerning the observance of which a coercive precept has been issued. The legislator is the people or community of the citizens, or the majority of them, determining by their choice or will, expressed by word in a general assembly, that anything should be done or omitted regarding man's civil acts under pain of temporal punishment. This legislative power is the source of the authority of the prince or ruler, whose duty it is to observe the laws and compel others to observe them. If the prince set himself above the laws, he ought to be corrected by the legislative power which he represents. This system of civil life is disturbed by the interference of the spiritual authority, especially of the Pope, with the due execution of the laws, and with the authority of the prince. The papal claims rest on the supposed descent to Christ's representatives of the plenitude of Christ's power, but this carries with it no coercive jurisdiction, jurisdictio coactiva, by which they may exact penalties or interfere in temporal affairs. It is their claim to this coercive jurisdiction that destroys civil government and causes universal disorder. To trace this point more fully, Marsilio proceeds to examine the relations of the priesthood towards the community. The Church is the community of all who believe in Christ, for all, priests and laity alike, are churchmen, because Christ redeemed them with his blood. So far as a priest possesses worldly goods or engages in worldly matters, he is under the same laws as the rest of the community. The priesthood can have no authority except what was given by Christ, and the question to be considered is not what power Christ could have given them, but what he actually gave. We find that Christ did not himself exercise coercive jurisdiction, and did not confer it on the apostles, but warned them by example, advice, and precept to abstain from using it. Moreover, Christ submitted himself to the coercive jurisdiction of temporal princes. Hence no priest has any judicial or coercive power unless it be given him by the legislator. His priestly authority, which he derives from Christ, is to preach the doctrine and administer the sacraments of Christ. To pronounce excommunication does not belong to an individual priest, but to the community of believers or their representatives. The priest is the minister of God's law, but has no power to compel men to accept or obey it. Only as physicians care for the health of the body, so do priests, by wise advice and warning, operate on the soul. It may be objected that, at least in question of heresy, the priesthood has to judge and punish. Really, however, the judge of heresy is Christ, and the punishment is inflicted in another world. The priest judges in Christ's stead in this world, and must warn and terrify offenders by the thoughts of future punishment. The civil power punishes heresy only so far as heresy subverts the law. Marsilio next subjects to criticism the doctrine of the papal supremacy. Priests, as such, are all equal. St. Peter has no authority over the other apostles. no power of punishment or jurisdiction. Moreover, the legend that St. Peter was the first bishop of Rome rests on no scriptural authority and has no historical evidence. The appointment and deprivation of ecclesiastics belong to the community of the faithful, as is shown by the appointment of the first deacons recorded in the Acts of the Apostles. This authority of the community is now vested in the princes, and the appointment of good priests is a matter which concerns the well-being of the state. The Catholic faith is one and rests on Scripture only, so that decretals and decrees of popes and cardinals are not necessary for salvation. When doubts arise about the meaning of Scripture, they can be settled only by a general council of the faithful, in which laity and clergy alike have seats. The summoning of such a council belongs to the supreme legislative power, and only a council can pronounce excommunication or interdict upon princes or peoples. The authority of the Roman bishop over other bishops is necessary to give a head to the Church and a president to its councils, but the Roman bishop has no power of coercion beyond what a council confers. The existing theory of the primacy of the Pope sprang from the respect originally paid to the Bishop of Rome, which has been extended, partly by unfounded claims of scriptural right, partly by the grants of princes, especially by the donation of Constantine. The papal primacy has corrupted the Church, for the Pope, through the plenitude of his power, interferes with elections, sets aside the rights of chapters, and appoints bishops who cannot speak the language of the people over whom they are set as shepherds, and who simply aim at gathering money from their flocks. Generally speaking, the bishops cannot preach, nor have they knowledge to refute heresies, and the inferior clergy are as ignorant as their superiors. Lawyers, not theologians, fill the papal court. Ecclesiastical order is everywhere overthrown by the dispensations from episcopal control, which the Pope readily grants to monks and friars. Simony abounds, and on all sides may be seen the proofs that the plenitude of the papal power is the root of corruption in the Church. Moreover, the papacy has put forth claims against the temporal power, especially against the empire. This arises from the fact that the Pope crowned the emperor, and a reverence at first voluntary has gradually been regarded as a right. Papal recognition has been considered necessary to complete the authority bestowed on the emperor by election, but this is entirely unfounded. The right conferred by election needs no supplement, and the claims of the papacy have simply been advanced owing to the frequency of disputed elections and vacancies in the empire. The papal claims and the exercise of papal power in temporal matters have plunged Italy and Germany into discord, and it is the duty of all men, especially of kings and rulers, to check the abuse of this usurped authority. End of section 4. Section 5 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2, The Popes at Avignon, Part 2. The remarkable work of Marsilio stands on the very threshold of modern history as a clear forecast of the ideas which were to regulate the future progress of Europe. The conceptions of the sovereignty of the people and of the official position of the ruler mark the development of European politics up to our own day. The general relations between Church and State, which Marsilio foreshadowed, were those which the Reformation established in countries where it prevailed. In the clear definition of the limits of ecclesiastical authority, and in his assertion of the dignity of the individual believer, Marsilio's ideas still remain unrealized. It is a wonderful testimony to the vigor of Italian civic life that the political experience gleaned at Padua ran so readily into the form provided by a study of Aristotle's Politics, and produced results so clear, so bold, and so systematic. It is the scientific character of the Defensor Pacis which marks it as especially important, and sets it far beyond the other political writings of the next 2 centuries. It was calculated to produce a powerful impression on men's minds, and remained as a great storehouse for the writers of the next century. The ease with which the conciliar movement won its way to general acceptance throughout Christendom must be attributed in great measure to the dissemination of Marsilio's principles. Pope Clement VI. Declared that he had never read a more pestilent heretic, and Gregory XI. found that the opinions of Wycliffe were only slightly changed from those of Marsilio. If Wycliffe had been as clear and as systematic as Marsilio, his influence on his contemporaries would have been far greater, and his teaching would not have lent itself to so much misunderstanding. It was Marsilio's misfortune that he was allied to a cause which had not a leader strong enough to give adequate expression to the principles which the genius of Marsilio supplied. The traditions of the past still determined the steps of Lewis. In 1327 he marched into Italy and was elected emperor by the people of Rome. The old rights of the Roman Republic were set up against those of the Pope, and the imperial crown was placed on the head of Lewis by Sciarra Colonna, who struck the deadly blow against Boniface VIII. At Anagni. Nor was this enough. The minor rights from the pulpits denounced John XXII. As a heretic, and Rome, which had made an emperor, was willing to go further and also make a pope. John XXII. Was deposed, a friar was elected pope by the clergy and laity of Rome, and took the name of Nicholas V. Lewis had no means of combating the fictions on which the papal power was founded, save by setting against them a fiction still more ludicrous. The claim of the citizens of Rome to appoint the temporal and spiritual heads of Christendom was more monstrous than that of the Pope to determine the election of the emperor. The medieval theory might be untenable, but the attempt to overthrow it by a revival of classical usage was absurd. The last struggle which had so long raged between empire and papacy ended in an empty theatrical display. Lewis was soon made to feel his real powerlessness. He failed in an attempt to reduce Robert of Naples, and his Italian supporters dropped away from him. He discovered at last that the Italians welcomed an emperor only so long as he was useful for the purposes of their own factions. When their disputes were settled, they were anxious to get rid of their troublesome guest. Lewis slowly abandoned Italy. The Ghibelline party was everywhere put down. The anti-pope Nicholas was driven to make humiliating submission to John XXII. Lewis's prestige was gone, and the pope was triumphant. In vain Lewis tried to be reconciled with the Holy See. John XXII. Was inexorable, but the end of John's pontificate in 1334 gave Lewis some gleam of triumph. John had made many enemies who were ready to use any handle against him, and his own pedantic and scholastic mind made him anxious to win theological triumphs. He ventured on an opinion contrary to the general views of theologians, that the souls of the blessed departed do not see God and are not perfectly happy until after the general resurrection. The University of Paris strongly opposed this view, as did popular sentiment. King Philip VI. Of France sided with the University, and in a peremptory tone advised the Pope to alter his opinion. The cry of heresy was raised against John, and Lewis was preparing to summon a general council to inquire into this papal heterodoxy when John died in December 1334. His successor, Benedict XII., 1334 to 1342, an upright but feeble-minded monk, would willingly have made peace with Lewis, but he was too much under the power of King Philip VI. to follow his own inclinations. It was to little purpose that he told Philip VI. That if he had possessed 2 souls, he would willingly sacrifice one to do him service, but as he had only 1 soul, he could not go beyond what he thought right. Philip still demanded that Germany should be kept distracted. Benedict XII. Had to dismiss the ambassadors of Louis with tears over his own powerlessness. The national feeling of Germany declared itself more strongly than before in behalf of Louis. The States affirmed that Louis had done all that he ought, and that justice was wrongfully denied him. They pronounced the papal sentence of no effect, and threatened with punishment any of the clergy who ventured to observe the papal interdict. Moreover, the electoral princes declared at Reims in 1338 that on a vacancy in the empire he who was elected by a majority of votes was straightway to be regarded as king of the Romans, and stood in no need of papal confirmation before assuming the title of king and beginning the exercise of the imperial rights. This declaration passed into a law, and whatever success the Pope might meet with afterwards, he could win no victory in a struggle which had occasioned such an outbreak of decided national feeling. Benedict's successor might humble Louis before him, but Germany had made good its assertion of national independence, and had rescued its kingship from the difficulties into which its connection with the Empire had so long involved it. It is true that the kingship was weak and infirm, and that the Empire had dwindled to a shadow, but this only made the German protest against papal interference more emphatic in its historical importance. Louis, however, did not know how to use his advantages. He had not the firmness to carry on a protracted contest, but wavered between rash defiance of the papal power and abject attempts at reconciliation. After striving for absolution in 1341, he made in 1342 an invasion upon ecclesiastical authority at which Europe stood aghast. By the plenitude of the imperial power he dissolved the marriage of Margaret Maltasch, heiress of the Tyrol, with John, son of the King of Bohemia, and also granted a dispensation on the grounds of consanguinity for her marriage to his own son Louis, Markgraf of Brandenburg. Such an act was the logical result of the theories of Marsilio of Padua and William of Ockham, and was suggested, or at least defended, by them. They argued keenly enough that if a marriage or a divorce was opposed to the law of God, no one, not even an angel from heaven, could make it lawful. But if the impediment can be removed by human law, the dispensation ought to proceed from the civil power and not from the ecclesiastical, from the emperor and not the pope. They forgot that it was an unfortunate case for the assertion of newly claimed powers, when personal interest and dynastic aggrandisement were so clearly the ruling motives. The moral as well as the religious sentiment of Europe was shocked, and the political jealousy of the German nobles was aroused by this accession of power to the Bavarian house. The sympathy which had been on the side of Louis was now transferred to the Pope, and the views of Marsilio and Ockham were looked upon with increased dread. A reaction set in against the rashness of the reforming party, a reaction which explains the timidity and caution of those who revived its principles when the great schism of the Papacy called for some revision of the government of the Church. The Papacy, on its side, also knew not how to use to real advantage the opportunity which had just been offered. If the piety of Benedict XII. Could not overcome the difficulties attendant on a reconciliation with Louis, the luxurious and worldly Clement VI. Was resolved to press Louis to the uttermost. He would not content himself with the most humiliating submission, but made demands which the Diet set aside as destructive to the Empire. He set up Charles of Bohemia against Louis, who, however, in spite of his unpopularity in Germany, maintained his position against the Pope's nominee till his death in 1347. Even then Charles was so entirely regarded as a tool of the Pope that he had some difficulty in establishing his position. It would seem that the victory in this long and dreary conflict remained with the Pope. Certainly his opponents showed their incapacity for organising a definite political resistance. Resistance to the Pope had not yet become a political idea. At times it burst forth, but soon fell back before other considerations of political expediency. Yet the conflict did much towards educating popular opinion. The flood of political writings awakened a spirit of discussion, which tended gradually to spread downwards. The papacy was no longer accepted without question as a divine institution. Men began to criticize it and examine the origin and limits of its power. It was no longer looked upon as supreme over the other powers of Europe, but rather as an independent power with interests of its own, which were opposed to the national interests of the states of Europe. The Pope could no longer command public opinion and feel that it would give force to his decrees. The conflict with Louis of Bavaria ends the medieval period of the history of the papacy. In one way this struggle inflicted serious injury on the papacy. It gave it a delusive sense of power. It well might seem to Clement VI. That Boniface VIII. Had been avenged, and that the majesty and dignity of the papal power had been amply vindicated. Princes might learn from the example of Louis that rebellions against the papacy were doomed to failure. Moreover, the papal position was secure at Avignon, which place Clement VI. In 1348 bought from Giovanna of Naples. At Avignon the voice of public opinion did not make itself heard by the Pope's ear so readily as in the turbulent city of Rome. The luxury, vice, and iniquity of Avignon during the papal residence became proverbial throughout Europe, and the corruption of the Church was most clearly visible in the immediate neighbourhood of its princely head. Luxury and vice, however, are costly, and during the Pope's absence from Italy the Papal States were in confusion and yielded scanty revenues. Money had to be raised from ecclesiastical property throughout Europe, and the popes at Avignon carried extortion and oppression of the Church to an extent which it had never reached before. As the Church had grown wealthy in every land, kings and popes competed with one another to have a share in its revenues. Gregory VII. Had laboured to deliver the Church from the power of the temporal rulers, and his attempt was so far successful as to establish a compromise. The Church was to have the show of independence. The State was to have the practical right of nominating to important offices. The claims of the chapters to elect to bishoprics were nominally unimpaired, but the royal influence was generally supreme. Still the chapters were equally amenable to the Pope and to the King, and might exercise their right according to the dictation of either. Gradually the Pope and the King arrived at a practical understanding as to the division of spoil. If the offices of the Church were to furnish salaries for the King's ministers, they must also supply revenues to the head of the Church. At times the Pope's authority was exercised to order a rebellious chapter to accept the King's nominee. At times the royal authority supported the Pope's request that the chapter in their election should provide for one of the Pope's officials. Thus the chapters placed between two fires tended to lose even the semblance of independence, while in this alliance with the Crown the papacy soon gained the upper hand. Armed with spiritual power and claiming obedience as the head of the Church, the Pope cloaked his usurpations under the show of right, and extended his claims to smaller benefices which were in the gift of the King or private patrons. It was but a further extension of this principle when John XXII. Reserved to himself all benefices vacated by promotion made by the Pope and afterwards extended his reservation to the most lucrative posts in chapters, monasteries, and collegiate churches. Monstrous as were these claims, they met with no decided opposition. The frequency of disputes about elections and the consequent appeals to the Pope had practically given him the decision of the validity of ecclesiastical appointments. His assumed power of granting dispensations from canonical disabilities made him a useful means of overstepping inconvenient barriers. The Pope had been allowed so much authority to act as the instrument of the selfish interest of kings that they had nothing to urge when he began to use his powers shamelessly in his own behalf. Clement VI. provided for his nephews and his court at the expense of Christendom, and said with a laugh that his predecessors had not known how to be popes. Besides provisions, reservations, and dispensations, he demanded large fees for the confirmation of all episcopal elections, and succeeded in wresting from the bishops many of their rights over the inferior clergy. Chief of these were the revenues of benefices during a vacancy, fructus medii temporis, which arose from the extension of feudal reliefs to ecclesiastical holdings. Bishops, as protectors of benefices, disposed of their revenues when they were vacant, and this claim tended to become a regular tax of half a year's revenue, paid by the presentee on his succession. The Papacy, in its turn, took this right from the bishops and claimed it for itself. Moreover, the Pope imposed tithes from time to time on clerical revenues, sometimes for his own use, sometimes granting them to princes on the specious pretext of a crusade. A vast system of papal extortion was gradually developed, partly from the fault of churchmen who too readily brought their quarrels to the Pope's tribunals, partly from the short-sighted policy of kings and princes, who found in an alliance with the Pope an easy means of helping themselves to ecclesiastical revenues. Papal aggression could not have grown unless it had been welcomed in its beginnings, and those who used the Pope's interference to serve their own ends had no strong ground for repelling the Pope when he used his powers in his own behalf. Cries went up throughout Christendom, but it was long before the cries were more than utterances of despair. England was the first country which showed a spirit of national resistance to papal extortion. The alliance of the Papacy with John and with Henry III. Had awakened a feeling of political antagonism amongst the barons when they found the Pope supporting royal misgovernment. Under Edward I. the nation and the king were at one, and the claims of Boniface VIII. Were met by dignified assertion of national rights. The French War of Edward III. Gave an increased meaning to the national resistance to the papal extortions. The popes at Avignon were the avowed partisans of the French king, and England would not submit to pay them taxes. In 1343 a stand was made against the agents of two cardinals whom Clement VI. Had appointed to offices in England, and they were ignominiously driven from the land. When the Pope remonstrated, Edward III. Laid before him a complaint against the army of provisors which has invaded our realm, and drew a picture of the evils which they wrought on the Church. The king was warmly supported by Parliament, which demanded the expulsion of provisors from the country, and in 1351 was passed the Statute of Provisors, enacting that if the Pope appointed to a benefice, the presentation was to be for that turn in the hands of the king, and the provisors or their representatives were to be imprisoned till they had renounced their claim or promised not to attempt to enforce it. This statute led to a collision of jurisdictions. The royal presentee defended his rights in the king's courts. The papal provisor supported himself by bulls from Rome. To prevent this conflict was passed in 1353 the Statute of Praemunire, which forbade the withdrawal of suits from the king's courts to any foreign court under penalty of outlawry and forfeiture. These laws did not at once arrest the evils complained of, but they served as a menace to the Pope, and impressed on him the need of greater moderation in his dealings with England. They armed the king with powers which he might use if the Pope did not observe fair terms of partnership. Under the pontificate of Innocent VI, 1352 to 1362, the advantages reaped by the papal see from its sojourn at Avignon seem to have come to an end. The disturbed condition of France no longer offered security and repose. In 1361, a company of freebooters scoured the country up to the gates of Avignon, defeated the papal troops, and were only bought off by a large ransom. Innocent VI found it desirable to increase the fortifications of the city. Moreover, the state of affairs in Italy called loudly for the Pope's intervention. The wondrous attempt of Rienzi to recall the old grandeur of Rome showed the power that still attached to the old traditions of the mistress of the world. The desperate condition of the states of the Church, which had fallen into the hands of small princes, called for energetic measures, unless the popes were prepared to see them entirely lost to their authority. Innocent VI sent into Italy a Spanish cardinal, Gil Albornoz, who had already shown his military skill in fighting against the Moors. The fiery energy of Albornoz was crowned with success, and the smaller nobles were subdued in a series of hard-fought battles. In 1367, Urban V saw the states of the Church once more reduced into obedience to the Pope. Meanwhile, France was brought by its war with England to a state of anarchy, and the French king was powerless to keep the popes at Avignon or to protect them if they stayed. Urban V, 1362 to 1370, was a man of sincere and earnest piety, who looked with disgust upon the pomp and luxury of the Avignonese court, and he judged that a reform would be more easily worked if it were transferred to another place. In Rome there was a longing for the presence of the Pope, who had not been seen for 2 generations. The inconvenience of the papal residence at Avignon was strongly brought out in the repudiation by England in 1365 of the papal claim to the tribute of 1,000 marks which John had agreed to pay in token of submission to papal suzerainty. These motives combined to urge Urban V in 1367 to return to Rome amidst the cries of his agonized cardinals, who shuddered to leave the luxury of Avignon for a land which they held to be barbarous. A brief stay in Rome was sufficient to convince Urban V that the fears of his cardinals were not unfounded. The death of Albornoz soon after the Pope's landing in Italy deprived him of the one man who could hold together the turbulent elements contained in the states of the Church. Rome was in ruins. Its people were sunk in poverty and degradation. It was to no purpose that the Pope once more received in Rome the homage of the emperors of the East and West. Charles IV displayed in Italy the helplessness of the imperial name. John Palaiologus came as a beggar to seek for help in his extremity. Urban V was clear-sighted enough to see that his position in Rome was precarious, and that he had not the knowledge nor the gifts to adventure in the troubled sea of Italian politics. His moral force was not strong enough to urge him to become a martyr to duty. The voices of his cardinals prevailed, and after a visit of 3 years, Urban returned to Avignon. His death, which happened 3 months after his return, was regarded by many as the judgment of God upon his desertion of Rome. Urban V had returned to Rome because the states of the Church were reduced to obedience. His successor, Gregory XI, 1370 to 1378, was driven to return through the dread of losing all hold upon Italy. The French popes awakened a strong feeling of national antipathy among their Italian subjects, and their policy was not associated with any of the elements of state life existing in Italy. Their desire to bring the states and the Church immediately under their power involved the destruction of the small dynasties of princes and the suppression of the democratic liberties of the people. Albornoz had been wise enough to leave the popular governments untouched, and to content himself with bringing the towns under the papal obedience. But Urban V and Gregory XI set up French governors, whose rule was galling and oppressive, and a revolt against them was organized by Florence, who, true to her old traditions, unfurled a banner inscribed only with the word liberty. The movement spread through all the towns in the Papal States, and in a few months the conquests of Albornoz had been lost. The temporal dominion of the Papacy might have been swept away if Florence could have brought about the Italian League which she desired. But Rome hung back from the alliance and listened to Gregory XI, who promised to return if Rome would remain faithful. The papal excommunication handed over the Florentines to be the slaves of their captors in every land, and the kings of England and France did not scruple to use the opportunity offered to their cupidity. Gregory XI felt that only the Pope's presence could save Rome for the Papacy. In spite of evil omens, for his horse refused to let him mount when he set out on his journey, he left Avignon. In spite of the entreaties of the Florentines, Rome again joyfully welcomed the entry of its Pope in 1377. But the Pope found his position in Italy to be surrounded with difficulties. His troops met with some small successes, but he was practically powerless, and aimed only at settling terms of peace with the Florentines. A congress was called for this purpose, and Gregory XI was anxiously awaiting its termination, that he might return to Avignon, when death seized him, and his last hours were embittered by the thoughts of the crisis that was now inevitable. Rome had made many sacrifices to win back the Pope, and on the occurrence of a vacancy which necessitated an election within the walls of Rome, it was likely that the wishes of the city would make themselves felt. The remonstrances of Christendom had been raised against the continuance of the Papacy at Avignon, and its consequent subordination to French influence. Moreover, national feeling had been quickened in Italy, and the loss of the Papacy seemed to be a deprivation of one of her immemorial privileges. To this national feeling was added a spirit of religious enthusiasm, which found its supreme expression in the utterances of the saintly Catherine of Siena. She had exhorted Gregory XI to leave Avignon, to return to Italy, to restore peace, and then turn to the reformation of the distracted Church. On all sides there was a desire that the Pope should shake off the political traditions which at Avignon had hampered his free action, should recover his Italian lands, and live of his own in Rome at peace with all men, and should stop the crying abuses which the needs of a troubled time and of exceptional circumstances had brought into the government of the Church. The Papacy had been strong in the past when it was allied with the reforming party in remedying disorder. The question was, would the Papacy again renew its strength by taking up an independent position and redressing the ecclesiastical grievances under which Europe groaned? The first step was its restoration to its ancient capital, where it might again be regarded as the representative of Christendom. End of section 5. Section 6 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, The Great Schism, 1378 to 1414, Chapter 1. Urban VI, Clement VII, and the Affairs of Naples, 1378 to 1389, Part 1. When Gregory XI lay upon his deathbed, all men in Rome felt that a great crisis was at hand. Among the citizens, the ideas of the days of Rienzi and the aspirations of Catherine of Siena passed from mouth to mouth, and the cardinals were busy consulting on the steps which they could possibly take. The government of Rome was at that time vested in a senator and 13 banderizzi or bannerets, who commanded the civic levies of the 13 regions into which the city was divided. Already before Gregory XI's eyes were closed in death, the Romans urged upon the cardinals the election of a Roman pope who might introduce order into the states of the Church, and during the funeral rites of Gregory, their representations were renewed with increasing persistency. The banderizzi watched the cardinals to prevent them fleeing from the city, and at the same time took measures to show that they were able and willing to maintain order within the walls. The gates were strictly guarded, the Roman barons were ordered to withdraw, and bands of armed militia were summoned from the country to protect the city against the danger of surprise by the soldier hordes who were prowling in the neighbourhood. A marble column was erected in the middle of the piazza of St. Peter's, bearing an axe and a block, and 3 times a day proclamations were made that anyone who injured the cardinals or their attendants would instantly be beheaded. The cardinals could find no pretext for refusing to proceed to an election at Rome, but they took such precautions as they could on their own account. They sent their valuables and all the papal jewels for safe keeping into the castle of St. Angelo, where the papal chamberlain, the Archbishop of Arles, went to secure the governor and the garrison. They accepted the banderizzi as guardians of the conclave, but added to them 2 Frenchmen and the bishops of Marseilles, Todi, and Tivoli. Of the 23 cardinals who at that time represented the Church, 6 had remained in Avignon, and 1 was absent as legate in Tuscany. Of the 16 who were in Rome, 1 was a Spaniard, 4 were Italians, and 11 were French. The great question to be decided at the coming elections was whether by choosing an Italian the cardinals would assure the return of the papacy to Rome, or by choosing a Frenchman they would strive to perpetuate its residence at Avignon. The French cardinals looked upon Rome with disgust as squalid and barbarous. They sighed to return to the luxurious ease of Avignon. If they had been united, they would have secured the majority of 2/3 which was necessary for the election of a pope. But the French were divided amongst themselves on grounds which awakened amongst them feelings as intense as could inspire the Italians. Clement VI and his nephew Gregory XI were both Limousins, and had shown marked preference for their fellow countrymen. Of the 11 French cardinals, 6 belonged to a Limousin party, 4 were pitted against them as a Gallican party, and 1 seems to have been doubtful. Rather than submit to the election of another Limousin, the Gallican cardinals were ready to join with the Italians. In this state of things, it was clearly necessary to try and arrange a compromise, and conferences were held before entering into the conclave. At first the Limousins tried to take advantage of their numerical majority over any other party, and boldly put forward Jean Ducrot, Cardinal of Limoges. When told that he was impossible, they proposed Pierre de Bernier, Cardinal of Viviers, who was a native of Cahors, and therefore slightly removed from the dreaded neighbourhood of Limoges. The 4 Gallican cardinals, joined by the Spaniard Peter de Luna, declared that they would never agree to this. The Italians, meanwhile, held by themselves and demanded the election of an Italian. The Gallican party affirmed that they would make common cause with the Italians rather than give way to the Limousins,
and the Limousins, before they entered the conclave, were prepared to propose a compromise if they found it impossible to carry the Cardinal of Viviers. For this purpose they thought of an Italian outside the college, whose election would not be a decisive triumph to any party, and would leave open all the questions which were involved in their struggle. They fixed on Bartolomeo Prignano, Archbishop of Bari, a man of humble origin who had risen to eminence through the patronage of Pierre de Monterac, Cardinal of Pampeluna, a Limousin who had remained at Avignon. Prignano had come to Rome as his deputy, and exercised in his stead the office of vice-chancellor to the Curia. He seems to have acquired considerable influence in Rome, was in the confidence of the Banderizzi, and had shown much skill in arranging with them the measures for the security of the conclave. Thus he was likely to be acceptable as an escape from the jealousies within the college, while he would satisfy the demands of the Roman people. The Limousins determined that if a compromise was necessary, it had better proceed from their side. They fixed on a man already connected with their party, and trusted that gratitude for their good offices would bind him still more securely to their interests. Under ordinary circumstances, the idea of a compromise would not so soon have taken shape, and a long vacancy would have been the most probable consequence of the divided condition of the college. But under the novel circumstances of an election in Rome, especially in the ferment of popular excitement, long delay was impossible, and a compromise to be effective must be put forward at once. When the time came for the cardinals to enter the conclave, an excited crowd accompanied them to the door of the chamber in the Vatican. It might well be that after so many years of disuse, the Romans had forgotten the general decorum which was supposed to attend the solemn ceremony. The crowd pressed into the room with the cardinals and peered into every corner to convince themselves that the cardinals were really to be left alone. It was with difficulty that the room was cleared by the Banderizzi, who, before withdrawing, addressed another exhortation to the cardinals to elect a Roman pope. It was late in the evening of April 7th, 1378, when the conclave was closed, and the repose of the cardinals was troubled all night by the shouts of the mob, who stood around the palace exclaiming, "Romano, Romano, lo volemo lo papo, o il manco Italiano," a Roman, we want a Roman for pope, or at least an Italian. As the morning drew near, the tumult outside increased. The campanile of St. Peter's was broken open, and its bells clanged out a summons to a greater crowd. The cardinals saw that it would be well to lose no time, and the compromise projected by the Limousins began to assume a very definite shape. On the morning of April 8th, after Mass had been said, the cardinals proceeded to vote. The Cardinal of Florence, as the senior, voted first, and expressing his real desire, gave his voice in favour of Tebaldeski, Cardinal of St. Peter's, a Roman. Next followed the Cardinal of Limoges, who expressed the general opinion of the French party when he said that there were two objections to the Cardinal of St. Peter's. First, that he was a Roman, and it was undesirable to elect a Roman, lest they should seem to have done so through fear. Secondly, that he was too infirm for the labours of the Papacy. The Cardinal of Florence, he proceeded, belongs to a people who are enemies to the Church. The Cardinal of Milan comes from a land of tyrants who oppose the Church. Cardinal Orsini is a Roman and the Archbishop of Bari. It was found that there was a general consent. Two demurred on the ground that the election was being hurried through fear, and Cardinal Orsini is even said to have proposed that the college should pretend to elect some obscure friar, invest him with the papal robes to deceive the people, and in the confusion make their escape and proceed to a real election. This proposal was at once rejected. It would seem that there was some sense of popular pressure, but not enough to influence the conduct of the cardinals. The election of the Archbishop of Bari had been determined, but before proceeding to the formal act, the cardinals retired to breakfast. The tumult outside was raging furiously. The mob had broken into the Pope's cellars, and the papal wine had increased their patriotism. The cardinals hesitated to face them with the news that they had not elected a Roman Pope. The man whom they had selected was not a member of the Sacred College. He was not there, and they had no one to present for the reverence of the crowd. They sent a messenger to summon the Archbishop of Bari and some other ecclesiastics. They also used this opportunity of sending to the castle of St. Angelo the plate and jewels which they had with them, as they feared that the conclave chamber would be sacked according to old custom. When the mob saw the prelates arrive, they suspected that an election had been made and clamoured to be informed. When they found that the vessels of the cardinals were being carried away, they grew still more suspicious and indignant. No longer able to endure suspense, they rushed to the door, which had been already broken down to admit the prelates, and the cardinals were now genuinely terrified at the prospect of facing the mob with the tidings that they had not elected a Roman. Already steps were heard along the passages, and as the crowd burst in, terror inspired one of the cardinals to deceive them. "The Cardinal of St. Peter's is Pope," was exclaimed by someone, and as the eager throng rushed to do reverence to the old Te Baldeschi, the cardinals hastened to make their escape. As the rude artisans seized Te Baldeschi's gouty hands to kiss them, it was in vain that the agonized old man screamed out, "I am not the Pope, but a better man than me." Few heard him, and those who heard thought it was his humility that spoke. The cardinal succeeded in getting away before the cries of Te Baldeschi at length convinced his persecutors of the truth. Then a wild search was made for Prignano throughout the palace. If the disappointed mob could have found him, they would have torn him in pieces. But he hid himself in the Pope's most private chamber till the search was abandoned as useless. Meanwhile, the cardinals who had escaped when they saw the excitement of the people whom they had deceived dreaded the consequences to themselves when the truth was known. Some fled from Rome in fright. Some took refuge in the castle of St. Angelo. 5 only dared to remain in their palaces. The Cardinal of St. Peter's alone remained with Prignano in the Vatican. Next day the tumult had ceased. The Roman people magnanimously forgave their disappointment, and the Banderizzi loyally accepted the election of the Archbishop of Bari. The new Pope summoned the cardinals to his side, and the 5 who were in the city ventured to return to the Vatican. It needed, however, repeated messages, even the entreaties of the Banderizzi, before those who were in the castle dared to come forth. At last they assembled, went through the customary formalities, and on Easter Sunday, April 18th, 1378, crowned the new Pope, who took the name of Urban VI. Next day they wrote to the cardinals at Avignon, announcing their election, and saying that their votes had been given freely and unanimously. The cardinals had elected Prignano as a respectable figurehead who would prove amenable to their wishes. He had a reputation for theological and legal learning. He was well versed in the business of the Curia. He knew the charms of Avignon, and was likely to find a good excuse for returning there and carrying on the traditions of the Avignonese Papacy. Great was their disappointment when they found that one whom they regarded as insignificant was resolved to make himself their master. Urban VI had never been a cardinal, and so was untouched by the traditions of the order. Like many men whose presumed insignificance had raised them unexpectedly to high position, he longed to assert his authority roundly over his former superiors. He had long held his tongue and allowed others to lord it over him. Now that his turn was come, he was resolved to use his opportunity to the full. He was a short, stout man with a swarthy face, full of Neapolitan fire and savagery. His monkish piety burned to distinguish itself by some striking measures of reform, but he was without knowledge of himself or of the world, and knew nothing of the many steps to be taken between good intentions and their practical execution. He thought that he could enforce his will by self-assertion, and that the cardinals would be reduced to absolute obedience by mere rudeness. Already on Easter Monday he began to inveigh against the conduct of the bishops, and said that they were perjured because they deserted their sees and followed the Curia. He tried to enforce sumptuary regulations upon the cardinals, and ordered that they should make their meals of one dish only. He had no tact, no sense of dignity or decorum. He sat in the consistory and interrupted speakers with remarks of "Rubbish! Hold your tongue! You have said enough!" His anger found vent in unmeasured language. One day he called Cardinal Orsini a fool. Seeing the Cardinal of Limoges turn away his head and make a face at something that he said, he bade him hold up his head and look him in the face. Another day he grew so angry with the same cardinal that he rushed at him to strike him, but Robert of Geneva pulled him back to his seat, exclaiming, Holy Father, what are you doing?" These were personal matters, intensely galling to the cardinals, who under the last popes had been richly endowed with ecclesiastical revenues, had lived in luxury, accustomed to treat kings as their equals, and to meet with nothing but consideration and respect. Still Urban VI's personal conduct gave them no ground for action, till they found to their dismay that the Pope had no intention of returning to Avignon. He openly told the Banderizzi that he proposed to remain at Rome and make a new creation of Roman and Italian cardinals. The college felt itself seriously menaced. The Frenchmen saw that they would be reduced to a minority and then would be entirely neglected. Before this common danger all differences disappeared. Gallicans and Limousins were reconciled and prepared to resist the Pope, whom their dissensions had set over them. One day, after the Pope had furiously attacked the Cardinal of Amiens, Robert of Geneva said to him openly, "You have not treated us cardinals with the honour due to us, as your predecessors used to do, and you are lessening our dignity. I tell you truly that the cardinals on their side will try to lessen your dignity also." Urban VI found that this was no empty menace, and that the hostility of his cardinals had power even in Rome. The French governor of the castle of St. Angelo refused to surrender it to the Pope, who consequently could not make himself master of the city. The cardinals knew that they could rely on the support of the King of France against the Pope, who avowed his intention of rescuing the Papacy from French influence. Urban's conduct gave them an unexpected ally in Queen Giovanna I. of Naples, who had at first hailed with delight the election of one of her subjects to the Papacy. Counting on the pliancy of the new Pope, her fourth husband, Otto, Duke of Brunswick, hastened to Rome to receive at the Pope's hand his coronation as King of Naples. But Giovanna I. was childless, and Urban VI. did not choose that at her death Naples should pass into the hands of Germans. He refused Otto's request, and even treated him with haughty insolence. One day Otto acted as the Pope's cupbearer at a banquet, and, as the custom was, presented the cup on bended knee. Urban for some time pretended not to see him, till one of the cardinals called out, "Holy Father, it is time to drink." Giovanna's ambassadors, who were sent to congratulate Urban on his election, were treated to a scolding on the evil state of Naples, which the Pope threatened to amend. After this, it was but natural that Giovanna I., who had been a firm ally of the Avignonese popes, should be willing to join a party which aimed at the restoration of the old state of things. The smouldering discontent was not long in breaking out. At the end of May the cardinals obtained leave from the Pope to retire before the heats of Rome to Anagni, which had been the summer residence of Gregory XI., where they had houses and stores of provisions. At Anagni the cardinals found a new ally whom the pope's conduct had estranged. Onorato, Count of Fondi, who was lord of Anagni, had been appointed by Gregory XI governor of Campania, and had lent the pope 20,000 florins. The headstrong Urban refused to pay his predecessor's debts, and after offending Onorato by his refusal, judged it safer to deprive him of his office, and conferred upon his enemy Tommaso of San Severino. After this he grew suspicious of the intercourse of the cardinals with Onorato. He determined to go to Tivoli for the summer, and ordered the cardinals to join him there. The cardinals raised difficulties about leaving their houses, which they had provisioned for the season. The Archbishop of Arles, Gregory XI's chamberlain, joined them at Anagni, bringing with him the papal jewels. The pope ordered his arrest, and the cardinals feigned to comply with the pope's order. The cardinals at Anagni and the pope at Tivoli each professed to invite the other, and feigned to wonder at the delay to accept the invitation. At last the cardinals let their intentions be seen. They summoned to their aid a band of Bretons and Gascons, which had been taken into the service of the Church by Gregory XI, and had served under Robert of Geneva in the year before. These adventurers advanced, plundering the Roman territory, and defeated by Ponte Solaro the Romans who went out against them. The Breton company pursued its way to Anagni, and Urban at Tivoli begged for help from the Queen of Naples, who had not yet declared herself against him, and sent Duke Otto with 200 lances and 100 foot to guard his person. Otto, who was a shrewd observer, gave it as his opinion that the pope's name should be Turbanus instead of Urbanus, as he seemed likely to upset everything and bring himself into many difficulties. End of section 6. Section 7 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 1, Urban VI, Clement VII, and the Affairs of Naples, 1378 to 1389, Part 2. The cardinals at Anagni now found themselves strong enough to proceed to open measures against Urban. On July 20th, 1378, they wrote to the 4 Italian cardinals who were still with Urban, setting forth that his election had been forced upon them by the Roman mob, and so had not been made freely. They required them to appear at Anagni within 5 days to deliberate upon the steps to be taken to obviate this scandal. They wrote also to the University of Paris and to the King of France, demanding their assistance. Urban, on his part, showed himself alive to the importance of the crisis. He sent the 3 Italian cardinals who were with him — the Cardinal of St. Peter was ill and died in August, declaring the validity of Urban's election — to negotiate at Palestrina with those at Anagni. He empowered them to offer to submit the question to the decision of a general council. The Ultramontanes refused this offer, and urged the Italian cardinals to join them at Anagni. The Italians wavered and retired to Genazzano to await the turn of affairs. The King of France, Louis of Anjou, and Giovanna of Naples openly declared themselves in behalf of the rebels, who on August 9th issued an encyclical letter to the whole of Christendom. They declared that the election had been made under violence. Through fear of death they had elected the Archbishop of Bari, in the expectation that his conscience would not allow him to accept an election made in such a way. He had been ensnared by ambition to the destruction of his soul. He was an intruder and a deceiver. They called upon him to give up his delusive dignity, and they summoned all Christians to reject his authority. War was now declared, but it was at first a war of pamphlets. Learned legists gave their opinions, and universities examined the question. There were two nice points to be determined, and arguments could readily be obtained on either side. 1. Did the tumult of the Romans amount to actual violence sufficient to do away with the freedom of the electors? 2. If so, did not the subsequent recognition of Urban by the cardinals, a recognition which lasted for 3 months, supply any defect which might have been in the original election? It is clear that these questions might be settled according as prejudice or interest directed. There had been enough irregularity in the election to give the cardinals a fair plea for their proceedings, but the formal plea was a mere cloak to political motives. The significance of Urban's election lay in the fact that it restored the Papacy to Rome and freed it from the influence of France. It was not to be expected that the traditions of the 70 years' captivity could be set aside at once. It was not natural that France should let go her hold without a desperate effort. The rebellion of the irritated cardinals against a pope who paid no heed to their privileges combined with deep-seated motives of political interest and produced a schism. The cardinals at Anagni found that their soldiers consumed all the provisions, so that they were driven to change their abode. They therefore transferred themselves to Fondi, where they were safer under the protection of Count Onorato. The Italian cardinals went from Palestrina to Sessa, that they might continue their negotiations. Soon, however, they were persuaded to join the other rebels at Fondi. It is said that they were won over by a promise that one of them should be elected pope in Urban's stead. The cardinals could now point to Urban's helplessness. The whole body of his electors was united in opposition to him. In truth, Urban found himself almost entirely deserted, and when it was too late, he repented bitterly of his first rashness. For a time his spirit was crushed, and his secretary, Dietrich of Nîmes, tells us that he often found him in tears. But he soon plucked up courage, and on September 18th created 28 new cardinals. This resolute step of Urban's hastened the proceedings of the rebels at Fondi, who on September 20th, 1378, elected as their pope Robert of Geneva, who took the name of Clement VII. The Italian cardinals took no part in this election, nor did they repudiate it. They returned to Sessa, and thence retired to a castle of the Orsini at Tagliacozzo. There Cardinal Orsini died in 1380, and the two others, feeling that it was too late for reconciliation with Urban, joined the party of Clement. In their election of Robert of Geneva, the cardinals had chosen the man whom they thought best fitted to fight a hard battle. Robert was brother to the Count of Geneva, and so was allied with many noble houses. He was in the vigour of manhood at the age of 36, and had already shown great force of character and practical skill in business. His fierce determination had been seen in his conduct as legate in North Italy in 1377, where a rising of Cesena against his soldiers was avenged by a pitiless massacre of the whole city. Even the hardened leader of the savage mercenary band shrank at first from fulfilling Robert's orders, but was urged by the imperative command, blood, blood, and justice. For 3 days and 3 nights the carnage raged inside the devoted city. The gates were shut, and no one could escape. At last despair lent strength to feeble arms, and the gates were forced open. But the unhappy victims only found another band of soldiers awaiting outside to receive them. 5,000 perished in the slaughter, and the name of Cesena would have been destroyed if the barbarous general Hawkwood had not been better than his orders, saved 1,000 women, and allowed some of the men to escape. This exploit had awakened in Italy the deepest detestation against Robert, but now seems to have stood him in good stead, as convincing his electors of the promptitude and decision which he possessed in emergencies. Moreover, Robert had all the qualities which Urban VI. lacked. He was tall and of commanding presence. His manner was agreeable. He was a favourite with princes and nobles, and knew how to conciliate them to his interests. He had all the suavity and knowledge of the world which was so conspicuously wanting in Urban VI. The cardinals could not have chosen a better leader of revolt. When the schism was declared and the two parties stood in avowed opposition, allies began to gather round, each from motives which were purely political. Italy took the side of the Italian pope, except the kingdom of Naples, which had been closely connected with the Papacy at Avignon, and so maintained its old position. France laboured for Clement VII. To assert its former hold upon the Papacy. England, through hostility to France, became a staunch partisan of Urban, when Scotland declared itself on the side of Clement. If Urban, by his unyielding behaviour to Giovanna, had estranged Naples, he had by his complacency secured Germany. One of his first acts had been to accede to the request of Emperor Charles IV. That he would recognise his son Wenzel as King of the Romans, and the death of Charles IV. On November 29th, 1378, set Wenzel on the throne of Germany. Hungary took the side opposed to Naples. The northern kingdoms went with Germany. Flanders followed England through its hostility to France. The Count of Savoy adhered to Clement, whose kinsman he was. The Spanish kingdoms alone remained neutral, though in the end they fell into the allegiance of Clement. In Italy, Urban's position was certainly the strongest. He had in July made peace with Florence and Perugia, but he had not entire possession of Rome, as the French captain of the castle of St. Angelo resisted all the onslaughts of the Romans. They broke down the bridge and erected earthworks and palisades, but the castle was well supplied with provisions and guns. For the first time the Romans heard the sound of cannon from its ramparts, and saw the balls shatter their houses. The Borgo of San Pietro was set on fire and destroyed. Everywhere in the city was confusion. Outside the walls the Orsini and the Count of Fondi laid waste the Roman territory and cut off their supplies. The position of Urban at the end of 1378 was gloomy enough. He was endeavouring to gather round him the cardinals whom he had nominated, though some of them declined to accept the dignity at his hands. He found also some satisfaction in excommunicating Clement and his supporters, and in gathering testimonies and writing letters in support of the validity of his own election. But he did not disregard the measures necessary to secure his safety. Against the Breton band, which was now under the command of Clement VII's nephew, the Count Montjoie, Urban summoned the aid of a band of adventurers under the leadership of a young Italian general, Alberigo da Barbiano. In the course of the 13th century in Italy, the old communal militia had declined. The war of the Papacy against Frederick II and his house made Italy the battleground of foreign forces, and foreign mercenaries had taken the place of the civic levies. During the 14th century, Italy had been the prey of German, Hungarian, Provençal, English, and Breton bands, who preyed upon the country and perpetuated the anarchy on which they prospered. But the spirit of adventure had at last awakened among the Italians themselves, and to Alberigo da Barbiano belongs the fame of having first gathered together the Company of St. George, composed of soldiers who were almost entirely Italian. The growing national feeling which had drawn such a band together found a worthy object for its first exploit in upholding the cause of the Italian Pope against his French opponents. Italian piety, as embodied in the mystic maid, Catherine of Siena, sent forth its imploring cry to Italian patriotism. "Now," she exclaims, "is the time for new martyrs. You are the first to have given your blood. How great is the fruit that you will receive! It is eternal life. We will do like Moses, for while the people fought, Moses prayed. and while Moses prayed, the people conquered. It is significant to note how round this war of the rival popes gathered the first enthusiasm of a new national feeling in Italy. No sooner had Alberigo arrived in Rome and received the papal benediction than he set out against the enemy who were besieging Marino, only 12 miles distant from Rome, April 29th, 1379. He drew up his forces in 2 squadrons, while Montjoie arranged his in 3. Alberigo sent out his first squadron under one of his captains, but it was discomfited by the opposing squadron of the foe. Then Alberigo himself charged, drove back the pursuers in disorder upon their second squadron, routed that also, and charged the 3rd division, which was commanded by Montjoie. The battle was long and desperate, but the Italians won the day. Great was the joy in Rome. Urban dubbed Alberigo knight, and presented him with a banner emblazoned with a red cross and bearing the inscription Italia liberata dai barbari. It was a national as well as a papal victory. On the same day the castle of St. Angelo capitulated, and the Roman people, in their hatred of this terrible fortress, which had so often held them in subjection, set themselves to work to destroy it. But this mighty structure of Roman masonry, the tomb of Hadrian, which had been transformed into a castle and was bound up with the most glorious memories of the city, withstood even the fury of the people. They tore off its marble covering, but the mass of the interior building still resisted their efforts. It remains to this day a mutilated monument of its former greatness. In the first flush of his victory at Marino, Alberigo had not bethought himself of pressing on to Anagni, but Clement VII. Found it no longer a safe place of residence. He hastily retreated to Sperlonga, and thence to Gaeta, where he took ship to Naples and was received with royal pomp by Queen Giovanna I. But the people viewed his presence with dislike. Their sympathies naturally went with their fellow countryman Urban. A tumult arose in the city. The mob rushed through the streets with the cry of Viva Papa Urbano, and pillaged the houses of the Ultramontanes. Clement VII. Saw that there was no safe resting place for him in Italy. He took ship for Avignon, where he arrived on June 10th, and was received with reverence by the 5 cardinals, who during these stormy scenes had remained there in peace. Avignon was the only place outside Rome where a pope could find a resting place, and there Clement VII. Was secure in the allegiance of France. It is true that at first the University of Paris held aloof. Some were for Urban, the majority were in favour of neutrality. But Charles V. paid little heed to the scruples of canonists or theologians in a matter that involved the national dignity. He urged on the University the recognition of Clement VII. It was forced to give way, and reported that a majority of the faculties assented to the decree in Clement VII.'s favour. Urban VI. Was not so free as Clement VII. From dangerous neighbours. He bitterly resented the defection of the kingdom of Naples, his native country, and the condition of the land soon gave him grounds to interfere in its affairs. Since the fall of the Roman Empire, southern Italy had been the battleground of contending powers. Greeks, Lombards, and Saracens in turns prevailed, until a band of Norman adventurers brought order into those fair provinces, gradually founded a kingdom of the 2 Sicilies, and obtained from papal recognition a title to legitimacy. The Norman dynasty handed on its claims by marriage to the Swabian emperors, whose line died out in war against the Papacy, which transferred the kingdom to Charles of Anjou. But before his death Charles lost Sicily, which went to the house of Aragon, and in Naples itself the house of Anjou fell into disunion. Charles II. Of Naples gained by marriage the dowry of Hungary, which passed to his eldest son, Charles Martel, while his second son, Robert, ruled in Naples. But Robert survived his only son, and left as heiress of the kingdom his granddaughter Giovanna. The attempt to give stability to the rule of a female by marriage with her cousin, Andrew of Hungary, only aroused the jealousy of the Neapolitan nobles and raised up a strong party in opposition to Hungarian influence. Charles II. of Naples, Giovanna's great-grandfather, had left many sons and daughters, whose descendants of the great houses of Durazzo and Tarento, like those of the sons of Edward III. in England, hoped to exercise the royal power. When in 1345 Pope Clement VI. was on the point of recognizing Andrew as King of Naples, a conspiracy was formed against him, and he was murdered with the connivance, as it was currently believed, of the Queen. Hereon the feuds in the kingdom blazed forth more violently than before. The party of Durazzo ranged itself against that of Tarento, and demanded punishment of the murderers. Giovanna I., to protect herself, married Louis of Tarento in 1347. King Louis of Hungary, aided by the party of Durazzo, entered Naples to avenge his brother's death, and for a while all was confusion. On the death of Louis of Tarento in 1362, Giovanna I. married James, King of Majorca, and on his death in 1374, Otto, Duke of Brunswick. Giovanna I. was childless, and the slight lull which in the last years had come over the war of factions in Naples was only owing to the fact that all were preparing for the inevitable conflict which her death would bring. It was easy for Urban VI. to awaken confusion in Naples and precipitate the outbreak of war. At first Giovanna I. seems to have been alarmed after the departure of Clement VII. She made overtures to Urban, and promised to send ambassadors to arrange the terms of her submission. Soon, however, she changed her mind, recalled her ambassadors, and it is said to have set on foot a conspiracy to poison Urban. The Roman people, free from the dread of Clement's neighbourhood, found themselves more at leisure to criticize Urban's behaviour, and began to assert their freedom by seditious outcries. So alarming were their threats that the holy maiden, Catherine of Siena, who stood by the Pope with enthusiastic devotion, betook herself to earnest prayer as a means of averting from him impending calamity. She saw the whole city filled with demons who were inciting the people to crime, and who gathered with loud clamour round the praying saint to terrify her from her pious work, which was baffling their endeavours. Urban VI. showed his courage by ordering the doors of the Vatican to be thrown open to the clamorous mob. When they rushed in, they found the Pope seated on his throne in full pontificals. He calmly asked them what they wanted, and they, abashed by his display of dignity, retired in peace. After this, the tumult in Rome settled quietly down, and when Giovanna I. stirred up Rinaldo degli Orsini to lead a troop against Rome, the Romans repulsed them and left their captives bound to trees to perish with hunger. End of section 7. Section 8 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 1, Urban VI, Clement VII, and the Affairs of Naples, 1378 to 1389, Part 3. The legend goes on to say that some of those who called on Catherine of Siena were miraculously released. It was the last miracle wrought by the saint in the flesh, as she died on April 29th, 1380. In the dismal history of these gloomy times, she presents a picture of purity, devotion, and self-sacrifice to which we turn with feelings of relief. In her intense and passionate desire for personal communion with Jesus, Catherine resembled the fervent nature of St. Francis of Assisi. But her lot was cast in times when zeal had grown cold in high places, and she spent her energy in agonized attempts to heal the breaches of the papal system. A simple maiden of Siena, she ventured in her master's name to try and redress the evils which were so open and avowed. She saw Italy widowed of its pope. She saw the Church venal and corrupt, and though she was inspired by mystic enthusiasm, she worked with practical force and courage to restore the Papacy to Italy and to inaugurate an era of reform. In urgent tones she summoned the popes from Avignon, and Urban V answered to her call. She went from city to city pleading for peace, and in the discharge of her mission shrank neither from the fierce brawls of civic passion nor the coarse brutality of the condottieri camp. Before her eyes floated the vision of a purified and reformed Church, of which the restoration of the Papacy to its original seat was to be at once the symbol and the beginning. Blinded by her enthusiasm, she hailed with delight the accession of Urban VI, and by the side of the violent and vindictive Pope, her pure and gentle spirit seems to stand as an angel of light. She did not long survive the disappointment of the Schism, and though she remained constant in her allegiance to Urban VI, his character and actions must have been a perpetual trial to her faith. She died at the age of 33, and the removal of her influence for mercy is seen in the increased vindictiveness of Urban's measures. Canonized by Pius II, Catherine of Siena has a claim upon our reverence higher than that of a saint of the medieval Church. A low-born maiden without education or culture, she gave the only possible expression in her age and generation to the aspiration for national unity and for the restoration of ecclesiastical purity. Urban VI, finding himself menaced by Giovanna of Naples, did not hesitate to accept the challenge, and on April 21st, 1380, declared her deposed from her throne as a heretic, schismatic, and traitor to the Pope. He looked for help in carrying out his decree to King Louis of Hungary, who had for a time laid aside his desire for vengeance against Giovanna, but was ready to resume his plans of aggrandizement when a favourable opportunity offered. He had brought into subjection his powerful nobles and had consolidated Hungary into a strong and aggressive power. When Urban's messengers reached him, he was at war with Venice for the possession of Dalmatia. Louis was not himself disposed to leave his kingdom, but he had at his court the son of his relative, Louis of Durazzo, whom he had put to death in his Neapolitan campaign for complicity in Andrew's murder. After his father's death, the young Charles was brought to Hungary and educated at court. As Giovanna was childless, Charles of Durazzo, or Carlo della Pace, as he was called in Italy, had a strong claim to the Neapolitan throne at her death. Louis, who had only a daughter to succeed him in Hungary, was not sorry to rid himself of one who was conspicuous for military and princely qualities. He furnished Charles with Hungarian troops for an expedition against Naples, after exacting from him a promise that he would put forward no claim to the thrones of Hungary and Poland. In November, Charles made his entry into Rome. He was a little man with fair hair, of princely bearing, well qualified to win men's goodwill by his geniality and by his courage to make the most of his opportunities. He was also a friend of learning and a man of keen political intelligence. He was one of the earliest of Italian rulers who combined a love for culture with a spirit of reckless adventure. Clement VII, on his side, bestirred himself in behalf of his ally Giovanna, and for this purpose could count on the help of France. Failing the house of Durazzo, the house of Valois could put forward a claim to the Neapolitan throne as being descended from the daughter of Charles II. The helpless Giovanna in her need adopted as her heir and successor Louis, Duke of Anjou, brother of the French king and called him to her aid. Clement VII. Hastened to confer on Louis everything that he could. He even formed the States of the Church into a kingdom of Adria, and bestowed them on Louis. Only Rome itself and the adjacent lands in Tuscany, Campania Maritima, and Sabina were reserved for the Pope. The Avignonese pretender was resolved to show how little he cared for Italy, or for the old traditions of the Italian greatness of his office. Charles of Durazzo was first in the field, for Louis of Anjou was detained in France by the death of Charles V. in September 1380. The accession of Charles VI. At the age of 12 threw the government of the kingdom upon the Council of Regency, of which Louis of Anjou was the chief member. He used his position to gratify his chief failing, avarice, and gathered large sums of money for his Neapolitan campaign. Meanwhile, Charles of Durazzo was in Rome, where Urban VI. Equipped him for his undertaking. He made Charles senator of Rome, that he might call out the levies of the Roman people. He exhausted the papal treasury, and even laid hands on the sacred vessels and images of the Roman churches to supply pay for the troops of Alberigo da Barbiano, which were summoned to swell the ranks of Charles. But the Pope's zeal for Charles was tempered by attention to his own interests, and though willing to invest Charles with the kingdom, he demanded a high price for his services. Charles found the Pope's terms exorbitant, and the differences between them were only settled by an arbitration conducted on the Pope's side by 5 cardinals, and on the part of Charles by a learned Florentine lawyer, Lapo da Castiglionchio. Ultimately, Charles agreed to confirm grants which the Pope claimed to have made in the vacancy that, according to him, followed on Giovanna's deposition. The grants were all in favour of Urban's nephew, Francesco Prignano, nicknamed Butillo, and conferred on him Capua, Amalfi, Caserta, Fondi, Gaeta, Sorrento, and other towns, all the richest part of the Neapolitan kingdom. This unblushing nepotism of Urban VI. Was not justified by anything in the capacities or character of his nephew, who was a rude and profligate ruffian with no ability to redeem his vices from infamy. When this matter had been arranged to Urban's satisfaction, he conferred on Charles the investiture of Naples in June 1381. He was proud of his triumph over Charles, and was determined to read him a lesson on the necessity of obedience. He sent for Lapo da Castiglionchio in the presence of the cardinals and of the king's attendants, and as he knelt before him, proudly said, King Charles, make much of Lapo, for it is he who has made you king." The coronation of Charles was performed with due pomp and ceremony. Urban, in a sermon of 2 hours' length, praised his virtues and published a crusade in his favour. With his own hands he fastened the red cross on Charles's breast. Charles, who had been fretting under his long delay, hastened to leave Rome on June 8, 1381, and marched against Naples, where he had not many difficulties to encounter. The Neapolitan barons were for the most part on his side. They preferred a native ruler to a foreigner who would bring with him a train of French followers. Moreover, Urban VI., as a Neapolitan, had the popular sympathies in his favour. He had raised many Neapolitans to the cardinalate, while Clement VII. Had chosen only Frenchmen. The cause of Charles and Urban was the national side, and Giovanna found herself in great straits. Yet her husband Otto was a brave soldier and went out to meet the foe. His first effort to check him on the frontier was unsuccessful. He was repulsed from San Germano on June 28, and Charles pressed on to Naples. Otto hurried after him, and the armies were face to face outside the walls. But a rising within the city opened the gates to Charles on July 16th, and Giovanna was driven to take refuge in the Castel Nuovo, while Otto retreated to Aversa. Charles vigorously pressed the siege of the castle, which was ill supplied with provisions. He neglected no means of bombardment to terrify the garrison, for he was anxious to get the queen into his hands before reinforcements could arrive from Provence. It was to no purpose that Giovanna scanned the waters to catch sight of the sails of Provençal galleys. Provisions failed, and on August 20th she was driven to open negotiations with Charles. A truce was made for 5 days, at the end of which the queen was to surrender if no help came. On the morning of the 24th, Otto resolved to make a last desperate effort. Gathering his forces, he advanced against Charles. But his troops were half-hearted, and when Otto rushed upon the foe, they did not follow him. He was surrounded and made prisoner. Giovanna's last hopes were gone, and on August 26th she surrendered the castle to Charles, who in a few days received the submission of the whole kingdom. No sooner was Charles in possession of Naples than Urban's legate, Cardinal de Sangro, proceeded to treat the clergy as a barbarous conqueror dealing with defeated rebels. The unhappy prelates, who had only obeyed their queen in recognizing Clement VII, were deprived of their possessions, imprisoned, and tortured without regard to their rank or dignity. Urban is said to have appointed on one day 32 archbishops and bishops for the Neapolitan kingdom. Louis of Anjou had delayed to help Giovanna I while she was still in possession of her kingdom. His help, when she was in captivity, only hastened her death. At first Charles hoped to obtain from Giovanna the adoption of himself and a revocation of her previous adoption of Louis, so as to secure for himself a legitimate title. He treated the queen with respect till he found that nothing could overcome her indomitable spirit. Then he changed his policy, imprisoned her closely, and in view of the approaching invasion of Louis, judged it wise to remove her from his path. She was strangled in her prison on May 12th, 1382, and her corpse was exposed for 6 days before burial, that the certainty of her death might be known to all. Thenceforth, the question between Charles III and Louis was not complicated by any considerations of Giovanna's rights. It was a struggle of 2 dynasties for the Neapolitan crown, a struggle which was to continue for the next century. Crowned King of Naples by Clement VII, Louis of Anjou quitted Avignon at the end of May, accompanied by a brilliant array of French barons and knights. He hastened through North Italy and disappointed the hopes of the fervent partisans of Clement VII by pursuing his course over Aquila through the Abruzzi and refusing to turn aside to Rome, which they said he might have occupied, seized Urban VI, and so ended the schism. When he entered the territory of Naples, he soon received large accessions to his forces from discontented barons, while 22 galleys from Provence occupied Ischia and threatened Naples. Charles was unable to meet his adversary in the field, as his forces were far inferior in number to those of Louis, which were estimated by contemporaries at 40,000 horse. He was compelled to act on the defensive, but showed such tactical skill that Louis in Maddaloni could obtain no fodder for his horses, which died miserably, while his men suffered from the hardships of a severe winter, and no decisive blow could be struck. Through the winter and the following spring, Charles acted strictly on the defensive, cutting off supplies and harassing his enemy by unexpected sallies. The French troops perished from the effects of the climate. The Count of Savoy died of dysentery. On March 1st, 1383, Louis saw his splendid army rapidly dwindling away. But Urban VI was already discontented with Charles. His fiery temper wished to see the invaders swept away from the land, and he resolved to give his cautious vassal a lesson in generalship. Moreover, Charles already showed signs of ingratitude, and took no steps to hand over to the nephew Butilo his share of the spoil. Urban resolved to go in person to Naples, and there settle everything that was amiss. In vain the 6 cardinals who were with him protested against the dangers of such a course. In vain some of them pleaded poverty as a reason why they should remain behind. Urban threatened them with immediate deposition unless they followed him, and they were compelled to obey. Taking advantage of a pestilence which was raging in Rome, Urban withdrew to Tivoli in April 1383, without exciting the suspicion of the people. Thence he advanced to Valmontone, through Ferentino and San Germano to Suessa, and so to Aversa. Charles was naturally disturbed at the news of the Pope's arrival in his territory. He was sufficiently employed by his contest with Louis, without being exposed to the complications which might arise from the presence of the suzerain in a kingdom whose possession was yet ill assured. He resolved at once to give the Pope a lesson and show him his real powerlessness. He accordingly went to meet the Pope at his entry into Aversa. Urban VI attired himself in full pontificals, but Charles came dressed in a simple suit of black, and instead of advancing in state along the road, came across country so as to give the meeting an accidental appearance. Still he showed all signs of dutiful respect. But as he was leading the Pope's palfrey toward the castle of Aversa, Urban expressed his desire to take up his quarters in the bishop's palace. Charles at once gave way, but Urban's followers observed with terror that the city's gates were shut after they entered. The following night Charles sent orders to Urban to come to the castle. The Pope replied that it was the same hour as that in which the Jews had seized Christ. He was hurried away by armed men, passionately declaring them excommunicated as he went, and assuring them of the certainty of their damnation. After 3 days spent with Charles in Aversa, the king and the Pope journeyed amicably together to Naples, where they made their solemn entry on November 9th. Again the Pope wished to take refuge in the archbishop's palace. "Nay, Holy Father," exclaimed the king, "let us go to the castle." There for 5 days the Pope was kept in honourable custody, till an agreement was made between him and the king that the nephew Butilo was to have Capua, Amalfi, Nocera, and other places, as well as a revenue of 5,000 florins, and the Pope on his part was not to interfere in the affairs of the kingdom. This compact, made by the intervention of the cardinals, was celebrated by rejoicings, and the Pope took up his residence in the archbishop's palace in peace. Yet his desire to enrich his relatives was insatiable, and 2 of his nieces were married with great pomp to Neapolitan nobles. The parade of papal ceremonial was welcomed by the Neapolitans, though the religious impression produced by the Pope's ecclesiastical solemnities was somewhat marred by the misconduct of his nephew. On Christmas Eve, as the Pope was present at vespers in the cathedral, a rumour was suddenly brought that Butilo had forcibly entered a nunnery and violated a sister of noble birth, remarkable for her beauty. Charles was glad to make use of this scandal and called Butilo to trial. Urban VI excused his nephew on the ground of youth — he was 40 years old — and urged his rights as suzerain of Naples to stop the proceedings. Charles gave way after remodelling his agreement with the Pope, and as a punishment for his offence, Butilo was condemned to matrimony. He wedded a lady related to the king, and received in dowry the castle of Nocera and a promise of a revenue of 7,000 florins. so long as the domains which Charles had granted him remained in the possession of Louis. After this settlement of affairs, Urban, on January 1st, 1384, proclaimed a crusade against Louis as a heretic and schismatic, and Charles unfurled the banner of the cross. The presence of the Pope gave fresh vigour to the efforts of Charles, for it made him anxious to rid himself of Louis before turning against Urban VI., whose presence in his kingdom was intolerable to him. He followed up the papal proclamation of a crusade by a royal edict, January 15th, summoning all his counts and barons to prepare for an expedition in the spring. Meanwhile he raised supplies from every quarter. The finest horses of the cardinals disappeared from their stables, and men said that the king knew where they had gone. The cloths of the Florentine, Pisan, and Genoese merchants, which were in the custom house, were seized and appropriated to the royal service. On April 4th, Charles led out his army to Barletta, whither Louis advanced, and offered battle. Charles took counsel of his prisoner, Otto of Brunswick, who advised him not to risk battle, but to act on the defensive, as Louis would not long be able to keep the field. His advice proved wise. After a few skirmishes, Louis was compelled to fall back upon Bari. As a token of his gratitude, Charles set Otto at liberty and remained at Barletta watching Louis. End of section 8. Section 9 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 1, Urban VI, Clement VII, and the Affairs of Naples, 1378 to 1389, Part 4. Meanwhile, Urban had determined to withdraw himself from the power of Charles and take up a strong position against him. In spite of the king's promises, Capua had not yet been handed over to the Pope's nephew, and Nocera was the only place which Butillo could call his own. Hither Urban retired during the king's absence from Naples. The castle of Nocera was strong, and Urban caused it to be well provisioned, but the town that gathered round it did not contain 70 habitable houses, and the Curia found Nocera a most uncomfortable residence when Urban, in the middle of May 1384, transferred his court thither. He was resolved to make Nocera the capital of the Papacy till he had settled at his will the affairs of Naples, and he conferred upon the town the title of Luceria Christianorum. The cardinals shuddered at the horrors of the life they led in Nocera, and longed for an opportunity to escape. In the middle of August, some smoke in the distance caused an alarm that the enemy was advancing against the city. There was a general flight, in which some of the cardinals took refuge in Naples, and showed no disposition to listen to the Pope's summons to return. Strengthened by their presence, Queen Margaret, who was regent in Naples, forbade the supply of provisions to the Pope, on which Urban retaliated by asserting his claims as suzerain to interfere in the affairs of the kingdom. He abolished the impost on wines and forbade its payment to the royal officers under pain of excommunication. It was clear to Charles that Urban was a more serious adversary than Louis, but Charles lay helpless. His army was attacked by the plague, and he himself was stricken down by it. It spread to the army of Louis, which was already worn down by hardships and by want of food, and proved more fatal than in the camp of Charles. In September 1384, Louis himself died, leaving behind him a will by which he bequeathed his claims on Naples to his eldest son. Louis was a brave and skilful general and a sensible politician. In France, he might have played a useful part. As it was, he wasted his own life and that of many noble followers in the useless pursuit of a kingdom. Naples was to prove hereafter the destruction of his race, and his own fortunes were but a symbol of the fate of those who were to follow in his steps. On the death of Louis, the remnant of his army dispersed, and Charles was free from one antagonist. Still suffering from the effects of the plague, he returned to Naples on November 10th, and at once proceeded to bring matters to a crisis with the Pope. He sent to inquire courteously the reason why the Pope had quitted Naples, and invited him to return thither. Urban haughtily answered that kings were wont to come to the feet of popes, not popes at the command of kings. He went on to assert his right as suzerain to interfere in the affairs of Naples. "Let the king," he said, "if he wishes for my friendship, free his kingdom from oppressive imposts." He seems to have wished to gather round himself a popular party, and it was believed that he had formed the wild idea of setting his worthless nephew Butillo on the throne of Naples. The answer of Charles was equally clear and decided. The kingdom, he said, was his own. He had won it by his own arms and labours. As to taxation, he would impose as many taxes as he chose. Let the Pope busy himself with his clergy, and not meddle with things that did not concern him. War was now declared between the Pope and the king, and both sides prepared for the conflict. Charles found adherents among Urban's cardinals, who repined at the discomforts of Nocera, and there were few who could sympathize with Urban's schemes. He had been elected Pope that the Papacy might be restored to its old seat at Rome. It was more intolerable that Nocera should be headquarters of the Papacy than Avignon. Urban's designs to establish his nephew in Naples interested no one but himself, and the cardinals stood aghast at the stubbornness and recklessness of the intractable Pope. It was monstrous that they should submit to be dragged helplessly from place to place, as the whim of the passionate old man might dictate. It was natural that they should take counsel together how they could rid themselves from this intolerable yoke. They consulted a learned lawyer, Bartolino of Piacenza, and submitted a case for his opinion. They wished to know if a Pope who was imperiling the Church and ruling at his own will, without paying any heed to the cardinals, might be compelled to accept a council elected by the cardinals to regulate his doings. Their plan was to set up a body of commissioners by the side of an incapable Pope. The papal monarchy, as exercised by a mad despot, was to be limited by a permanent council of the ecclesiastical aristocracy. The plan was ingenious, and the constitutional question which it raised was of great importance for the future of the Papacy. But the Cardinal Orsini of Manupelo revealed it to Urban before it had been brought to maturity, and the Pope lost no time in crushing it. On January 11th, 1385, he called to a consistory the 6 cardinals whom he most suspected. His nephew Butillo seized them and cast them into a loathsome dungeon made in a broken cistern. The Pope accused them of a plot to seize his person, compelled him to confess himself to be a heretic, and then burn him. They were left in their horrible dungeon to suffer from cold, hunger, and loathsome reptiles. Dietrich of Nîmes, who was sent to examine them, gives us an account of their sufferings and of the Pope's vindictive fury. It was in vain that the unhappy men pleaded their innocence. In vain Dietrich of Nîmes entreated the Pope to be merciful. Urban's face glowed with anger like a lamp, and his throat grew hoarse with furious maledictions. The accused were dragged before a consistory and were urged to confess. When they still pleaded innocence, they were again plunged into their dungeon. 3 days afterwards they were submitted to torture, elderly and infirm as many of them were. The brutal Butillo stood by and laughed at their sufferings, while the Pope himself walked in a garden outside, listening with satisfaction to their shrieks of agony, and reading his hours from the breviary in a loud voice, that the torturer might display more diligence when he knew the Pope was at hand. After this, the unhappy cardinals were again carried back to their prisons. With his college of cardinals thus crippled, Urban proceeded to strengthen it by new nominations, amongst whom were many Germans. We are not surprised to find that they all refused the dangerous honour, and only a few Neapolitans could be found to accept it. 5 of his cardinals left him, and wrote to the Roman clergy declaring that they could no longer recognize Urban as Pope. They told the story of his recent cruelty. They complained of his stubborn, intractable, perverse, and haughty character, which reached almost to the pitch of madness. His conduct was ruining the Church. His orthodoxy was doubtful. They declared their intention of coming to Rome, and there summoning a general council to consider how the dangers which threatened the Church might be averted. Urban VI, however, was undaunted. His arrogance and recklessness were thorough, and admitted as little consideration for the future as for the present. He excommunicated the abbot of Monte Cassino, who showed signs of following in the line suggested by the letter of the cardinals, and was accused of stirring up a disturbance in Rome. He excommunicated the king and queen of Naples, and laid their land under an interdict. It is needless to say that the Neapolitan clergy stood in greater awe of Charles than of Urban, and the papal thunders produced no effect beyond raising a persecution against such of the clergy as were suspected of being partisans of Urban. They were tortured, imprisoned, and some were even thrown into the sea. It was one horrible feature of the Schism that it called forth the spirit of persecution and intolerance as much as if some great principle had been at stake. Charles III had no longer any compunctions about proceeding against the Pope, and sent to the siege of Nocera the constable of Naples, Alberigo da Barbiano, the condottiere general who 6 years before had secured Urban VI and the Papacy by his victory at San Marino. Since then, his fidelity to Charles had won for him nobility and high office in the kingdom. Alberigo had no more scruples in attacking the Pope than if he had been a Saracen. The town of Nocera was soon taken, but the castle was on a steep rock and was well fortified. Its outer wall was thrown down by bombardment, but the citadel remained impregnable. 3 or 4 times a day the dauntless Pope appeared at the window, and with bell and torch cursed and excommunicated the besieging army. He issued a bull freeing from ecclesiastical penalties all clergy who might kill or mutilate the partisans of Charles. Alberigo replied by a proclamation offering a reward of 10,000 florins to anyone who could bring the Pope, alive or dead, into the camp. Never had Pope used his ecclesiastical authority so profusely. Never had Pope been treated with such contumelious contempt. Yet Urban VI still had friends, and Charles III had foes. A fleet of 10 Genoese vessels lay off the coast to aid Urban if they saw an opportunity. Raimondello Orsini, son of the Count of Nola, who had been an adherent of Clement VII and Louis of Anjou, was willing to sink his ecclesiastical in his political quarrel and to help Urban against Charles. Taking under his command a band of mercenaries, he hastened to Nocera, but his mercenaries thought that they would gain more from Charles than from Urban. When the royal troops came out to meet them, they fled in pretended fear. Raimondello, finding himself deserted, dashed with furious courage through his enemies, and with a few followers escaped into the castle. Meanwhile, his traitorous soldiers succeeded in capturing the Pope's nephew Butillo, who had unsuspectingly given them shelter in their flight. He was carried off a prisoner to Charles. Raimondello remained only long enough to concert measures with the Pope. By night he again made his escape through the besieging army, and went to summon the remnants of the army of Louis, which still remained under the leadership of Tommaso of San Severino. After this the blockade of Nocera was made more rigid. The arrival of the abbot of Monte Cassino in the royal camp inspired great savagery into the war. All who were discovered approaching the castle or trying to introduce supplies or letters were cruelly tortured. A messenger of the Pope who was taken prisoner was hurled from a catapult and was dashed to pieces against the castle walls. Yet even in his extremities Urban VI showed a touching solicitude for his successors, and framed a bull for future occasions of papal captivity, denouncing penalties on all resident within 10 days' journey who did not hasten to succour a pope, and promising to those who aided him the same indulgences as if they had gone on a crusade to the Holy Land. Urban's troops were sorely pressed by famine, when at length, on July 5, 1385, Raimondello Orsini and Tommaso of San Severino broke through the camp of the besiegers and carried provisions into the castle. 2 days afterwards they rescued the Pope with all his baggage, and the captive cardinals, whom he refused to let go, even in his flight. The horse on which one of them, the Bishop of Aquila, was mounted went lame, whereon Urban ordered the bishop to be put to death, and his corpse was left unburied by the roadside. The royalist troops, who were not strong enough to prevent the escape, hung on the rear and harassed the retreat. The confusion that arose gave the Pope's deliverers an opportunity of pillaging his baggage, for the majority of the motley army consisted of Breton adventurers and the French soldiers of Louis, who looked with contempt on Urban as the anti-pope, and had no motive for rescuing him but a desire for gain. As they drew near to Salerno, a proposal was made to carry off Urban to Avignon and hand him over to Clement, unless he gave them money enough. The Germans and Italians had some difficulty in defeating this project, and Urban had to pay down 11,000 florins and give his bond for 24,000 more. After this it was thought wise to get rid of the French soldiers, and Urban, with 300 Germans and Italians, hurried on to Benevento. During this retreat we feel that Urban VI was in his proper sphere. Surrounded by a band of reckless ruffians, himself as reckless and as ruffianly as the worst of them, Urban showed courage equal to any danger, and his spirit was undaunted amidst all hardships. He made for Benevento, and when the inhabitants refused to receive him, he professed to lay aside his intention of going there, and then suddenly appeared before the gates and forced an entrance. Thither he summoned the captains of the Genoese galleys, which were still anchored off Naples, and arranged with them that they should convey him to Genoa. He exacted from the Beneventans 1,000 florins, bestowed the rule of the city on Raimondello as a reward for his services, and then commenced his journey to the eastern coast, which still held for the Angevin party, where the Genoese galleys were to meet him. Gobelin of Paderborn, who accompanied Urban in his flight, gives a vivid account of the sufferings experienced in crossing the Apennines in the full blaze of the fierce summer sun. For 3 months there had been no rain, so that the ground was parched up, and water was scarcely to be found. From before sunrise till after sunset, the resolute Urban pressed on, with only an hour's rest at midday. When at length the sea came in view, not far from Barletta, the sight was hailed by joyous blasts of the trumpets. But the galleys were not visible, and Barletta held for Charles III. they were obliged to make a circuit and direct their weary steps towards Trani, with many an anxious glance over the waters. At length the longed-for sails were seen. With shouts of joy they hastened to the shore, and were picked up by the galleys on August 21st. Their voyage was not without perils, but at last they landed in Genoa on September 23rd. The Genoese had not served Urban for nothing. They sent in a bill for their kind protection, the cost of 10 galleys for 4 months, which amounted to 80,000 florins. Urban made over to them as payment the seaport town of Coroneto, which lay in the patrimony. Though Urban VI was in safety at Genoa, his haughty spirit did not relish a residence in a city where opinion was so freely expressed. The Doge Antoniotto Adorno was a man of large views and enterprising character, who soon showed the Pope that he was by no means ready to obey his behests. He wrote to the Emperor and to other princes, inviting them to co-operate with him in taking measures to end the schism. The people of Genoa did not show the Pope the respect which he considered his due, and during his residence in Genoa, Urban never went beyond the precincts of the Hospital of St. John, where he had taken up his abode on landing. Yet the ferocity of his temper was in no way abated. One day there appeared before him a crazy hermit, for crazy indeed he must have been to come on such an errand to such a man. A Frenchman who claimed to have had a revelation from heaven that Clement was the true Pope. He charged Urban, as he loved the Church and valued his own salvation, to lay aside his office. Urban was so amazed at this audacity that he was driven to account for it by the supposition of diabolical instigation. Seeing a ring on the hermit's finger, an unwonted ornament, he assumed that it was the abode of the evil spirit. He asked jokingly to be allowed to look at it, and as soon as it was in his hand, ordered his attendants to seize the hermit and put him to torture. The poor wretch, of course, confessed that his pretended revelation was diabolic and not divine. The Pope wished to put him to death, but his cardinals pleaded that the French king might take an unpleasant revenge on several of their relatives who were still in France. The hermit's head was shaved in mockery. He was compelled to take an oath of allegiance to Urban, and publicly to recant his words. At length he was allowed to go back to France. After a residence of rather more than a year in Genoa, Urban received a courteous but decided hint from the Doge that he had better seek another place of sojourn. The Genoese did not like his presence, and there were frequent tumults between them and the followers of the Pope. Before his departure, the captive cardinals were put to death and buried in a stable, because the Pope no longer wished to be troubled by the custody of prisoners. One only was released, an Englishman, Adam Easton, who owed his safety to the special entreaties of King Richard II. At the end of his stay in Naples, Urban saw a new opportunity for prosecuting his designs on Naples by the untimely death of Charles III in February 1386. No sooner had that adventurous prince freed himself from Urban than he plunged into new schemes of aggrandizement. The death of King Louis of Hungary in 1382 left his kingdom to his daughter Mary, a girl of 12 years old, who was betrothed to Sigismund, second son of the Emperor Charles IV, a boy of 15. The regency was in the hands of the widowed Queen Elizabeth, whose preference for Nicholas Gara, one of the ministers of the late king, awoke the jealousy of the Hungarian barons. Wishing for a leader of revolt, they sent to Charles of Naples and offered him the Hungarian crown, and the ambition of Charles outweighed the promises which he had made to Louis, and prevailed over the entreaties of his wife. It would almost seem that Charles ordered his general to connive at Urban's escape from Nocera, as being the simplest means of freeing himself from difficulties at home. No sooner was Urban fairly embarked on the Genoese galleys than Charles, with a few followers, hurried off to Hungary, where he found much dissatisfaction with the rule of women, and had no difficulty in gathering a strong party round him. At first he declared that he only came to pacify Hungary, but gradually he assumed to himself a kingly position. Elizabeth deemed it wisest to yield. In behalf of herself and her daughter, she resigned the crown and besought Charles to take it. But a reaction soon set in, and popular sympathy arose for the dispossessed queens, who attended the coronation of Charles with tears streaming down their cheeks, and eyes fixed on the tomb of the great Louis, whose favours had been so soon forgotten, and whose wife and daughter were so traitorously abandoned. Charles was naturally of a mild disposition, and every motive of policy combined to lead him to treat with kindness Elizabeth and her daughter, in the hopes of uniting the contending factions in the kingdom. Elizabeth used her opportunity and plotted the death of Charles. She invited him to a conference, and managed that it lasted so long as to weary the patience of Charles's Italian followers, who gradually dispersed. When Charles was thus left alone, Nicholas Gara drew near as though to take leave of the queen. A man followed him, who, suddenly drawing his sword, aimed a blow at the head of the unsuspecting Charles. Though sorely wounded, Charles could still stagger from the room, but his attendants fled. He was a prisoner in the hands of Elizabeth and Nicholas Gara, and when his wounds showed signs of healing, he was put to death in prison on February 24th, 1386. End of section 9. Section 10 of the History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 1, Urban VI, Clement VII, and the Affairs of Naples, 1378 to 1389, Part 5. The death of Charles III again plunged the kingdom of Naples into confusion. The Angevin party, which had been powerless against Charles, raised against his son Ladislas, a boy of 12 years old, the claims of Louis II of Anjou. The exactions of the Queen Regent Margaret awoke dissatisfaction, and led to the appointment in Naples of a new civic magistracy called the Otto di Buono Stato, who were at variance with Margaret. The Angevins rallied under Tommaso of San Severino and were reinforced by the arrival of Otto of Brunswick. The cause of Louis was still identified with that of Clement VII, who in May 1385 had solemnly invested him with the kingdom of Naples. Urban, however, refused to recognize the claims of the son of Charles, though Margaret tried to propitiate him by releasing Butillo from prison, and though Florence warmly supported her prayers for help. Ordinary motives of expediency did not weigh with Urban, who still hoped to bring Naples immediately under himself by setting Butillo upon the throne. When he left Genoa, he resolved to move southward toward Naples, where he had hopes of acceptance from the Otto di Buono Stato. Urban could not leave Genoa hurriedly, for it was difficult for him to find anywhere else to go. The Italian cities were not anxious for the expensive honour of entertaining a pope of Urban's overbearing disposition. At last, after meeting with many refusals from other cities, he prevailed on Lucca to receive him. On December 16th, 1386, accompanied by 12 cardinals, he left Genoa by sea and journeyed to Lucca. Though he had promised the citizens of Lucca not to stay longer than 15 days, he remained there till the following September 1387. Things in Naples went badly for his plans. His refusal to recognize Ladislas necessarily tended to strengthen the party of Louis, which found in Otto of Brunswick a skilled general. The dissensions in the city of Naples between the queen and the magistracy gave an opportunity for a successful attack. On July 8th, Margaret was driven out of Naples, which fell into the hands of the Angevin party, and she had to take refuge in the impregnable castle of Gaeta. Fierce vengeance was wreaked by the conquerors, who had personal, political, and religious differences to settle. Clement VII. Gave the papal permission to sell the gold and silver vessels of the Neapolitan churches as a means of providing pay for the soldiers. Though Urban might not wish to see Ladislas established in Naples, still less could he wish to see there a king who owed his title to Clement. On August 30th he issued an encyclical letter calling on the faithful to follow the banner of the Church in driving out the schismatics from Naples. But he had no notion of drawing nearer to Ladislas. On September 6th he appointed the Archbishop of Patras guardian of Achaia on behalf of the Church. Ladislas, through his father, had some claim to the succession, and Urban took in the name of the Church the heritage of an excommunicated heretic. Both these letters of Urban's were equally without effect. No army gathered at the Pope's command to invade Naples. The Church got no hold of Achaia. The proceedings of Urban VI. Created uneasiness in Florence. The Republic, in its wish for peace, strove to reconcile Urban with the party of Ladislas. When Urban showed himself inexorable, the Florentines tried to make peace by other means. They sent an embassy to France and proposed a reconciliation of the two factions in Naples by a marriage of Louis of Anjou with Giovanna, the sister of Ladislas. Their proposal came to nothing, but on their way home the ambassadors paid a visit to Clement VII. At Avignon, and were by him received with great respect. Urban's conduct, especially his execution of the captive cardinals, awakened disgust throughout Europe. Clement was anxious, when he saw his rival's unpopularity, to submit his claims to a general council. He sent an embassy to Florence to urge them to take a leading part in summoning a council. But the Florentines were too entirely Italian to wish to help a pope at Avignon. They answered that it was for kings and princes to summon councils, not for them. They contented themselves with trying to neutralize the ill effects of Urban's presence in their neighbourhood. Party spirit waxed high at Bologna, and a faction was desirous of calling in the Pope to their aid. Florence was afraid of the power of Gian Galeazzo Visconti of Milan, and feared lest the Pope should add another to the disturbing causes which were already at work. Events near Rome tended to call Urban southwards. On May 8th, 1387, a powerful foe of Urban and of the Roman people, Francesco da Vico, was put to death at Viterbo. He was one of the most powerful and of the most cruel and oppressive amongst the tyrants who had made themselves masters of the states of the Church, and his death was the cause of great rejoicing to the Roman citizens. His relatives, however, were powerful, and the people of Viterbo, after slaying their tyrant, were driven to put themselves under the papal protection, and receive as papal legate Cardinal Orsini of Mannupelo. Encouraged by his success, Urban began to draw nearer Rome, and on September 23rd left Lucca for Perugia. The Florentines tried to persuade the Perugians not to receive him, and the Perugian magistrates so far listened to them that when they met the Pope on his entry into their city, they urged on him a pacific policy, particularly towards Florence. Urban briefly answered that peace no doubt was a good thing, but he wanted the lands of the Church. It was not for them to dictate to him on his dealings with Florence. He hoped to have brought Perugia under his rule, But the Perugians showed no signs of submission, nor did they pay fitting respect to the nephew Butillo, who had grown no wiser by previous experience, and conducted his amours with a Perugian lady in such a way as to awaken the anger of her brothers, who lay in wait for the imprudent lover by night and ignominiously flogged him. The Pope was full of wrath at this insult to his favourite, but his wrath was directed to another quarter. On some trivial cause he recalled Cardinal Orsini from Viterbo. But the people held by the cardinal, and refused to admit the new legate whom Urban sent in his place. Furious at this insult, Urban summoned Cardinal Orsini to Perugia, and could not await his arrival, but sent soldiers to arrest him on the way. This roused the anger of the cardinal's brother, Cola Orsini, who seized upon the towns of Narni and Terni. Urban was driven to liberate the cardinal and end this unprofitable quarrel. But all this while the Pope's eyes were fixed on Naples, and he saw in the varying successes of the two contending parties, and in the miseries of the land, a means of asserting his own claims. He declared that the kingdom had lapsed to the Holy See, and even wrote from Perugia on May 1st, 1388, appointing a governor of Calabria. He laboured to gather together troops for an expedition into Naples, and called upon Sicily to provide him with ships and men, in accordance with an old treaty which bound Sicily to furnish aid to Naples when it was in extreme peril. As rightful lord of Naples, Urban declared its peril to be extreme. All the army that Urban could raise was a band of mercenaries who, under the command of an Englishman, Beltot, had been ravaging Tuscany. On August 8th, 1388, Urban put himself at the head of this lawless company and departed from Perugia. He had not gone far before his mule stumbled and he fell. Though so severely shaken that he had to be carried in a litter, he still refused to go to Rome, and continued his course to Naples. A hermit came to meet him on his way and prophesied, "Whether you will or no, you will go to Rome and there die." The prophecy came true. At Narni, his reckless soldiers began to doubt about their chances of receiving pay. The Florentines, anxious to avert war, had made them tempting offers if they would enter their service, and they began to think that the money of Florence was surer than that of the Pope. 2,000 of them left him and went back to Tuscany. Though Urban was left with only 200 men, he still went on his way to Ferentino. There he waited for reinforcements, but only 1,000 men gathered round him. He saw that his expedition was useless, and gloomily retired to Rome, which he had not seen for 5 years. He was received by the Romans on September 1st, 1388, with outward respect, but with suspicion and dislike. They insisted that he should send away the soldiers whom he had brought with him, and he was obliged to dismiss them to Viterbo. Yet Urban's mind was still set upon an expedition to Naples, and for that purpose money must be raised. He hit upon the happy expedient of hastening on the year of Jubilee, which had been established by Boniface VIII in 1300 as an anniversary to be held every 100 years, when pilgrims might visit Rome and gain indulgences by prayers at the graves of the apostles. This Jubilee had been found so profitable that Clement VI enacted that it should be held every 50th year. Urban VI went further and ordered that the year 1390 should be a year of Jubilee, and that henceforth it should be held every 33rd year. Of course, there were excellent reasons for this change. 33 was the number of years of the Redeemer's life on this earth. It was also the duration of a generation of men, and gave all who wished it a fair chance of obtaining inestimable privileges. The proclamation of a jubilee was Urban's last desperate step to obtain supplies for his projected invasion of Naples. Meanwhile, it gave him a powerful means of keeping in order the refractory Romans. Their city was desolate. They had suffered from the incursions of bands of plunderers of every sort. Poverty, beggary, and famine were rife. Urban found it even necessary to issue a decree forbidding the people to dismantle the empty palaces of the cardinals, that they might use the materials for building. Rome hailed with joy the promise of a jubilee, which would again bring crowds of pilgrims and make money flow into their beggared city. Urban saw and used his opportunity to strike a blow at the power of the magistracy, who since his departure had ruled the city. He appointed a senator by his own powers. The people rose in uproar and rushed clamorous to the Vatican. But the papal excommunication again had power in Rome when anything was to be gained from the papacy. In a few days the Roman magistrates, barefooted in the garb of penitents, with ropes round their necks and candles in their hands, sought the Pope's absolution. Urban's indomitable spirit had still some ground to triumph before it passed away. He reduced to obedience the people of Rome, and he heard of the failure of an attempt made by his foe, Cardinal Pilio of Ravenna, to create a diversion in favour of Clement in North Italy. On August 25th, Urban fulminated his anathemas against him as a child of wickedness. On October 15th, 1389, he died in the Vatican, and was buried in the chapel of St. Andrew, whence his bones were afterwards transferred into the main church. Urban VI's pontificate is one of the most disastrous in the whole history of the papacy. Many other popes have been more vicious, but none showed less appreciation of the difficulties, the duties, the traditions of his office. The private vices of a man are known for certain only to a few. An entire incompetence, if a dignified exterior be preserved, may escape detection. But at a most critical moment in the history of the papacy, when tact, discretion, and conciliatory prudence were above all things necessary, Urban showed to his astonished adherents nothing save furious self-will, unreasoning ambition, and a wild savageness of disposition which removed his actions from all possibility of calculation. He excited bitter hatred, all the more bitter because his followers could not choose but submit. Urban was at the head of a party bound together by many different interests, but he was a necessary head, and men could not dispense with him if they would. Revolt against Urban meant acceptance of Clement, and all the political consequences which a pope under French influence necessarily involved. Men followed Urban in helpless terror and disgust, for his wild energy and ferocity prevented them from regarding him with contempt. Only a man like Charles of Naples, strong and unscrupulous as himself, could beat him back. Men said that he was mad, that his head had been turned by his unexpected elevation to the papacy. In truth, Urban is an example of the wild excesses of an adventurous spirit which had been in early years repressed but not trained by discipline. When he became pope, he wished to compress into a few years the gratification of the desires of a lifetime. He fancied that his office in itself afforded him the means of giving effect to his personal schemes and caprices. The traditions of the papacy, the policy of his predecessors, the advice and entreaties of his cardinals weighed equally little with him. His very virtues only lent intensity to the evil which he wrought. His personal uprightness, straightforwardness, and piety only tended to give strength to his pride and obstinacy. He was so confident in the rightness of his own opinion that he regarded all advice with contempt. He was so determined to move directly to his end that he never reasonably considered the difficulties in the way. He was so convinced that his cause was the cause of heaven that he had no place for the hesitation or the wisdom of humility. He formed no large plans. He can scarcely be said to have had a policy at all. Being a Neapolitan by birth, he seems to have burned with desire to make his power felt in his native land. This he hoped to do by the mere assertion of the old claims of the Papacy, which he wished to use solely in the interests of his own family. His attempt would have been ludicrous if it had not been carried on with a fiery and passionate persistency that made it tragic. Still, even in this attempt, unreflecting as it was, we see the beginnings of the obvious policy which the conditions of Italy forced upon the restored Papacy, the policy of founding itself upon a basis of temporal sovereignty, and taking place among the vigorous rulers who had sprung up in every part of Italy. Urban saw the need of this, and saw also that the end could only be reached by employing the papal power to promote the Pope's relatives. The rash endeavours of Urban VI are but a grotesque forecast of the subtler and more far-seeing policy of his successors in the 15th century. End of section 10. Section 11 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 2. Clement VII, Boniface IX, Religious Movements in Oxford and Paris, 1389 to 1394, Part 1. In following the wild career of Urban VI, we have seen but little of his rival Clement VII. It would seem as if their elevation to the Papacy had transformed the characters of the two men. The high-born Robert of Geneva laid aside the reckless bloodthirstiness which marked him as a condottieri general, and adopted the stately decorum of the papal office. The lowly Neapolitan bishop Bartolomeo Prignano disregarded the traditions of the Curia in which he had been trained, and plunged furiously into a career of military enterprise. In the peaceful retirement of Avignon, Clement VII was free from the complications of Italian politics, and had none of the temptations to adventurous exploits which led Urban VI astray. He could listen unmoved to the fulminations of his rival, and was concerned only with the ceremonial side of the Neapolitan contest, the investiture and coronation of the Angevin pretenders. Instead of struggling to win a kingdom for himself, he pursued the less adventurous task of gaining over to his obedience the kingdoms of the Spanish peninsula. At first they had stood aloof from the strife of rival pontiffs, but in 1380 the necessities of a close alliance with France urged John I of Castile, who had come to the throne in 1379, to recognize Clement VII. John I was the son of Henry of Trastamare, who, in spite of the arms of the Black Prince, had ousted Peter the Cruel from the Castilian throne. But Peter's daughter Constance had been married to John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, who, in right of his wife, claimed Castile for himself. This struggle was necessarily part of the great struggle between France and England, which occupied so much of the history of the 14th century. While the English troops were ready to fight against John's throne, it was the interest of France to help him, and he was bound to draw near to France in all political matters. Yet the recognition of Clement was done with all due decorum, so as to be impressive to the rest of Europe. In November 1380, John ordered a council to be held at Medina del Campo in the diocese of Salamanca, for the purpose of inquiring into the claims of the two popes. Urban's cause was pleaded by the bishops of Faenza and Pavia, Clement's by a Spanish cardinal, Peter de Luna, a keen and shrewd man of the world, whose Spanish birth gave him many advantages in the discussion. Many were the sittings of the council, lengthy the speeches of the advocates, bulky the statements sent by the two popes, and enormous the mass of depositions by which they each substantiated their claims. The council sat from November 1380 till March 1381, and then declared for Clement, who by his adhesion of Castile won a decided triumph over his rival. Urban had submitted his claims to a tribunal which professed to weigh the matter carefully, and then gave judgment against him. So far as conciliar action had gone, it had been in favour of Clement. Of course, Urban declared John of Castile deposed, and handed over his kingdom to the Duke of Lancaster, who more than once led an English army into Castile. But though helped by Portugal, he found the strife hopeless, and in 1390 made peace with John, and gave his daughter Catherine in marriage to the heir to the Castilian throne. In Aragon, the ambitious and grasping Peter IV was willing to recognize Urban, if the Pope would invest him with Sicily, where he was trying to assert his claims to the throne, and would gratify his cupidity by further concessions. It is to Urban's credit that he refused the terms offered. Indeed, Urban's haughtiness and self-confidence was too great to purchase recognition by unworthy means. Peter accordingly acknowledged neither pope, but his successor John I listened to the persuasions of Peter de Luna, followed the example of Castile, and immediately on his accession in 1387 acknowledged Clement. 3 years later, in 1390, Charles III of Navarre, again at the instigation of the indefatigable Peter de Luna, joined the kings of Castile and Aragon in their recognition of Clement. Following on the stormy and disastrous reign of Charles the Bad, he pursued a peaceful policy of alliance with his neighbours, and so wished to avoid the difficulties of ecclesiastical differences. In the Peace of Avignon, however, Clement VII had to face a theological power from whose influence his rival was free. One of the results of the papal residence at Avignon had been an increase of the reputation of the University of Paris as the fountain of theological learning. The university, by becoming the seat of philosophical teaching, had in the 12th and 13th centuries given organized expression to the beliefs and opinions on which the papal power was based, and in close alliance with the Papacy had grown in importance. Many of its sons became popes, and showed due gratitude to their nursing mother by increasing her privileges and extolling her glory. Alexander IV spoke of the University of Paris as the tree of life in paradise, the lamp of the house of God, a well of wisdom ever flowing for souls that thirsted after righteousness. With such a reputation, and supported by the national pride of the French people, it was but natural that this powerful corporation of learned theologians should be reckoned as superior in theological matters to the popes at Avignon, who were content to register rather than mould its decrees. When John XXII held a different opinion from the university about the condition of departed souls after death, he narrowly escaped being branded as a heretic. On the outbreak of the Schism, motives of political interest had outweighed the scruples of the canonists, and the French king had acknowledged Clement VII without heeding the hesitation of the university. Yet a slight experience of the evils of the Schism revived the power of the university and gave practical emphasis to its warnings. Clement had to procure revenues for himself and his cardinals, chiefly at the expense of the French Church. 36 proctors of the cardinals ranged like harpies through the land, inquiring into the value of abbeys and benefices, and ready on a vacancy to pounce upon them for their masters. Every post of any value was reserved for the papal officials, and the goods of prelates were seized at their death for the Pope's use. The native clergy saw that they would soon be reduced to hard straits. The university dreaded the loss of its share of ecclesiastical patronage, and thoughtful men saw with sorrow the neglect of all spiritual functions which such a state of affairs must necessarily produce in the Church. Already on the death of Charles V in September 1380, there were hopes that under the new rule something might be done to heal the schism, and the university laid before the regent, Louis of Anjou, a proposal for summoning a general council. But Louis was bound to Clement VII by the exigencies of his Neapolitan policy, and answered the petition of the university by throwing its representatives into prison, whence they were not released till they had promised to lay aside their proposal of a council. Still the university did not give up its project, though political necessities hindered it for a time. In the course of a few years, a conflict arose within the university itself, which led it to submit to the Pope's decision a disputed question of doctrine. Its orthodoxy received a shock in 1387 by the opinions of a Dominican, Jean de Monson, who asserted the view held by his order, that the Virgin Mary was conceived in original sin. The reverence paid to Mary had led to attempts to define and determine the exact limits of her holiness. St. Bernard had declared that she had been free from sin during her lifetime, but popular devotion demanded more than this, and St. Thomas Aquinas had found it necessary to argue against the notion of an immaculate conception. The Dominican order had followed their great teacher, but the opinion of Duns Scotus, who was followed by the Franciscans, was more popular, and asserted the fitness and possibility of the belief that the Virgin had not been conceived in sin. The question had gradually developed into importance, and the two parties were in decided opposition to one another. The university as a body sided with the Franciscan view, and Monson's teaching was regarded as a challenge. A commission was appointed to look into his opinions, which were unanimously condemned. Monson appealed to Clement, and a deputation headed by Peter of Ailly, who was accompanied by his pupil Jean Gerson, was sent to plead the views of the university at Avignon. Clement's position toward this question was uncomfortable. On the side of Monson was the authority of Aquinas, who had been recognized by Pope Urban V as an authoritative teacher of Christian truth. Clement must either set aside the declaration of a previous pope, and so give his rival the opportunity of impeaching his own orthodoxy, or he must oppose the favourite doctrine of the university and run counter to the popular opinion of France. Clement did not immediately pronounce on the matter, but Monson's flight into Aragon and adhesion to Urban decided Clement against him, and in January 1389 he condemned Monson's opinions, to the delight of the university and the people of France. Clement VII thus took an important step in the formation of the opinion of the Church, though it was not till 1854 that the views of Ailly and the University of Paris were raised to the dignity of a necessary dogma. Still the quarrel lasted within the university. No one was admitted to a degree who did not assent to the condemnation of Monson's propositions, and Dominicans were for a time forbidden to lecture, and it was not until 1403 that a reconciliation was brought about, and the Dominicans reluctantly submitted. Urban VI died on October 15th, 1389. On October 30th, in the court of Avignon, Clement VII, with great pomp, crowned Louis II of Anjou as King of Naples. The French king lent his presence to the ceremony, which was thus a declaration of the political strength of the Pope at Avignon. There were hopes that with the death of Urban VI, the schism might be ended by the universal recognition of Clement VII. Such, however, was not the idea of the 14 cardinals of Urban VI who were at Rome. They lost no time in going into conclave and elected a Neapolitan cardinal, Piero Tomacelli, who was enthroned on November 2nd, 1389, and took the title of Boniface IX. Tomacelli was tall and of commanding appearance in the prime of life, being only 33 years old. He was not a scholar nor a student, nor was he even versed in the ordinary routine of the business of the Curia. His secretary, Dietrich of Nimes, sighs over his ignorance and heedlessness of the formalities in which the official mind especially delights. The College of Cardinals was not strong, and it was clear that he who was elected pope would have no easy task before him. Tomacelli's vigour and prudence were well known, and his life was free from reproach. Contemporaries tell us with wonder that no suspicion of unchastity ever attached to him. The cardinals, smarting under the indignity of the rule of Urban VI, chose a successor of whose affability they were sure, and whom they believed to possess the force of character necessary to rescue the papacy from the disastrous results of Urban's wrong-headedness. On his return from his enthronization, Boniface IX's answer to those who congratulated him was, "My joy is your joy." Boniface lost no time in showing that his spirit was different from that of Urban. He restored to his position as cardinal the luckless Englishman Adam Easton, the sole surviving victim of Urban's tyranny. This conciliatory act bore its fruit in the return of the runaway Pilio of Ravenna, who, after being first a cardinal of Urban VI and then of Clement VII, was again received by Boniface IX. The Italians made merry over the turncoat and gave him the nickname of the Cardinal di Tre Capelli, the Cardinal of Three Hats. A pious adherent of Clement expresses a devout hope that his ambition and wantonness might be rewarded hereafter by a fourth hat of red-hot iron. If Boniface IX thus wished to show his freedom from the personal quarrels of his predecessor, he was equally anxious to reverse his political measures. He saw the hopelessness of Urban's opposition to Ladislaus of Naples. He saw that a powerful vassal king in Naples was the necessary support of the papacy at Rome. Accordingly, he made haste to recognize Ladislaus, who in May 1390 was solemnly crowned King of Naples by the Florentine bishop Angelo Ascioli, who was sent as papal legate for the purpose. Boniface had the political wisdom to perceive at once that the first object of papal policy must be to secure a firm territorial basis in Italy itself. He exchanged the wild schemes of Urban for a statesmanlike plan of establishing the Pope's power in Rome and of gathering together again the scattered states of the Church. But this was no easy task, and it required above all things money for its accomplishment. The whole nature of Boniface seems to have been devoted to attempts to gather money, and to this he turned all the power and privileges of his ecclesiastical position. Urban VI had grievous faults, but he was not extortionate. His determination to root out the abuses of the Curia was the chief cause which provoked against him the hatred of the seceding cardinals. Yet Urban had felt the pressing need of money, and had proclaimed the Jubilee for 1390, and it was the luck of Boniface to enter at once into the enjoyment of the revenues which this source of income provided. Pilgrims flocked from Germany, Hungary, Poland, Bohemia, and England, and the papal treasury was enriched by their pious offerings. So satisfied was Boniface with the results that he was unwilling to deprive anyone of the indulgences which were so precious both to himself and them. He extended the privileges of the Jubilee to those who visited the churches of many cities in Germany, provided they extended helping hands to the papal needs. Köln, Magdeburg, Meissen, Prague, and Paderborn were in turns the objects of the papal generosity, and to each of them papal collectors were sent who received the tribute of the faithful. So lucrative was this proceeding found that unaccredited agents of the Pope took on themselves to sell indulgences, and the scandal was so great that the Pope was obliged to appoint commissioners to restrain these impostors. The money which Boniface raised by the Jubilee was needed for the help of Ladislas in Naples, where Louis of Anjou landed in August 1390. The party of Ladislas was feeble, and all the Pope's aid was necessary to supply him with resources sufficient to enable him to make head against his more wealthy rival. Boniface did not scruple to alienate or mortgage church lands to raise supplies. He took also an important step by selling to the nobles who had risen to power in various cities of the Patrimony the title of Vicar of the Roman Church. In this Boniface showed his wisdom. He recognized the existing state of things which he had no power of preventing, and he was paid for this recognition. Moreover, his recognition was in the nature of a limitation. The authority which had been gained by the nobles was irregular and indefinite. It had grown up of its own accord, and might have developed unchecked. The Pope conferred upon them a title and an authority for a limited period, from 10 to 12 years, and received in return a sum of money paid down and a small yearly tribute. When the authority of these papal vicars had once been defined, it could be altered or suspended according as the Pope was powerful. It was a wise act on the part of Boniface, in the midst of all the difficulties and necessities of his position, to adopt a scheme which filled his coffers, diminished the number of his foes, and gave him a standing ground from which to proceed against them when opportunity offered. Yet the tendency toward dismemberment of the Papal States was strong, and the dynasties whose rights were now recognized remained for more than a century to disturb the popes. Antonio of Montefeltro was made vicar of Urbino and Cagli, and Astorgio Manfredi of Faenza. The Alidosi ruled Imola, the Ordolafi at Forlì, the Malatesta at Rimini, Fano, and Fosambrone, Albert of Este at Ferrara. Bologna, Fermo, and Ascoli bought similar privileges for their municipal bodies. Not since the days of Albornoz had the papal lordship been so widely acknowledged in the states of the Church. Boniface could raise money in Germany and Italy, but he found it more difficult to do so in England, where neither religious nor political feeling was strong on the side of the Pope. The old resistance to papal exactions had gained additional weight when the Pope at Avignon was clearly on the side of the national foes. At the outbreak of the Schism, England had set herself on the side opposite to France, but had no interest in specially maintaining the cause of the Pope at Rome. The policy of national opposition to the extortions of the Papacy gathered still greater strength after the enactment of the statutes of provisors and praemunire, and this national spirit soon found an exponent who raised the question of resistance to Rome above the level of a mere struggle against extortion. The destruction of the ecclesiastical system by the popes and the disastrous results of the Schism gave rise to a movement within the University of Oxford, which went deeper than the corresponding movement in the University of Paris. While the theologians of Paris, accepting the papal system, set themselves to find a practical method of healing its breaches and restoring its unity, there arose in Oxford a follower of William of Ockham, who advanced to a criticism of the foundations of the ecclesiastical system itself. From a little village near Richmond in Yorkshire, John Wycliffe went as a student to Oxford, where his learning and ability met with their reward in a fellowship at Merton, the mastership of Balliol, and the wardenship of Archbishop Islip's new foundation of Canterbury Hall in 1365. In this last position, Wycliffe was engaged in the struggle that continually was waged between the monks and the secular clergy. Each party strove to possess themselves of the endowments of the hall, and the monks, aided by Archbishop Langham, Islip's successor, and by the Pope, succeeded in dispossessing Wycliffe and the secular clergy. In 1366, Wycliffe first was brought into relation with public affairs. Pope Urban V was unwise enough to add another to the causes of England's discontent by demanding payment of the 1,000 marks which John had agreed to pay yearly as tribute to the Pope. Since the accession of Edward I, this tribute had not been paid, and when Urban V demanded arrears for the past 33 years, Edward III referred the matter to Parliament. Lords, prelates, and commons unanimously answered that John had not the power to bind the people without their consent, and that his compact with the Pope had been a breach of his coronation oath. They placed at the king's disposal all the power and resources of the nation to protect his throne and the national honor against such a demand. Urban V withdrew his claim in silence, and no mention was ever made again by the papacy of suzerainty over England. On this occasion, Wycliffe first used his pen by recording in a pamphlet the arguments used in Parliament by 7 lords who, on the grounds of national interest, positive law, feudal obligation, and the nullity of the compact made by John, combated the papal claims. In the later years of Edward III, England was impoverished by the long war with France and discontented at the management of affairs. In 1371, laymen were substituted for ecclesiastics in the high offices of state, and hope was strong that the lay ministry, headed by John of Gaunt, besides bringing the French war to a speedy end, would protect the nation against the extortions of the Roman Curia. But the ministry soon showed its feebleness by its dealings with Arnold Garnier, who in February 1372 presented himself in England as the accredited agent of Gregory XI. The council did not venture to forbid his presence, but contented themselves with administering to him an oath that he would do nothing injurious to the king, the realm, or the laws. We do not find that Garnier, in consequence of his oath, behaved in any way differently from other papal collectors, and Wycliffe afterwards pointed out that he must necessarily commit perjury, as no diminution of the country's wealth could fail to be pernicious to the kingdom. But Wycliffe soon had an opportunity of seeing close at hand the management of affairs by the Curia. In 1374 he was appointed one of 7 commissioners who were to confer with papal nuncios about the redress of England's grievances at Bruges, where a conference was being held to arrange terms of peace with France. The commission arrived at no results, except that the chief commissioner, the Bishop of Bangor, soon after his return home, was translated by papal provision to the more lucrative see of Hereford as a recompense for his readiness to do nothing. Gregory XI issued, it is true, 6 lengthy bulls, which dealt only with existing circumstances and laid down no principles for the future. The rule of John of Gaunt did nothing for England, and the good Parliament of 1376 set aside his power and again committed the government to William of Wykeham, Bishop of Winchester, an experienced official. End of section 11. Section 12 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 2, Clement VII, Boniface IX, Religious Movements in Oxford and Paris, 1389 to 1394, Part 2. The antagonism of political parties waxed high in these last years of Edward III, when his glory and his power alike had passed away. John of Gaunt was unscrupulous in his desire for power, and was opposed to the prelates, whose political influence stood in his way. He sought allies against them on all sides, alike in the Roman Curia and in the energetic party which gathered round Wycliffe's aspirations for a reformed church. The prelates were not slow to retaliate, and aimed a blow at John of Gaunt by striking Wycliffe, who in February 1377 was summoned to appear before Convocation in the Lady Chapel of St. Paul's and answer for his opinions. He came, but the Duke of Lancaster stood by his side, and the assembly ended in a faction fight between the Londoners and the adherents of John of Gaunt. But the prelates were prepared to move against Wycliffe under cover of the papal authority if their own power was thus defied. In May 1377, Pope Gregory XI issued 5 bulls against the errors of Wycliffe, who was accused of following in the steps of Marsilio of Padua and John of Gendon, whose writings had already been condemned. Wycliffe was already famous as a philosopher and a theologian. 19 propositions taken from his writings were condemned by the Pope as erroneous, and 2 prelates were appointed to examine if the condemned propositions were rightly assigned to Wycliffe. The propositions in question were concerned with theories of civil and ecclesiastical polity. They asserted that the rights of property and of inheritance were not unconditionally valid, but depended on obedience to the will of God, that the property of the Church might be secularized if the Church fell into error, or the clergy misused their possessions, on which points temporal princes might judge, that the Pope's power to bind and loose was only valid when used in accordance with the gospel. Wycliffe's teaching on the relations between Church and State lacked the precision as well as the political knowledge which characterized Marsilio of Padua. Marsilio was a political philosopher who started from Aristotle and from the experience of a self-governing civic community. Wycliffe was a schoolman who limited his analysis to the particular discussion of the foundation of dominium, or lordship, and his political and religious concepts were obscured by being expressed in the language of feudalism. He regarded God as the Lord of the world, who apportioned to all in authority their power, which was held under him. Dominion in things temporal and spiritual alike was held by God, and popes and kings were bound to recognize that their sovereignty depended upon its exercise in accordance with the law of God. Mortal sin was a breach of the tie of allegiance, and in itself destroyed the basis of power. In Wycliffe's phraseology, dominion was founded on grace. This theory was no doubt an ideal theory, intended to set forth the spiritual independence of the righteous man, who was lord over the world, in spite of appearances to the contrary. Wycliffe did not wish to apply this doctrine to the subversion of social order, and to remedy its abstractness, he enunciated in a paradoxical form the duty of obedience to existing authority. God, he said, ought to obey the devil. God has permitted evil in the world. A Christian ought to obey the commands of a wicked ruler, in the same sense as Christ obeyed the devil by submitting to his temptations. In these statements, Wycliffe was neither clear in his analogies nor happy in his phraseology, and we can scarcely wonder that he was misunderstood and misrepresented. His political teaching easily lent itself to anarchical movements, and his followers in later times laboured under the disadvantage of having no clear basis on which to bring their ideas into relation with the actual facts of political life. Before the arrival of the Pope's bulls ordering Wycliffe's trial, Edward III died, and the first Parliament of Richard II was strongly opposed to papal exactions. It raised the question whether in time of need the king might prohibit the exportation of money in spite of the Pope's admonitions. Wycliffe's opinion was asked, and on the three grounds of the law of nature, the law of Scripture, and the law of conscience, he replied in the affirmative. The prelates could not take action on the Pope's bull before the end of 1377, and when Wycliffe was summoned before Archbishop Sudbury and Courtenay, Bishop of London, the council did not think it wise that the trial should proceed. A message was sent by the Princess of Wales, mother of the young King Richard II, ordering the trial to be broken off, and the cries of the people round the court admonished the prelates to obey the command. The proceedings against Wycliffe were suspended, but for form's sake he was forbidden to promote or teach any of the doctrines condemned by the Pope. The death of Gregory XI and the schism that ensued put aside the question of Wycliffe's further trial. But the papal prosecution and the events of the schism had an important influence on the mind of Wycliffe. At first, he had been chiefly an Oxford student of keen critical intellect, ready to give expression with remorseless logic to the national dislike of papal extortion. But his political experience at Bruges, his riper study and reflection, his deeper knowledge as vicar of Lutterworth of the spiritual needs of simple folk, all these combined to lead him on to investigate the inner working as well as the political aspect of the ecclesiastical system, the mechanism and doctrines of the Church, as well as the relations between Church and State. To this temper, the outbreak of the schism gave an additional impulse. The spiritual earnestness of Wycliffe was shocked at the sight of two men, each claiming to be head of the Church, and each devoting his entire energies to the destruction of his rival, seeking only his own triumph, and doing nothing for the flock which he professed to guard. Moreover, the schism dealt a heavy blow at the influence exercised on the imagination of the Middle Ages by the unity of the Church. Instead of unity, Wycliffe saw division, saw the Pope, whom England professed to follow, sinking to the level of a robber chieftain. Gradually his mind became dissatisfied with the doctrine of the papal primacy. At a time when two popes were fulminating excommunications against each other, and each calling the other Antichrist, it was not such a very long step for Wycliffe to take when he asserted that the institution of the papacy itself was the poison of the Church, that it was not Urban or Clement who were Antichrist, but the Pope, be he who he might, who claimed to rule the universal Church. As Wycliffe's opinion led him more and more to oppose the papal system, his zeal increased. Disciples gathered round him, and like another St. Dominic, Wycliffe sent forth preachers into the evil world. But unlike the reformers of the 13th century, who went forth as missionaries of the papal power, those of the 14th denounced a corrupt hierarchy and the enslavement of the Church by an anti-Christian pope. Moreover, to supply all men the means of judging for themselves, Wycliffe and his chief disciples, with dauntless energy, undertook the noble work of translating the Bible into English, a work which was finished in the year 1382. Wycliffe was at all times of his career a fertile writer, and may in this respect be compared with Luther. It was natural for him to cast into a literary form the thoughts that passed through his mind, and his works are alternately those of a scholastic disputant, a patriotic churchman, and a mission priest. In all things he was equally earnest, whether it was to maintain the constitutional rights of the English Church and the English ruler against the extortions of Rome, to expose the assumptions of the papal monarchy, to show the corruptions of the ecclesiastical system, or to kindle the spiritual life of simple folk. His treatises are numerous, and many of them exist only in manuscript. It is difficult to reduce into a system the multitudinous utterances of one who was at once a profound theologian, a publicist, and a popular preacher. In matters of ecclesiastical polity, as in political speculations, Wycliffe laid down a basis which was too abstract and too ideal to admit of application to actual affairs. He defined the Church as the corporate body of the chosen, consisting of three parts, one triumphant in heaven, another sleeping in purgatory, and a third militant on earth. This view, which in itself accords with the Augustinian doctrine of predestination, Wycliffe applied to determine the basis of ecclesiastical polity. Against the corrupt church which he saw around him, he set up the mystical body of the predestined. Against a degenerate hierarchy, he asserted the priesthood of all faithful Christians, and did not clearly determine the relations between the visible church on earth and the great company of the saved. From the basis of this ideal conception of the Church, Wycliffe attacks the papal primacy. There ought, he says, to be unity in the Church militant, if it is to be at unity with the Church triumphant. But unity is disturbed by new sects of monks, friars, and clergy, who have set over the Church another head than Christ. The primacy of St. Peter, on which they rest their theory of the papacy, is set forth in Scripture only as depending on his superior humility. He exercised no authority over the other apostles, but was only endowed with special grace. Whatever power Peter had, there is no ground for assuming that it passed to the Bishop of Rome, whose authority was derived from Caesar and was not mentioned in the Scriptures, save in irony, where it is written, "The kings of the Gentiles exercise lordship over them, but ye shall not be so." It must have been at the instigation of a malignant spirit that the popes chose as the seat of the Curia the profane city of Rome, steeped in the blood of martyrs. By continuing in their secular life and in the pride of Lucifer, they wrong Christ and continue in error. They claim to grant indulgences and privileges beyond what was done by Christ or the apostles, and their pretensions can only be explained as the work of the devil, the power of Antichrist. A pope is only to be followed so far as he follows Christ. If he ceases to be a good shepherd, he becomes Antichrist, and reverence paid to Antichrist as though he were Christ is a manifest snare of the devil to beguile unwary souls. And the belief in papal infallibility is contrary to Scripture, and is a blasphemy suggested by the devil. If we take Scripture as our guide and compare the Pope with Christ, we shall see many differences. Christ is truth. The Pope is the origin of falsehood. Christ lived in poverty. The Pope labors for worldly wealth. Christ was humble and gentle. The Pope is proud and cruel. Christ forbade that anything be added to his law. The Pope makes many laws which distract men from the knowledge of Christ. Christ bade his disciples go into all the world and preach the gospel. The Pope lives in his palace and pays no heed to such command. Christ refused temporal dominion. The Pope seeks it. Christ obeyed the temporal power. The Pope strives to weaken it. Christ chose for his apostles 12 simple men. The Pope chooses as cardinals many more than 12, worldly and crafty. Christ forbade to smite with the sword and preferred himself to suffer. The Pope seizes the goods of the poor to hire soldiers. Christ limited his mission to Judea. The Pope extends his jurisdiction everywhere for the sake of gain. Christ was lowly. The Pope is magnificent and demands outward honor. Christ refused money. The Pope is entirely given up to pride and simony. Whoso considers these things will see that he must imitate Christ and flee from the example of Antichrist. These are the words of a man who has been driven by the actual facts around him to take refuge in the plain words of Scripture, and flee from the corruption of the ecclesiastical system to the purity and simplicity of the divine head of the Church. But Wycliffe was not content only with this endeavor to bring back the organization of the Church to its original purity. His keen critical intellect pressed on into the region of doctrine and attacked the central position of the sacerdotal system. He busied himself with an examination of the sacraments, and convinced himself in 1380 that the doctrine of transubstantiation, or the change in substance of the elements of the Eucharist after consecration, was not according to Scripture. He lost no time in publishing his convictions. In the summer of 1381, he put forth 12 propositions about the Eucharist, which he offered to defend in disputation against all gainsayers. The upshot of these propositions was the assertion that bread and wine remained after consecration bread and wine as they were before, yet by virtue of the words of consecration contained the true body and blood of Christ, which was really present at every point of the host. Wycliffe did not deny the real presence of Christ in the elements. He denied only the change of substance in the elements after consecration. Christ's body was still miraculously present, but the miracle was wrought by Christ himself, not by the words of the priest. "Thou that art an earthly man," he exclaims to the priest, "by what reason mayest thou say that thou makest thy Maker?" Antichrist, by this heresy, destroys grammar, logic, and natural science, but what is more to be regretted, does away with the sense of the gospel. The truth and faith of the Church is that as Christ is at once God and man, so the sacrament is at once the body of Christ and bread naturally, and the body sacramentally. He rebelled against the idolatry of the Mass, against the popular materialism, against the miraculous powers claimed by the priesthood, and his propositions were aimed against the root of these abuses, not against the conception of the sacrament of the altar in itself. He attacked the prevalent materialism without pursuing the other aspects of the question. The propositions of Wycliffe about the sacrament of the altar at once attracted much attention and gave a shock to many who had hitherto sympathized with him in his opposition to papal aggression and clerical corruption. He had advanced beyond the discussion of ecclesiastical polity to the more dangerous ground of doctrine, and the professed theologians, especially those of the mendicant orders, who had hitherto looked on Wycliffe with approval, felt themselves bound to oppose him. The Chancellor of the University of Oxford summoned a council of doctors, who concurred in declaring the doctrines contained in these theses to be unorthodox, and a decree was published forbidding them to be taught within the university. This was entirely unexpected by Wycliffe, who was sitting in his doctor's chair in the school of the Augustinians, lecturing on the very subjects, when an official entered and read the decree. Wycliffe at once protested against its justice and appealed from the Chancellor to the king. John of Gaunt interfered to impose silence on Wycliffe, and events themselves declared against him. The peasants rising under Wat Tyler, the murder of Archbishop Sudbury, and the hatred against wealth displayed by the insurgents filled the well-to-do classes with terror and provoked a reaction. Though Wycliffe's teaching had no necessary connection with the revolt, it was natural that all novelties should be suspected, and that men shrank before the discussion of dangerous questions. It was not difficult for Wycliffe's opponents to raise a feeling against him, connect the Wycliffite teachers with anti-social movements, and find the root of all political dangers in the new doctrines which Wycliffe taught. The Archbishop of Canterbury, William Courtenay, held in London in May 1382 a council which condemned as heretical the propositions drawn from Wycliffe's writings which dealt with the doctrine of the sacraments, and condemned as erroneous 14 others which dealt with points of ecclesiastical polity. Only the opinions were condemned, and no mention was made of their author by name. The council was called by Wycliffe the Earthquake Council, because a slight shock of an earthquake was felt while it was sitting. Both sides explained the portent in their own favour. Wycliffe asserted that God spoke in behalf of his saints because men were silent. The orthodox party answered that the earth expelled its noisome vapours in sympathy with the Church, which drove out pestilent heresy. Armed with a condemnation of the dangerous opinions, the Archbishop at once proceeded against the teachers. He appointed a Carmelite, Peter Stokes, well known for his zeal against Wycliffe, as his commissary in Oxford, and bade him publish the decrees of the council and prohibit the teaching within the university of the condemned conclusions. He also wrote to the Chancellor, bidding him assist the commissary in this matter. For a while the Chancellor and a strong academical party resisted this interference with the privileges of the university. Wycliffe might be a heretic or not, but the intervention of Stokes by the Archbishop's authority was a slight on the officials, and the dictation of the Archbishop, even on points of heresy, was unlawful. But theological feeling was stronger than academic patriotism, and the opponents of Wycliffe's views were ready to use any means to suppress them. Nor was it possible for those who wished to fight only for the rights of the university to disentangle that issue from a supposed sympathy with Wycliffe's opinions. Party feeling ran high, and the Archbishop used the opportunity so afforded him of striking a blow at the independent position of the university. When the Chancellor did not at once obey the Archbishop's mandate, the authority of the Crown was invoked on the Archbishop's side, and the Chancellor was forced to submit and to apologize. Within 5 months the rebellious teachers recanted or were reduced to silence, and the University of Oxford was brought back to an outward appearance of orthodoxy. The triumph of the Archbishop marks a decisive period in the history of the University of Oxford. Hitherto it had been a centre of independent opinion. Henceforth its freedom was gone. While the undisputed orthodoxy of the University of Paris set it above bishops and synods, and gave it influence enough even to organize a general council, the prestige of Oxford was lost through its support of Wycliffe, and it became the handmaid of the episcopacy. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 2, Clement VII, Boniface IX, Religious Movements in Oxford and Paris, 1389 to 1394, Part 3. With his success in silencing the university, the Archbishop's triumph ceased. When Parliament met in November of 1382, Wycliffe presented to it a memorial defending some of his opinions. The Commons so far sided with Wycliffe that they demanded and obtained the withdrawal from the statute book of a bill which had been passed by the Lords only in the last session, ordering the sheriffs to arrest Wycliffite teachers. Wycliffe himself was summoned before a provincial synod at Oxford, but it would seem that the Archbishop judged it wise to rest content with some slight explanations on Wycliffe's part, and allowed him to retire in peace to his living at Lutterworth. Next year, 1383, England had brought home to her the meaning of the schism in the Papacy. Henry le Despencer, Bishop of Norwich, had displayed the spirit of a determined and remorseless soldier in putting down the villains' rising. Thirsting for a new field for military glory, he obtained from Urban VI a bull, appointing him leader of a crusade against Clement VII. All who went on this crusade or aided with their money were to receive the spiritual benefits of a crusade in the Holy Land. The Bishop of Norwich made every use he could of the sale of papal indulgences as a means of raising money. The other bishops aided him with all their might, and the patriotic feelings of the English were awakened in behalf of an expedition which was to be directed against their national foe, the French. Again Wycliffe's warning voice was heard. He pointed out that the schism was a natural consequence of the moral decay of the Church, which was to be cured, not by crusades against Christian brethren, but by bringing back the Church to apostolic poverty and simplicity. The rival popes, he added, are two dogs snarling over a bone. Take away the bone of contention, and the strife will cease. Despencer's expedition, though at first successful in Flanders, ended in disaster. In 6 months he returned to England empty-handed, without having accomplished anything. So great was the anger against him that he was called to account by Parliament, and his temporalities were sequestered for 2 years to the crown. Wycliffe's days were drawing to a close, but one of his last utterances was a keenly ironical statement of his attitude toward the Papacy, thrown into the literary form of a confession of faith made to the Pope. I infer, he says, from the heart of God's law, that Christ, in the state of his earthly pilgrimage, was a very poor man, and rejected all earthly dominion. The Pope, if he is Christ's vicar, is bound above all others to follow his master's example. Let him lay aside his temporal dominion, and he would become a pattern to Christian men, for he would be following in the steps of the apostles. Not long after writing these words, Wycliffe was stricken by paralysis in his own church of Lutterworth, and died on the last day of 1384. The teaching of Wycliffe marks an important crisis in the history of the Christian Church. He expressed the animating motives of previous endeavours for the amendment of the Church, and gave them a new direction and significance. He began as a follower of William of Ockham, and laboured to set forward an ideal of Christian society dependent immediately upon God as its Lord. To this he added the earnest longing after simplicity and spirituality of life and practice, which had animated such men as St. Bernard and St. Francis of Assisi, and had made them look with regret upon the riches and temporal importance of the Church. It would seem that in Wycliffe a deeply religious feeling of the moral evils of the existing Church system, united with the keen intellect of the dialectician and the publicist, lent him to a criticism of the doctrines on which the existing system of the Church was founded. As the basis for this criticism, he set up the authority of Scripture as higher than the authority of Pope or Church. He laid his finger upon the central doctrine of the existing ecclesiastical system, and maintained that the material belief in transubstantiation was contrary alike to reason and Scripture. The question which he thus raised remained a prominent one in the controversies of the Reformation movement, and it was more and more clearly seen that the only way to overthrow sacerdotal domination was to purify the doctrine of the sacrament of the altar from the superstition by which it had been converted into a miraculous act depending on human intervention. It was a question which the Lollards handed on to the Hussites, and the Hussites to Luther. Wycliffe challenged the belief in a miraculous change in the nature of the elements. The Hussites attacked the denial of the cup to the laity, and Luther warred against the doctrine of the sacrifice of the Mass. But Wycliffe did more than simply enunciate opinions. He expressed in his own life a conviction that the existing state of the Church was radically wrong and needed entire revision. His own method was defective, and his ideas were frequently put forward in ambiguous or misleading phraseology, but they served as a basis to earnest minds in later times, and their echo never entirely died away. Wycliffe's opinions, though persecuted by the English prelates, were spread among the people by the poor priests whom Wycliffe had instituted and found many followers. They strengthened the spirit of resistance to papal aggression, which we find Parliament ever ready to profess. The old question of provisors was fruitful of disputes and disturbances. The statute was often passed and often broken, because it was as much the interest of the king as of the pope to set aside the rights of other patrons and nominate to vacant benefices. Thus, in 1379, Urban VI conferred on the king the right to appoint to the 2 next vacant prebends in every cathedral church, setting aside the rights of bishops and chapters. It was not natural that the king should be very anxious to enforce the statutes of provisors and praemunire when he might use them to his own advantage. Yet the Parliament returned again and again to this grievance, and tried to make the statutes more and more peremptory. In 1390 a more vigorous statute of provisors was passed, and Boniface IX saw with disgust the obstacles which the English Parliament placed in the way of his rapacity. Yet he was determined not to give way without a struggle, and in February 1391 he issued a bull, in which, after expressing his pain and grief that so good and pious a king as Richard II should allow such statutes to be passed, he boldly declared them to be null and void, ordered all records of them to be destroyed, forbade anyone to revive them, and commanded all who held benefices in virtue of such statutes to vacate their benefices within 2 months. He at once began to grant provisions in England, and amongst others conferred on Cardinal Brancaccio a prebend at Wells. A suit arose in the king's court between the king's nominee and the cardinal, in which the court held to the statutes. But there was some fear of the possible effects of a papal excommunication, and in the next Parliament the Commons petitioned the king to inquire of the Estates what course they would adopt if the Pope were to excommunicate a bishop for instituting the king's nominee. To this question the Lords and Commons answered that they would regard such proceedings as against the law of the land, and would resist them to the death, if need were. The clergy answered that though they recognized the Pope's power of excommunication, yet in the case proposed the rights of the crown would be attacked, and it would be their duty to uphold them. After this display of determination on the part of all the estates, the final statutes of provisors and praemunire were passed, which put out of the protection of the law and forfeited to the king the goods of any man who obtained provisions or introduced bulls into the kingdom contrary to the royal rights. These statutes were not enforced much more than the previous ones, but the result of the struggle was an increase of power to the crown. The Papacy saw that it was useless to claim the right of provisions in England. The right could only be used with the royal consent and sanction. The clergy did not regain the rights of which the Pope had deprived them, but the gain went to the crown. Here, as in many other matters, the papal despotism had overthrown the rights of the clergy, who had to turn for support to the crown. What the crown recovered from the Pope, it appropriated to itself. Hence it was that when the papal yoke was at length thrown off, the crown was found to be guardian of the Church in so many matters that the step to the recognition of its supremacy was but small. England escaped by its firmness the insatiable rapacity of Boniface VIII, which fell with relentless violence on the other countries that owned his obedience. Throughout his pontificate, the cries against extortion and simony rise louder and louder. At first Boniface stood in awe of some of the cardinals, and at least preserved a decent appearance of secrecy in his scandalous sales of church preferment. As the old cardinals died, he became more open in his mercantile transactions. It was soon understood that it was useless for a poor man to prefer a request to the papal court. Favours were granted only on payment, and if a better offer were made afterwards, the Pope did not scruple to make a second grant dated previously to the first. In time, a shameless system of repeated sales of presentations was recognized. The next presentation to a benefice was sold 2 or 3 times over. Then a new class of grant was constituted, marked preference. In time, yet another class was created, marked pre-preference, which gave the happy possessor a higher claim than his rivals, though even then, when the vacancy actually occurred, the Pope would often sell it again, despite all previous grants of reservation. If any disappointed candidate instituted a suit on the ground of a previous grant, the Pope inhibited his courts from trying it, so that there was no possibility of redress. Boniface, with grim humour, maintained that this procedure was only just, for those who had offered little had wished to deceive him. Every possible right and privilege was sold, even exemptions from canonical restrictions and permissions to hold pluralities to the number of 10 or 12 at once. Monks bought the right to change from one order to another. For 100 florins a mendicant might transfer himself to a non-mendicant order. It was a wonder, says the Pope's secretary Gobelin, how the Pope could expect a man to pay so much who possessed nothing, or at least ought to have possessed nothing. Friars bought the right of hearing confessions and preaching in parish churches, even against the will of the rector. Ecclesiastical agents scoured the whole of Italy to watch the state of health of the owners of rich benefices, and to give speedy intelligence to anxious expectants at Rome, who might judge thereby how much it was wise to offer. Many were too poor to pay in money, but the Pope was not above receiving even swine, horses, corn, and other payments in kind. So great was the demand for money in Rome that usury, which was regarded as an impious trade, flourished to an extraordinary degree, and the money-lenders were regarded as a natural and necessary addition to the curia. No one was safe from the Pope's rapacity. Like a crow hovering round a dying animal, he would send to gather the books, apparel, plate, and money of bishops or members of the curia as they lay dying. The members of the curia had a ready defence for these practices. They affirmed that they must all be lawful, as in such matters the Pope could not err. Boniface IX had enough to do with his money, however it was obtained. First, he had to maintain the cause of Ladislas in Naples, where the party of Louis II was gaining ground. In October 1390, Boniface sent 600 horse and took into his pay Alberigo da Barbiano. But in spite of these reinforcements, Ladislas lost one place after another, till in March 1391 the Castel Nuovo, the only part of the city of Naples which had remained faithful to him, was driven by famine to capitulate to the troops of Louis. In June, however, Pozzuoli rebelled against Louis and returned to its allegiance to Ladislas. Matters were now pretty evenly balanced between the two competitors, and the Neapolitan barons began to hold aloof from the strife and prepare themselves to join decorously the side of the victor. Next year, 1392, a blow was aimed by the party of Ladislas against the powerful house of the Sanseverini, who held great possessions in Calabria. Troops were collected for a sudden expedition against them, but news reached the Sanseverini, who determined to turn their own tactics against their assailants. Gathering 550 horse and 2,000 foot, they made a forced march of 70 miles in a day and a night, and fell at early dawn upon the unsuspecting army of Ladislas. Its rout was complete. The chiefs, amongst whom was Alberigo de Barbiano, were taken prisoners in their tents. The Sanseverini enriched themselves by the ransoms which they exacted, and Alberigo, besides paying his ransom, promised not to serve against them for 10 years. A crushing blow had been inflicted upon the fortunes of Ladislas, who more than ever felt the need of the Pope's protection. He had no resources of his own, and a plan for gaining help from Sicily, which at first seemed successful, ended in nothing. The fortunes of Sicily were indeed a matter of some concern to the Papacy. The death of King Frederick II in 1377 had left the crown of Sicily to an infant daughter, Mary, with the usual results of a regency among a body of turbulent nobles. There was an Aragonese party and a native party, headed by the powerful Baron Manfredo di Chiaramonte. The Aragonese succeeded in getting possession of the young Queen Mary, who was sent to Aragon and married to Martin, the king's grandson. The Sicilian nobles, threatened at once by the Aragonese and the Saracens, who took advantage of the disturbed state of the island to make plundering raids on the coast, submitted themselves in 1388 to Urban VI, who regarded Sicily as a fief of the Holy See. An alliance with Sicily was an important means of gaining supplies for the shattered fortunes of the house of Durazzo in Naples. In 1389, the young Ladislas was married to Costanza, daughter of Manfredo di Chiaramonte, and her rich dowry served for a while to support his cause. But Manfredo died, and Martin of Aragon prepared to make good by force of arms his claims and that of his wife Mary to the Sicilian crown. The cause of Boniface IX was one with that of the Sicilian nobles, for Aragon had joined the side of Clement VII, and Boniface saw himself doubly threatened in Naples and Sicily. He accordingly declared Mary's marriage with Martin, which was within the prohibited degrees, and had been contracted in accordance with a dispensation from Clement VII, to be null and void. So long as Mary remained a schismatic, her title was to continue in abeyance. Boniface, as suzerain of Sicily, divided it into tetrarchies, and appointed 4 of the Sicilian nobles as governors. As soon, however, as the Aragonese forces landed in 1392, the union of the Sicilian nobles began to break up. Palermo fell before Martin, and the fortunes of the Chiaramonte family were at an end. Boniface sent legates to acknowledge the title of Mary, provided that she would recognize him as pope. Everyone wished to save himself from the dangers which the Aragonese occupation of Sicily threatened. Ladislas had spent his wife's dowry and had nothing more to hope from the marriage now that her family was ruined. It was rumoured that Martin, father of the young king of Sicily, had made Manfredo's widow his mistress. Ladislas was bidden by his mother to profess the greatest horror at this stain cast upon his wife by her mother's unlawful connection with an Aragonese schismatic. He hastened to Rome, where he was received with due honours by Boniface, who gave him a bill of divorce. The luckless Costanza was sacrificed without a feeling of pity or a plea of justice to the political necessities of her husband. It was perhaps hardly to be expected that Boniface, who had no scruples in selling the rights of the Church to raise money for Naples, should allow any compassion for a wretched woman to stand in the way of getting money for Ladislas. Another lucrative marriage might be made if Costanza were only set aside. Ladislas returned to Gaeta, where Costanza was publicly divorced. Ignorant of her fate, she went to hear mass with her husband. The Bishop of Gaeta read the Pope's bull, and then, advancing to Costanza, took from her finger the wedding ring, which he returned to Ladislas. From the cathedral, Costanza was taken to a small house, where, with only 3 attendants, she continued to live on the alms of the court till she was given in marriage to a Sicilian baron. But her high spirit was not subdued. As she left the church with her new husband, she proudly said that he was lucky in being allowed to commit adultery with a queen. Help in the way of a divorce was not all that Boniface IX gave to Ladislas. In 1393 he sent fresh reinforcements under the command of his brother Giovanni Tomacelli. Ladislas was but a youth, scarce 18 years of age, but his mother Margaret saw that a decided effort must be made. She sent forth her son into the field like a Spartan mother. Coming before the barons, "Know," she said, "that I give into your hands my soul, the breath of my life, my only treasure. Here it is." And she flung her arms around her son's neck. "I commend him to you." The shouts of the soldiers greeted her appeal. The army marched against the important town of Aquila in the Abruzzi and took it. This was the beginning of the military exploits of Ladislas, whose energy never flagged, and whose cause from this time forward prospered. He had all his father's activity and force, and these qualities contrasted strongly with the feebleness and indolence of his rival Louis. Martin of Sicily was kept busy in his own land, for the Sicilian towns were true to their allegiance to Boniface, and rebelled against the rule of a schismatic. It required all his forces for the next 2 years to reduce the rebels to submission. Henceforth Boniface was free from threatening dangers in the south of Italy, and could devote his energies to the task of securing his power in the Papal States. End of section 13. Section 14 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 2, Clement VII, Boniface IX, Religious Movements in Oxford and Paris, 1389 to 1394, Part 4. Rome had been submissive to the Pope so long as there was a hope of gain from the pilgrims who flocked to the Jubilee. But when this harvest was over, difficulties soon arose, and the Papal court was at variance with the magistracy. On September 11th, 1391, an agreement was made between the Pope and the Republic of Rome, which promised to respect the immunities of the clergy, to free the members of the Curia from tolls, to keep and repair walls and bridges, to help in the recovery of the papal possessions in Tuscany, and to urge the barons to ally with the Pope in the city. On March 5th, 1392, a further agreement was made to raise forces to put down the nobles who had seized the towns in the Patrimony, and whose plundering raids made them as much the enemies of the city as of the Pope. It was agreed that all places wrested from them should belong to the Roman people, with the exceptions of Viterbo, Civitavecchia, and Orchio. The fact that these formal agreements were necessary is sufficient in itself to show that things did not go smoothly. In the war against Giovanni Sciarra d'Avico, who held Viterbo, the Romans found that they were contributing the lion's share. The Pope, in straits for money, had pledged all the lands of the Roman churches, but the people did not get the money quickly enough. One day they rose in arms, and, headed by the Banderisi, rushed to the palace and dragged from the papal presence the canons of St. Peter's who refused to part with the possessions of their church for the purposes of war. No wonder that the Pope did not feel himself secure in Rome, and gladly embraced an opportunity of quitting it. Perugia had long been a prey to civil discords. The Tuscan League against the Pope in 1377 had awakened the activity of the old Ghibelline party within the city, and the nobles were glad to rise against the traitors who had possessed themselves of the government. The war that arose in 1390 between Florence and Giovanni Galeazzo Visconti of Milan drew all the contending parties into its sphere. The restless ambition of the crafty Duke of Milan threatened the liberties of the free cities of North Italy, and Florence had boldly stepped forward to meet the danger before it came too near. The Ghibelline nobles of Perugia, headed by Pandolfo de Baglioni, placed their city under the protection of Giovanni Galeazzo, and expelled the opposing Guelfs who took refuge in Florence. Both sides suffered severely in the war without gaining any decisive results, and were at last willing to listen to Boniface IX. The Pope strove to make peace, and with a view of freeing himself from the troubles of a residence at Rome, at the end of September 1392 set out to Perugia, where the guardianship of the citadel and of the city was entrusted to the papal legate, Pileo, Archbishop of Ravenna. Perugia put itself in the hands of the Pope and owned his suzerainty. Bologna, Imola, and Massa Lombarda, which had suffered severely in the war, submitted themselves in like manner. In Perugia, Boniface abode for a year, recalled the Guelf exiles, and tried to maintain peace within the city. During his residence at Perugia, he met with many successes. The Romans were successful in their war against Giovanni Sciarra da Vico. He renounced Clement VII and submitted to Boniface, who, with the consent of the Romans, took to himself the office of prefect of Viterbo. Similarly, in La Marca, the cities of Ancona, Camerino, Fabriano, Jesi, and Matelica submitted to him. But the peace which the Pope had made at Perugia was not of long duration. The feud which he had striven to pacify was too deep-seated for the rival parties to live in unity within the same city walls. In July 1393, one of the returned exiles was murdered in the street. When the podestà was about to pass sentence on the assassins, the chief of the nobles, Pandolfo de Baglioni, interfered on their behalf. The other party vowed vengeance. Pandolfo was assassinated, and all his family, whom the eager crowd could reach, were put to death. Butchery reigned in the city, and the Pope, with a few followers, fled by night from the scene of carnage and took refuge in Assisi. The Ghibelline party was exiled from Perugia in their turn, and the city was now to unite itself closely to Florence. A Perugian general of condottieri, Biordo de Michelati, made himself chief of the people, and the city was lost to the Pope. In Assisi, Boniface IX abode in quietness, but the Romans grew alarmed at the absence of the Pope, and feared that he intended to fix his seat in Umbria. Then, as always, the Papacy cast a blight over the municipal institutions of Rome, and prevented them from developing into strength. The Romans could neither obey nor resist the Pope, according to any persistent plan. His presence and his absence were alike intolerable to them. They could not make up their minds either to forego the advantage which their city reaped as capital of the Papacy, nor to endure the inconvenience of the papal residence among them. They sent ambassadors to Boniface at Assisi, beseeching him to return to Rome. Boniface assented on his own conditions. The Romans were to send 1,000 knights to escort him on his way, and were to loan him 10,000 florins of gold for the expenses of the journey. They were, moreover, to agree that the Pope should, if he chose, appoint a senator of Rome. If he did not do so, the conservators, who exercised the senatorial authority, were to take an oath of fidelity to him. His senators were not to be interfered with by the Banderizzi or other magistrates of the city. The Romans were to keep the roads to Narni and Rieti free and open, and were to maintain a galley to guard the approach by sea. The clergy and members of the Curia were to be amenable only to the papal courts, and were to be free from tolls and taxes. The goods of the churches and hospitals were to be similarly free from taxes. The markets of the city were to be under the charge of 2 officers, one appointed by the Pope, the other by the people. These conditions were accepted by the Romans on August 8th, 1393, and Boniface again took up his residence in Rome at the beginning of December. This agreement bears a strong testimony to the political shrewdness of Boniface. He knew the advantage of striking a blow at the right time. He knew the importance of privileges once granted. The conditions to which the Romans so lightly agreed under the impulse of a passing panic laid the foundations of the papal sovereignty over the city of Rome. Boniface IX himself lived to broaden and extend them, and his successors inherited his claims as their lawful prerogatives. But Boniface was not to reap immediately the fruits of his policy and of the short-sightedness of the Roman people. The rule of the Pope was soon found to be galling, and the Romans regretted that they had sold their liberties for such a doubtful boon as the presence of the Pope. Disagreements soon arose between the Pope and the Banderizzi. The Roman people rose in arms in May 1394, and the position of Boniface in Rome became precarious. Even his life was threatened. But his alliance with Naples had not been made in vain, and Ladislas was ready to help his protector. In October 1394, the young king of Naples came to the rescue of the Pope and repressed the rebellion of the people. After a few days' stay in Rome, he returned to Gaeta, laden with substantial tokens of the Pope's gratitude. At the same time that Boniface was freed from this danger, he also was relieved from another foe. On September 16th died the anti-pope Clement VII. His end was probably hastened by the humiliations to which he was subjected by the remonstrances of the University of Paris. It is the great glory of that learned body that it did not cease to labour to restore the shattered unity of the Church. It was indeed necessary that this question should be discussed by a learned body of professed theologians, for the principles of papal jurisprudence had been so successfully applied to the system of ecclesiastical government that they had destroyed all traces of a more primitive organization. The Pope was recognized as God's vicar, as superior to general councils, and there was no jurisdiction which could claim to call him to account. Yet now the organization of the Papacy, which owed its power to the fact that it was a symbol of the unity of the Church, had brought about the destruction of that unity, and was an insuperable obstacle in the way of its restoration. Christendom groaned under the expense of 2 papal establishments, but was helpless to find any lawful method of redressing its grievances and setting at one the distracted Church. It was the work of the University of Paris to revive the more ancient polity of the Church before the days of the establishment of the papal monarchy, and by a ceaseless literary agitation to familiarize Christendom with ideas which at first seemed little better than heretical. So great were the difficulties which beset any endeavour to escape from the legal principles of the canon law, that the conciliar theory was advanced with great caution, and only on the ground of absolute necessity. In 1381, a German doctor at Paris, Henry Langenstein of Hesse, wrote his Concilium Pacis, in which he argued in favour of the summons of a general council. Necessity, he urged, makes things lawful which are otherwise unlawful. Where human law fails, recourse must be had to natural or divine law. The The spirit of ecclesiastical rules must take precedence of the letter. Equity, as Aristotle says, must be called in to redress the wrongs of strict justice. In times of necessity, the Church must have recourse to the authority of Christ, the infallible head of the Church, whose authority is resident in the whole body. To decide the question whether the election made by the cardinals as commissaries of the Church was lawful or not, recourse must be had to the assemblage of bishops which represents the Church. This theory of Langenstein had much to commend it, but no one could ignore the difficulties in the way of assembling or constituting a general council. The threat of a council was an effective weapon in reserve for the case of extreme need. But instead of summoning a council to decide between two claimants, was it not possible to induce the rival claimants to resign their positions? This idea of voluntary abdication by the two popes found favour in Paris, but it was open to the obvious objection that it was difficult to induce men to resign lucrative and important posts. It might, however, be possible to compel them to do so by a withdrawal of the allegiance of the faithful. This proposed withdrawal the theologians of the university set to work to justify. Schism was as bad as heresy, and if a pope condemned for heresy ceased to be pope, the case of popes openly and notoriously persisting in schism fell under the same law. By this theory, the principles of feudalism were carried into the Church. The pope held his power of Christ. If he used it to the separation of his Lord's kingdom, the inferior vassals might defy him. It was an attempt to legitimize rebellion as the ultimate appeal in case of difficulty. An opinion was slowly formed within the university. It was from time to time laid before the French king, but the madness which fell upon him in 1392 and the disturbed state of France through the struggle for power between the king's uncles and his brother made any political measures hopeless. Yet in the king's lucid moments the entreaties of the university were renewed, and strangely enough they were seconded by Boniface IX, who at the end of 1392 sent 2 Carthusian monks with a letter to the king, reminding him of his duties to Christendom and offering his cooperation in any steps which might be thought necessary to heal the schism. Boniface IX hoped by a show of humility to detach France from his rival, but the royal councillors wrote back an answer carefully framed to contain no word of recognition of Boniface, while conveying a general assurance of the king's zeal. At the end of 1393, the university met with a favourable answer from the king's brother, the Duke of Berry. It showed its gratitude by a solemn procession to Saint-Martin-des-Champs, and at once appointed a commission to consider means for attaining its end. A chest was placed in the convent of the Mathurins, into which each member of the university cast his written opinion, and after duly inspecting the votes, the commissioners reported that 3 possible courses had been submitted: an abdication by both popes, an arbitration by an equal number of judges appointed by both sides, or a general council. Clement VII was alarmed at these revolutionary proposals. He summoned the chiefs of the university to Avignon, but they refused to go. He then tried the more effectual means of sending a legate with rich presents to the king's councillors, and the crafty Cardinal Peter de Luna, who was then resident in Paris, helped with his ready intrigues. Hence, when the university first brought its report to the king, the Duke of Berry refused an audience and threatened its chief men with imprisonment. It was only after some delay, by the influence of the Duke of Burgundy, that the representatives of the university came on June 29, 1394, before the king. They laid before him in an address the 3 methods proposed for ending the schism. They stated the arguments in favour of each, and combated the objections which might be raised. Why should not the Pope, they pleaded, submit himself to the authority of others? Is he greater than Christ, who in the gospel was subject to his mother and Joseph? Surely the Pope is subject to his mother, the Church, who is the mother of all faithful people. Charles VI listened with interest and ordered the address of the university to be translated into French, that it might serve as the declaration of a new policy. Great hopes were entertained that he would act decisively. But again the intrigues of Peter de Luna prevailed with the Duke of Berry, and the university was forbidden to approach the king or meddle with the matter of the schism. The university knew of Clement's machinations and was prepared for the check, for its deputies at once replied that all lectures, sermons, and other academic acts would cease until it obtained its just demands. The king, however, had ordered a copy of the address of the university to be forwarded to Clement, and the university itself sent him a representation against the conduct of Peter de Luna and an exhortation to unity. Clement was both wounded and alarmed at their plain speaking, and angrily denounced the letter of the university as wicked and venomous, but his cardinals gave it as their opinion that one of the ways recommended by the university would have to be followed to restore peace to the Church. In the state of depression which these humiliations caused to the haughty spirit of Clement VII, he was stricken suddenly by apoplexy and died on September 16th, 1394. Robert of Geneva, like many others, found that a lofty position stifled rather than kindled his energies. In his earlier days he had enjoyed the work of a soldier, and felt keen pleasure at being at the head of the strongest party among the cardinals. His aristocratic sentiments made him delight in being in a position of command, and he did not discover, till after his elevation to the dangerous dignity of an antipope, how much sweeter is power when it is exercised without the oppressive load of responsibility. Robert of Geneva was not the man for an equivocal position, for his nature was too sensitive to grapple with the difficulties which beset him. By feeling as well as by birth, he belonged to the class of feudal nobles, not of adventurers, and the daring which he showed when his course was clear deserted him when he felt that his position was doubtful. He soon discovered that the greater part of Christendom repudiated him, and that he was maintained as pope solely by the French king, a fact which the French courtiers did not scruple to throw in his teeth. His adherents in other lands were ousted from their offices and fled in poverty to Avignon, clamouring for help, which Clement had no means of giving. He could not afford to maintain a crowd of needy dependents, and his natural taste for grandeur suffered from the sight of misery which fidelity to his cause had brought upon others. His sensitiveness was also wounded by the calls which constantly reached his ears that he should restore peace to the distracted Church. His pride prevented him alike from abandoning and from enjoying his position. He could not find satisfaction in the petty intrigues and the small victories which would have satisfied a coarser nature. Tall, handsome, and of commanding aspect, he always cherished those gifts which had won him popularity. He was always genial, affable, and decorous. But he shrank from everything that reminded him of his powerlessness, and such power as he had, he was determined to exercise by himself. He was morose to his cardinals, and rarely asked their advice or held consistories. When he did so, they were summoned at a late hour and were rapidly dismissed. Such business as he had he dallied with, and it was hard to get him to take a decided step. When at last he saw that the representatives of the University of Paris had begun to prevail even with the French king, Clement's humiliation was complete. He was not great enough to submit for the good of Christendom, nor was he small enough to fight solely for himself. Overcome by the dilemma, he died. End of section 14. Section 15 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 3, Boniface IX, Benedict XIII, Attempts of France to heal the Schism, 1394 to 1404, Part 1. When on September 22nd, 1394, the news of the death of Clement VII reached Paris, it was felt that a great opportunity was offered for ending the schism. A meeting of the Royal Council was held immediately, and a messenger was dispatched post-haste to Avignon, bearing a royal missive to the cardinals requiring them to make no new election till they had received an embassy which the king was about to send. In this the royal zeal outsped the monitions of the university, but that body sent a letter to the cardinals by the hands of the royal ambassadors. Never could there be again such an opportunity of healing the schism. It was as though the Holy Ghost stood at the door and knocked. No time was lost by the king. On the 24th, a royal embassy was sent off to Avignon, but heard on the way the news of the election of Peter de Luna. It was, in fact, too much to expect that the cardinals at Avignon should trust themselves to the tender mercies of the King of France. They had advised Clement VII to take steps toward ending the schism, and had been ready to second the advice of the University of Paris. But in any measures taken by a pope, their dignity could at least be spared, and their interests respected. The extinction of the schism by preventing the election of another pope meant the extinction of the cardinals themselves. The one unmistakable right of cardinals was the election of a pope. If they did not proceed to the election, they cast a doubt on the validity of their own office, which they could not expect that others would esteem more highly than they did themselves. They lost no time in entering into conclave, and the king's first letter reached Avignon just as the doors were being closed on the evening of September 26th. But the cardinals suspected its contents and resolved to read it after the election, which was the business on which they were at present engaged. At the same time, wishing to free themselves from the charge of promoting the schism, they drew out a solemn form of oath, binding themselves to do all in their power to end the schism, and binding him who should be elected to resign the papacy if a majority of the cardinals called on him to do so in the interests of the Church. Of the 24 cardinals who then composed the college, 3 were absent, and of those present, only 3 refused to sign this declaration. The 18 cardinals who signed proceeded at once to deliberate. One cardinal was proposed, but he cried out, "I am feeble and perhaps would not abdicate. I prefer not to be exposed to the temptation." "I, on the other hand," said Peter de Luna, "would abdicate as easily as I take off my hat." All eyes were turned on him. His political skill was well established, and his zeal for the reunion of the Church was credited. On September 28th, 1394, Peter de Luna was elected pope and took the title of Benedict XIII. The election of Peter de Luna was in itself unexceptionable. Sprung from an old Aragonese house, he had devoted himself to the study of canon law, of which he became professor in the University of Montpellier. Gregory XI made him a cardinal on account of his learning, and his ability had always made him a man of mark in the Curia. He was a man of blameless life, and his enemies could bring no charge against him, save that of fostering the schism. His cleverness, however, verged on craft and subtlety, and in his dealings with Spain and with the court of France he had shown an ingrained love of intrigue and a delight in managing complicated affairs which augured ill for his pliability. His short and spare frame contained a restless and resolute mind, and the cardinals who had voted for him on the ground of his repeated protestations of his desire to end the unhappy schism of the Church found that he meant the end to come only in the way which he pleased. At first, however, all went smoothly, and so delighted was the University of Paris with the new pope's expressions of readiness to adopt any measures for appeasing the schism, that they hailed him as indeed Benedict, one blessed indeed if he spread on all sides the blessings of peace. The letter in which he announced his election to the French king assured him that he had only accepted the office of pope as a means of ending the schism, and reminded him how entirely their views had agreed on this point when they had discussed the matter together at Paris. No one could speak more fairly than Benedict. The envoys of the university in their first interview met him as he was going to table. As he took off his hat before sitting down, he repeated his remark that he could lay aside his office as easily as his cap. Promises and fair words were easily uttered, but the year came to an end, and nothing further had been done. In February 1395, a synod of bishops met in Paris, and after considering the three methods proposed by the university, gave its opinion in favour of abdication as the best way of ending the schism. If Benedict could suggest any better way, let him do so. If not, let him place himself in the king's hands, who would then confer with the princes of the obedience of Boniface, and take steps to compel him to do likewise. Armed with this opinion, a royal embassy was sent to Benedict, headed by the Dukes of Burgundy and Berry, the king's uncles, and the Duke of Orleans, his brother. They arrived at Avignon on May 22nd, and lost no time in urging their business. The Pope met them by raising difficulties at every step. First, there was a discussion whether they might see the document which the cardinals had signed before the election. When at last they obtained a copy, Benedict warned them that it did not follow that those who had signed it before would sign it now, and as for himself, his position had been entirely changed since his election. When the proposal for abdication was made, Benedict met it by the impossible suggestion of a conference between the two popes, under the protection of the French king, for the purpose of discussing their respective pretensions. When this was naturally rejected by the royal ambassadors, Benedict asked that their propositions should be reduced to writing and submitted to him in due form. He was answered that the king's proposal was contained in one word, abdication. At this he was offended, and complained of scant courtesy. He was ready to receive advice, not commands, as he was not bound to obey anyone save Christ. When the Pope was thus found to be unyielding, the Duke of Burgundy resolved to bring the opinion of the College of Cardinals to bear on his obstinacy. He summoned the cardinals to his house and demanded the private opinion of each upon the course to be pursued. 19 agreed more or less decidedly with the proposition of the king. One, the Cardinal of Pampeluna, the only Spanish member of the college, advocated the martial method of ending the schism by forcibly expelling Boniface IX from Rome. If this were impossible, he preferred a conference to abdication. The attempt to exercise pressure on Benedict XIII was a mistake, and the negotiations were conducted in an overbearing manner that was sure to provoke his resentment. Benedict, before his election, was well aware of the schemes of the university, and had gauged the capacity of the men who advocated them. Now that he was pope, he was responsible for maintaining the rights of his office, and the crude proposals of the university theologians were scarcely likely to commend themselves to one who was well versed in canon law. Benedict may be pardoned for feeling it his duty to resist a scheme which was founded on the use of compulsion toward the two claimants of a disputed succession. It was a clumsy attempt to cut the knot instead of untying it. One of the claimants was clearly the rightful pope. It might be difficult to find any legal means of settling on which side the right lay, but the proposal to override the questions of right by compelling both claimants to abdicate was a rude abolition of law in favour of violence. Moreover, Benedict saw clearly enough the practical difficulties which lay in the way of the plans of the university. If he were to abdicate, what guarantee was there that his rival could be compelled to do likewise? He was asked to place himself unreservedly in the hands of the King of France, who probably, after a few years of unsuccessful negotiations, would set up a pope of his own, entirely subservient to the French crown. Benedict's obedience comprised other kingdoms besides France. He was himself a Spaniard, and resented the interference of France as though it were the only power concerned in this matter, which affected the whole of Christendom. He said with some truth that if he had been a Frenchman, he would not have been treated with such arrogance. There were other kings besides the King of France, other universities besides that of Paris. He could not answer the king's proposals till he had consulted with the doctors of the University of Avignon, for no clerks were more learned than they, and many came from Paris to consult them. On June 20th, Benedict, in the presence of 2 cardinals only, gave his answer in the shape of a bull to the ambassadors. He repeated his proposal of a conference and reiterated his objections to the procedure of abdication. It was to no purpose that the ambassadors tried to bring pressure to bear upon him through the cardinals, who declared themselves on the king's side. Benedict met them with tact and prudence, and overwhelmed them with formal objections. The ambassadors lived in Villeneuve, on the opposite side of the Rhone from Avignon. Whether it was a measure to speed their departure or not cannot be said, but one night the wooden bridge across the Rhone caught fire, and thenceforth the ambassadors' interviews with pope or cardinals were checked by the fact that they had to cross the turbulent Rhone in an open boat. They could obtain nothing from Benedict XIII but more bulls expressing his willingness to do what he had suggested. With these they returned to Paris on August 24th. Their mission had proved entirely fruitless. Both sides now prepared for war. The University of Paris, stung by the attack of Benedict, at once presented a memorial to the king, desiring him to call a synod, and by its authority deprive Benedict of the right of presentation to benefices, and cut him off from his ecclesiastical revenues. The royal advisers were not, however, prepared to take such a decisive step, and the university contented itself with sending circular letters to all the princes and universities in Europe, urging them to join in enforcing their policy upon the contending popes. On his side, Benedict drew nearer to Spain, and the King of Castile wrote angrily to the cardinals, complaining that they took counsel with the French king and did not consult him. Yet I think that among Christian princes I ought to be consulted as much as any other king whatever. Moreover, the University of Toulouse espoused his cause, and began to attack the theological position of the University of Paris. Already, while the French ambassadors were at Avignon, the representatives of the University of Paris had laid before them 8 conclusions put forward by an English Dominican, John Hayton, which were entirely subversive of their position. Hayton asserted the rights of one head of the Church, the Pope, and denounced the use of coercion to make him abandon them. He did not hesitate to call the university a daughter of Satan, mother of error, nurse of sedition, defamer of the Pope. The envoys of the university urged the royal ambassadors to procure the papal condemnation of these conclusions of Hayton, and the Pope faintly condemned them. But Benedict XIII showed considerable tact in detaching from the side of the university some of its most distinguished men. Benedict was himself a scholar, and as such had an attraction for other scholars, while the practical steps which the university recommended as the means of carrying their opinions into effect naturally awakened repugnance in many thoughtful minds. The simple scholar would feel little interest in urging on the king the use of forcible means to bring Benedict to abdicate. He would see that it was impossible to restore spiritual authority by means of compulsion applied in such a way. Hence we find Nicolas de Clement, who had been rector of the university in 1393, invited by Benedict to be his secretary and librarian in 1394, and early in 1395 the learned Peter d'Ailly resigned his offices in the university and accepted from Benedict the rich bishopric of Cambrai. This retirement of the more moderate men only made the action of the university more vehement. It submitted in the form of questions 9 definite points which had been in their opinion raised by the refusal of Benedict to accept the proposed abdication. Has the Pope, by his refusal, fallen into heresy and mortal sin? Are the cardinals bound any longer to obey him? Ought he to be compelled to abdicate, and if so, by whom? Is he subject to a general council? Are his censures against those who proceed in this matter to be heeded? These were the questions raised by the university, and their bare statement caused a reaction in favour of the Pope. They were revolutionary, and struck at the root of the existing organization of the Church and the papal headship altogether. The most eminent of the university theologians, Jean Gerson, who had done much to mould its opinion, raised his voice in favour of milder measures. An answer to these questions on the part of the university would, he pleaded, only lead to a counter-argument on the side of the Pope, and when once dogmatic opinions had been put forward on either side, obstinacy would take the place of reason, as no one would willingly confess that he had been a heretic. Matters were stayed for a time, but the ill feeling between Benedict and the university increased. Benedict harassed the university in small points, and the university appealed from Benedict to a future pope, one true, orthodox, and universal. Benedict replied that an appeal from the Roman pontiff was unlawful. The university retorted that in that case St. Peter's chair must be assumed to make its possessors impeccable. The pride of the university was more and more involved in the struggle, which had become almost a personal one, and its representations to the French king were redoubled. At the end of 1396, embassies were sent to Germany, England, and Spain to gain cooperation in carrying out the ecclesiastical policy of France. After a little wavering, the King of Castile gave in his adhesion, and Richard II. Of England, who had married a daughter of Charles VI. And hoped for French help in carrying out his high-handed policy at home, was also willing to acquiesce. In June 1397, a joint embassy from the kings of England, France, and Castile was sent to Rome and Avignon. When Benedict XIII. Declined to give a definite answer to their proposals, he was informed that the French king required him to take steps before February 2nd, 1398, that the schism must be healed by that date, otherwise the king would himself proceed to remove its causes. Charles VI. Was now pledged to proceed to extremities, but wished first to engage on his side Wenzel, king of the Romans. Wenzel was personally on good terms with Boniface IX., who had good-naturedly overlooked his wild violations of ecclesiastical privileges. But the University of Prague had followed the lead of the University of Paris, and the Bohemian king felt himself called upon to seem to do something. A conference was held between the two monarchs at Rheims on March 23, 1398, to decide the future of Christendom. They were a strange pair for such a purpose, a madman and a drunkard. Charles VI. Enjoyed intervals of reason, and though feeble in mind at all times, was still beloved by his people for his personal kindliness. Wenzel, day by day, grew more besotted in his vices, and was only able to do business in the morning before he had time to get drunk. The two kings agreed that between them they would restore the peace of the Church. Charles VI. Undertook to force Benedict XIII. To abdicate, and Wenzel vaguely promised to compel Boniface IX. To do likewise, if it could be done without prejudice to his own honour. On this understanding, Charles VI. Returned to Paris and did his utmost to fulfil his promise. It would have been well for Wenzel if he had acted with like determination. On May 22nd, 1398, a synod of French bishops and representatives of the universities assembled in Paris in obedience to the royal summons. The king himself was unable to attend through illness, but the dukes of Berry, Burgundy, and Orleans were present. Simon Clement, Patriarch of Alexandria, the chief ecclesiastic in France, and a staunch supporter of the royal policy, was president of the synod. He laid before it, as the question for discussion, how the abdication of Benedict XIII. Was to be procured, whether for that purpose a total or partial withdrawal of obedience was necessary. It was agreed that 6 disputants on either side should put forth the arguments for and against Benedict XIII. On the side of Benedict was urged, first, the theoretical unlawfulness of a withdrawal of allegiance, since the supremacy of the Pope was absolute, and nothing save heresy could impair it. Next, the practical inconveniences, as it would be the cause of great disorders, and would probably harden the resistance of Benedict rather than subdue it. If he were to abdicate after such withdrawal of allegiance, his adherents would declare it had been done under compulsion. If he were not to abdicate, it was impossible to see what might happen. Moreover, such a step was fatal also to the foundations of civil government, for it gave an example of rebellion. On the side of the clergy and university, it was urged that the life of the Church lay in unity, and schism was its death. Only when the Pope cares for the unity of the Church is he Christ's vicar. When he opposes unity, he is Christ's adversary. As to the argument about the danger to civil governments of the example of withdrawing allegiance from the Pope, there was no analogy between the two, for Christ said, "The kings of the Gentiles exercise lordship over them, but whosoever amongst you would be greatest, let him be your servant." The temporal power is not subject to the people, but the Pope is the servant of the Church and must act for its good. His abdication is necessary to heal the schism, and the withdrawal of allegiance is necessary to cut off his resources and reduce him to submit. After this disputation, the votes of the assembly were taken. 247 voted in favour of immediate withdrawal of obedience. 20 voted for postponing the question at present and summoning the Pope afresh. 16 voted for holding a council of the entire obedience of Benedict, and submitting the matter to its consideration. After this vote, the royal order was signed on July 27th, 1398, for the withdrawal of allegiance, which cut off from Benedict all power over the French Church, and all means of raising money out of the ecclesiastical revenues of France. End of section 15. Section 16 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 3, Boniface IX, Benedict XIII, Attempts of France to heal the Schism, 1394 to 1404, Part 2. The University of Paris had worked its will at last, and could certainly claim the credit or blame of all that had been done. It had succeeded in awakening in men's minds a desire to end the schism, and had asserted as the basis for all action the superiority of the interests of the Church as a whole over the interests of its contending rulers. But the doctors of the university were still under the power of the ideas of the Middle Ages. They took their stand upon the necessity of a formal unity of the Church, which was to be represented by the outward unity of its government. Many minds amid the jangle of contending assertions tended towards neutrality, and looked upon both popes with suspicion. Many advocated a national government for each national church. But the university maintained stoutly the medieval desire for outward unity, and carried its theories no farther than was necessary under existing circumstances for its restoration. But there was an inherent weakness in the policy of the university, for it resorted to extraordinary measures, while it could not be sure that they would gain their end. The withdrawal of allegiance from Benedict was an act entirely opposed to the ecclesiastical constitution, and no reasons except those of expediency could be urged in its favour. Moreover, that measure in itself was only a dubious step toward gaining the end proposed. The university argued that the withdrawal of the allegiance of France would probably lead to the abdication of Benedict, and then the example of France would probably be followed by the Empire towards Boniface, who would also probably be compelled to abdicate, and then the united Church could again choose a head. The chance of ultimate success in this elaborate scheme was too far distant to justify the revolutionary step which was to set all in motion. Revolutionary measures are dangerous unless they are likely to effect their end at once. In this case, the inevitable reaction in favour of legality set in before the first step could be accomplished. France counted on forcing Benedict into perfect submission. Immediately after the council, Dailly, Bishop of Cambrai, who had previously been employed in negotiation with the Pope, set out together with Marshal Boucicaut for Avignon. If Dailly's persuasions failed, Boucicaut, who stayed behind at Lyons, was to proceed to force. When Dailly, in his first interview with Benedict, expressed the king's wish that he should resign his office, Benedict changed colour and angrily exclaimed, "I will never do so as long as I live, and I wish the King of France to know that I will pay no heed to his ordinances, but will keep my name and papacy till death." Dailly replied that he could accept no answer which was not made after counsel with the cardinals. Two who were present joined in urging the summoning of a consistory. Next morning Dailly spoke before the assembled cardinals, and then left them to their deliberations, which were stormy. Many of them urged the Pope to yield, and when he refused, they left the consistory in anger. Dailly, who was waiting outside, entered the room and asked for Benedict's answer. The Pope, still sitting on his throne with one or two cardinals around him, answered with indomitable spirit that he had been duly elected Pope and would remain so as long as he lived. "Tell our son of France," he added, "that until now we have held him for a good Catholic, but if from ill advice he is about to enter into error, he will repent it. But I pray you tell him from me to take good advice, and not incline to anything which may trouble his conscience." Saying this, the Pope left his throne, and Dailly mounted his horse to carry the news of his ill success to Boucicaut, who had already advanced to the fort of Saint-André, 27 miles from Avignon. Benedict XIII besieged in Avignon, September 1st, 1398 to April 10th, 1399. Dailly's mission had failed, and Boucicaut's was now to begin. He rapidly raised a body of troops, for many were eager to share in the plunder of Avignon. On September 1st, the withdrawal of allegiance was proclaimed at Villeneuve, and Benedict's French supporters left him. 18 of his 23 cardinals went to Villeneuve and wrote to the French king, proclaiming their renunciation of the stubborn pope. The citizens of Avignon were not desirous of suffering a siege for the pope's sake, and welcomed Boucicault's soldiers into the city. Benedict was besieged in his palace, where he made a stubborn defence. Victuals, however, began to fail, and all the store of fuel was set on fire and burnt. The 2 cardinals who adhered to Benedict were captured in an attempt to escape and were put in prison. Everywhere Benedict seemed to be deserted. Flanders, Sicily, Castile, and Navarre joined with France in the withdrawal of allegiance. Only Scotland and Aragon still held for Benedict. The King of Aragon, in spite of Benedict's summons to him as gonfaloniere of the Church, hesitated to enter into war with France for the sake of a priest. Still Benedict held out stubbornly, and his brother, Rodrigo de Luna, was energetic in introducing supplies. The besiegers attempted to enter the castle through a sewer which communicated with the kitchen, but were discovered and were captured one by one as they slowly crawled out of their subterranean passage. This led to an exchange of prisoners, and the blockade was more strictly pressed. But the troubled state of France itself brought Benedict help. Among the numerous intriguers who gathered round the unhappy Charles VI, there were some who hoped to find Benedict useful for their purposes, and who secretly exerted their influence with the king to save the pope from being reduced to extremities. Orders were sent to Marshal Boucicault that he was not to pursue the siege too vigorously, and the experienced general must have felt ashamed of the pitiful duty assigned to him. Ambassadors from the King of Aragon urged Charles VI to a reconciliation. After much negotiation, it was agreed that Charles should withdraw his troops and guarantee Benedict's safety at Avignon, provided Benedict promised that he would abdicate in case Boniface abdicated, died, or was ejected, that he would not hinder any plans for the union of the Church, and would be willing to attend any council held for that purpose, that meanwhile he would not leave Avignon without the king's permission, and would receive guardians of his person appointed by the king. Benedict's resources were at an end, and he was obliged to accept these terms, which at all events gave him time. On April 10th, 1399, the king nominated as the pope's guardians the College of Cardinals, but Benedict placed himself under the protection of the Duke of Orleans, who had already discovered how useful a pope might be for his ambitious schemes. This matter was not decided for the present, but became of importance in the future. Already the French court found that the reaction in favour of Benedict had set in, and that their course was full of difficulties. 3 of the cardinals who in January 1399 had come to Paris to accuse Benedict of heresy and urge sterner measures against him were hooted by the people in the streets. The clergy also found, as was always the case, that the yoke of the crown was heavier than the yoke of the pope. They groaned over the impositions of the royal treasury, and began to regard the enthusiasm for the peace of the Church as a convenient means of fiscal exaction from ecclesiastical revenues. In this state of public feeling, the court was glad of a truce with Benedict, who remained for the next 4 years a prisoner in his palace at Avignon, eagerly watching the current of events. Boniface IX and Ladislas, 1394-1395. Meanwhile, Boniface IX at Rome had been feeling the pressure of this movement in behalf of unity, but the greater independence of his political position enabled him more safely to resist. Boniface was a clear-sighted statesman, and after his return to Rome in 1394, kept steadily in view the importance of strengthening his hold upon the city. The states of the Church were ravaged by the old opponents of the Pope, Biordo de Michelotti, who had seized upon Assisi, Malatesta de Malatesta, who had made himself Lord of Todi, and Onorato of Fundi, who was always on the watch to attack the Pope, and who strove to raise among the Romans a party in favour of Benedict XIII. Boniface saw that his only hope of success against these foes lay in close alliance with Ladislaus, who in 1395, after capturing Aversa and Capua, laid siege to Naples. But the siege was broken by some Provençal galleys which routed the papal fleet, and the final triumph of Ladislas was delayed for some years longer. Yet Boniface did not serve Ladislas for nothing. He obtained from him the investiture of the Duchy of Sora for his brother Giovanni Tomacelli. Boniface, like all other popes who aimed at temporal sovereignty, felt the need of helpers whom he could trust. He carried on the nepotism of which Urban VI had set the example, but he was more fortunate in his relatives. His brother Andrea, invested by him with the Duchy of Spoleto and the Marquisate of Ancona, was an experienced soldier, and on him and Giovanni Boniface mainly relied for counsel and aid. With the rise of a new pope, the relatives of his predecessor were swept away. The end of Francesco Prignano, the nephew of Urban VI, was tragic enough. Neglected by all on his uncle's death, and fearful for the future, he took refuge with Raimondello Orsini in one of his castles in the Abruzzi. There he grew day by day more melancholy at the thought of his fall, till at last one day, after a ball given by his host, he returned to his room and attempted suicide with a knife. On his recovery, Raimondello feared to keep any longer so unpleasant a guest, and it was agreed that Francesco should hand over to him all that was left of his once vast possessions, the county of Altamura, in return for 12,000 florins and an annual pension. When this was settled, Francesco set sail with his wife and mother to Venice, but on the way the ship was lost, and all that remained of the lineage of Urban VI was swallowed in the waves. Effects of the policy of France on Boniface IX, 1396 to 1398. In all things, Boniface IX pursued with firmness and prudence his policy of establishing his hold over Rome and the dominions of the Church, and it is surprising to see how he succeeded amid the many difficulties by which he was beset. In 1396 was another rising of the Romans against him. Some of the nobles of the city, in league with the Count de Fondi, conspired to put him to death. Again, King Ladislas lent his aid, and the rising was with difficulty put down. 13 ringleaders, in whose houses were found banners to wave before the rebel army, were executed, and the people of Trastevere were deprived of their franchises. Boniface determined to rule the Romans with a strong hand, yet day by day his position became more insecure, as the steps taken by France to bring about a union of the Church grew more decisive. The blows levelled at Benedict fell upon Boniface as well. The enforced abdication of one was regarded as the preliminary to the enforced abdication of the other. So soon as Charles VI reduced Benedict to submission, it would be the duty of Wenzel to deal with Boniface. Hence Boniface saw with alarm the spread of French influence in Italy. Genoa, worn out with intestine discords, handed over to the King of France its seigneury in October 1396. In vain Boniface tried to awaken the national jealousy of the English and enlist their sympathy. He appointed the king's half-brother John Holland, Duke of Huntingdon, leader of a crusade in his behalf. But Richard II adhered to his plan of a close alliance between himself and the French king. Nothing was done by the Earl of Huntingdon, and the internal troubles of the last years of Richard's reign rendered English intervention impossible. Yet Boniface was pestered with embassies and advice in the same way as Benedict. To the ambassadors of France and Spain he answered haughtily that he was the true and undoubted Pope, and had no intentions of resigning his office. A worthy hermit of the name of Robert, who at the end of 1396 undertook the task of visiting Rome and Avignon in the interests of peace, could get no better answer from Boniface than a declaration that he would not consent to place the justice of his cause in another man's hands. After the conference at Rheims between Charles VI. And Wenzel, Peter d'Ailly, the Bishop of Cambrai, was sent as joint ambassador of king and emperor to the two popes. He visited Boniface first and found him at Fondi, where he met with an honourable reception. Boniface refused to answer him till he had consulted his cardinals at Rome. Then he replied that so soon as Benedict had resigned, he was willing to submit to the advice of the kings of England, Germany, and Hungary, and would attend a general council if they thought fit to summon one. When this answer was brought back to Wenzel, he said to d'Ailly, "You will carry this to the King of France. According as he shall act, so will I and the Empire. But he must begin first, and when he has deposed his Pope, we will depose ours." The Roman people meanwhile looked upon these embassies with suspicion. They might not like Boniface, but they were anxious to have a pope at Rome. The year 1400 was drawing near, and they were looking forward to the rich harvest which they were likely to reap from the pilgrims who would flock to the Jubilee. A number of the leading citizens hastened to Boniface after his interview with d'Ailly to assure themselves that he had no intention of leaving Rome. "Whatever the Emperor or the King of France may do, I will not submit to their will," was the answer of Boniface. Indeed, the position of Boniface in Rome was gradually growing stronger. In February 1397, Onorato of Fondi found it expedient to make peace with the Pope, and several of the Roman nobles also submitted. The affairs of Ladislas in Naples were at a standstill, owing to the defection of some of his chief adherents, but after many negotiations their differences were referred to the mediation of Boniface, who arranged matters in June 1398. From this time the party of Ladislas was united, and the hopes of Louis began to fade away. One by one the chief barons of the Angevin faction began to reconcile themselves with Ladislas, and the power of the Pope over the states of the Church grew in proportion to the success of Ladislas in Naples. Aided by this and by the pliancy of the Romans, who had set their hopes on the Jubilee, Boniface in 1398 proceeded more vigorously to establish his power over the city of Rome, and appointed a vice-senator responsible only to himself. The Republican party amongst the Romans, headed by 3 of the former magistrates, formed a plot to throw off the papal yoke, and allied themselves to the restless Count of Fondi, who promised to support their rising in the city by an attack on the gate of St. John Lateran. The vigilance of the vice-senator discovered the plot, and the ringleaders were beheaded, but Onorati of Fondi seized Ostia and carried on a piratical war against the city, cutting off its supplies and hindering free communication with it. Boniface used the opportunity given by this unsuccessful rising to assert his supremacy over Rome, and the year 1398 was remembered as the epoch of the loss of the liberties of the city. As other Italian cities let their municipal liberties fall into abeyance and submitted to the power of a despot, so the city of Rome fell under the sway of the Pope. Henceforth the old magistrates disappeared, and Rome was governed by a senator appointed by the Pope every 6 months. Moreover, Boniface IX. Took the same steps as other despots to secure his power. The Vatican palace was strongly fortified. The castle of St. Angelo, which had been dismantled in the time of Urban VI., was restored and surmounted by a strong tower. The palace of the senator on the Capitol was built up and fortified. Many poor priests laboured at this work, carrying stones and cement in the vain hope of winning by their manual labour some ecclesiastical preferment from the Pope. The papal fleet was again revived, and Gaspar Cosa of Ischia was made admiral. Ostia was taken directly under the Pope's rule and was repaired for purposes of defence. Boniface IX. Shows in all his doings the keen practical sense which Urban VI. So entirely lacked. Secure in Rome, Boniface at once turned against his enemies. In May 1399, a solemn bull of excommunication was issued against Onorato of Fondi, and the papal troops under Andrea Tomacelli, the Pope's brother, marched against him. Agnani fell at once before him, and the success of Ladislas in Naples made Onorato's position desperate. The barons of the Neapolitan kingdom continued to abandon the side of Louis and join themselves to Ladislas, till at last the adhesion of the powerful family of the Sanseverini left Ladislas conqueror. In July 1399 he sailed to Naples while Louis was absent at Taranto, and was quickly admitted by the citizens within the walls. Charles of Anjou, the brother of Louis, was besieged in the Castel Nuovo, and when Louis returned, he found Naples in the hands of his rival. Feeling that his chances were lost, he made terms with Ladislas, surrendering the Castel Nuovo, ransomed his brother, and sailed away to Provence, leaving Ladislas in undisturbed possession of Naples. Onorato of Fondi now saw that his cause was hopeless, and was driven to make terms with the Pope, by which he gave up almost the whole of his possessions. Unable to bear his humiliation, he died in April 1400, and by his death Boniface became lord of Campania. In October 1399, another of the Pope's enemies, Giovanni da Vico, who had so long ravaged the patrimony of St. Peter, was driven to submit. Freed from his most pressing foes, Boniface IX. Could look forward to celebrate the Jubilee in triumph. End of section 16. Section 17 of the History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 3, Boniface IX, Benedict XIII, Attempts of France to heal the Schism, 1394 to 1404, Part 3. The end of the 14th century witnessed a profound outburst of popular devotion. The miserable condition of the Church, distracted by schism, and the disturbed state of every country in Europe, awoke a spirit of penitence and contrition at the prospect of another great jubilee and the opening of a new century. Bands of penitents wandered from place to place clad in white garments. Their faces, except the eyes, were covered with hoods, and on their backs they wore a red cross. They walked two and two in solemn procession, old and young, men and women together, singing hymns of penitence, amongst which the sad strains of the Stabat Mater held the chief place. At times they paused and flung themselves on the ground, exclaiming mercy or peace, and continued in silent prayer. All was done with order and decorum. The processions generally lasted for 9 days, and the penitents during this time fasted rigorously. The movement seems to have originated in Provence, but rapidly spread through Italy. Enemies were reconciled, Restitution was made for wrongs. The churches were crowded wherever the penitents, or bianchi as they were called from their dress, made their appearance. The inhabitants of one city made a pilgrimage to another and stirred up their devotion. The people of Modena went to Bologna. The Bolognese suspended all business for 9 days and walked to Imola, whence the contagion rapidly spread southwards. For the last 3 months of 1399 this enthusiasm lasted, and wrought marked results upon the morals and religion for a time. Yet enthusiasm tended to create imposture. Crucifixes were made to sweat blood. A fanatic declared that he was the prophet Elias, and foretold the impending destruction of the world. Crowds of men and women wandering about and spending the night together in the open air gave reason for suspicion of grave disorders. Boniface, like the Duke of Milan and the Venetians, as a cautious statesman in troublous times, doubted the results that might occur from any great gatherings of people for a common purpose. He was afraid lest his enemies might seize the opportunity and hatch some new plot against him. When the bands of the Bianchi reached Rome in the year of the Jubilee, he discountenanced and finally dissolved them. The movement passed away, but it has left its dress as a distinctive badge to the confraternities of mercy which are familiar to the traveller in the streets of many cities of Italy. In the Jubilee of 1400, crowds of pilgrims flocked to Rome, although it was but 10 years since the last Jubilee was celebrated. Still, to many pious minds, the original intention of granting these indulgences at intervals of 100 years gave a solemnity to this Jubilee which had been possessed by none since the first institution in 1300. From France especially, pilgrims are said to have come in crowds. But the results of their crowding into Rome was disastrous. The plague broke out among them and spread rapidly throughout Italy. In Florence alone from 600 to 800 died daily. In Naples the loss was computed at 1,600. It is said that in some places 2/3 of the population was destroyed. But though Rome was stricken by the plague, Boniface did not dare to leave it, lest he should lose his hold upon the city which he had won with such difficulty. The resistance was indeed stubborn and needed a strong hand prompt to repress. The powerful house of the Colonna of Palestrina saw with resentment the danger which overtook their relative, the Count of Fondi. Their hereditary antagonism to the political power of the Papacy made them join the side of the anti-pope in the Schism, and they looked with alarm at the spread of the papal authority in Rome. They allied themselves with the discontented republicans in Rome, and on a dark night in January, Niccolò and Giovanni Colonna, with a troop of 4,000 horse and 4,000 foot, dashed through the Porta del Popolo and made for the capital, raising the cry, "Long live the people! Death to the tyrant Boniface!" The Pope in alarm took refuge in the Castel St. Angelo, but the senator Zaccaria Trevisano, a Venetian, manfully defended the capital, and the Roman conspirators shrank back when they found that the mass of the people refused to rise at the Colonna cry. When morning dawned, the Colonna found it wise to retire. 31 were made prisoners in the retreat and were promptly hanged. As the public executioner could not be found, one of the captives was promised his life on condition that he would put the others to death. With face streaming with tears, he hanged his comrades, amongst whom were his own father and brother. Boniface IX showed his gratitude to the senator by the grant of a yearly pension of 500 florins of gold. In May, after the death of the Count of Fondi, he judged himself strong enough to proceed against the Colonna. Their possessions were laid under an interdict, themselves were excommunicated, and a holy war was proclaimed against them. The papal forces were reinforced by Ladislas, and several of the Colonna castles were captured. But Palestrina defied the papal arms, till in January 1401 the Colonna found it wise to come to terms. Boniface IX. Had learned from the example of his predecessor Boniface VIII. The unwisdom of driving this powerful family to extremities. On receiving their submission, he confirmed them in their possessions. Even Jacobello Gaetani, the son of Count Onorato of Fondi, was allowed to retain some part of his father's lands. Boniface was sufficiently prudent not to raise up implacable enemies by advancing lofty pretensions which he could not maintain. On November 18th in the same year, Viterbo, also worn out by internal discords, acknowledged the papal sway. Thus Boniface, by his persistent skill, established his rule over Rome and reduced to submission the enemies around him. In Germany also his policy met with a triumph. King Wenzel had so far agreed with the policy of Charles VI. Of France that he promised to compel Boniface to abdicate if Charles was successful in his endeavour to force Benedict to this step. But Wenzel's position in Germany did not allow him to do anything decided, even if he had the will. His father, Charles IV., had transferred to the eastern provinces the supremacy over Germany, and he had cautiously maintained his position by a close union with the Bohemian people. Wenzel had to face the natural jealousy of the purely Germanic states at the Sclavonic policy of the House of Luxemburg, and he had not his father's wisdom in dealing with Bohemia. Profligate and drunken, with all a drunkard's capriciousness and savagery, he set the clergy against him by his open mockery of their weaknesses, and made himself many enemies amongst the Bohemian barons. Germany, neglected by the king, was in a state of anarchy, and the prevailing discontent found expressions in plots against Wenzel. The Pfalzgraf Rupert was the natural leader of opposition, and found a strong supporter in John, Archbishop of Mainz, a count of the House of Nassau, who, in spite of another election by the chapter and the opposition of Wenzel, managed in 1396 to obtain his archbishopric by the payment of large sums of money to Boniface IX. The archbishops of Trier and Köln followed John of Mainz, and the League of the Rhenish Electors sought the help of Boniface to support them in the deposition of Wenzel. Boniface was dissatisfied with Wenzel's attitude toward him since his conference with Charles VI. At Rheims in 1398. Before Wenzel went to Rheims, Rupert wrote him a long letter of remonstrance, in which he warned him that if he withdrew from obedience to the Pope, who had confirmed him as King of the Romans, it was possible that the electors might withdraw their allegiance from himself. Still, Boniface was too cautious to declare himself openly on the side of the discontented electors. So late as August 26, 1400, he wrote to Wenzel, assuring him that he was prepared to uphold his cause, even to the point of shedding his own blood. Yet 2 years later he took credit to himself that it was his support and authority that emboldened the electors to proceed to Wenzel's deposition. The attitude of Boniface towards Germany was astute rather than straightforward. He was prepared to be on the winning side, whichever that might be. At length, in 1400, the plans of the Rhenish electors were ripe. Wenzel was involved in troubles in Bohemia, and his brother Sigismund was equally busy with his kingdom of Hungary. The 4 Rhenish electors met at Lahnstein on August 11th and decreed the deposition of Wenzel. It was a bare majority of the Electoral College that proceeded to carry matters with so high a hand. The electors of Saxony and Brandenburg stood aloof. On August 20th the decree of deposition was read by John of Mainz to the assembled people. It set forth that Wenzel had not striven to end the schism and promote the unity of the Church, that he had not established peace and order in Germany, and that he had diminished the rights of the Empire in Italy. The first two charges against Wenzel demanded of him tasks which were beyond his power, but on the third head of accusation there was a strong case against him. Since the accession of Giovanni Galeazzo Visconti to the lordship of Milan in 1378, the peace of northern Italy had been disturbed by his struggles for self-aggrandizement. He added to his dominions Verona, Vicenza, Padua, and Siena, and pressed hard upon Florence, which was the bulwark of the remaining liberties of Italian cities. But Giovanni Galeazzo was not content with possession. He wished also for a semblance of legitimacy to his conquests. At first he called himself Count of Vertus, from the small French county which he inherited from his wife Isabella, daughter of John of France. But in 1395 he bought from the needy Wenzel for 100,000 gulden the title of Duke of Milan, and agreed to hold his lands as fiefs of the Empire. In 1397 Wenzel conferred on him the further title of Duke of Lombardy, and the right of bearing in his arms the imperial eagle. Wenzel made this new creation without consulting the princes of the Empire, who were indignant at this addition to their number. He also sold for money a title over cities which had been forcibly seized, and so used the imperial mantle as a cloak to deeds of violence and oppression. His recognition of Giovanni Galeazzo awakened the alarm of the Florentines, who lent their powerful aid to help the electors and bring about Wenzel's fall. Such were the formal grounds for Wenzel's deposition. The real grounds were the private grievances of the electors, and the fact that the vices, incompetence, and indolence of Wenzel had so weakened his hold upon Germany that it was safe to act against him. On the day following the declaration of Wenzel's deposition, the electors chose the Pfalzgraf Rupert to be king of the Romans. Rupert possessed all the qualities of a ruler. He was surnamed the Mild from his gentleness, and was just, devout, upright, and learned, so that in all points he was a contrast to the luckless Wenzel. Still, he was not recognized at first by any but the states along the Rhine, and Boniface IX, afraid of alienating Bohemia, Hungary, and Poland, refused to commit himself to his cause. Wenzel, however, failed to receive even his brother's support, for Sigismund was too cautious to help him without securities which Wenzel declined to give. Dissension broke out between the two brothers. Wenzel did not move, and his adherents fell away. Disturbances arose in Hungary, and Sigismund was imprisoned by his rebellious subjects. Rupert, on his side, had small resources at his command, and despaired of making much way in Germany by force of arms, but judged the opportunity favourable for an expedition into Italy, by which he might overcome the hesitation of the Pope, vindicate the rights of the Empire over Milan, and return with the prestige of the Papal approbation and the dignity of the imperial crown. He accordingly negotiated with Boniface for his coronation, which Boniface agreed to perform on condition that Rupert undertook to make no treaty with the King of France, to take no part in measures for ending the schism without the Pope's consent, and to do his utmost to reconcile France and other schismatic countries with himself as the one true Pope. Boniface IX was resolved to drive a hard bargain, and Rupert's troubles would be great before he accepted it. The Florentines hailed Rupert's coming as a means of striking a blow against the alarming power of the Duke of Milan, and promised money and supplies. But Rupert's Italian expedition was even more inglorious than those of his predecessors. He marched from Trent against Brescia, October 24, 1401, where his army was attacked by Gian Galeazzo's condottiere general, Facino Cane. The Duke of Austria was taken prisoner and released in 3 days without ransom. Stories of treachery were spread, and the Duke of Austria angrily withdrew. Rupert's army began to diminish, and he found that supplies did not flow in as he had hoped from the Pope or the Florentines. Without these he was helpless, and after a few ceremonial receptions at Padua and Venice, he retired ingloriously to Germany in April 1402. No sooner had Rupert departed from Italy than Gian Galeazzo Visconti prepared for new aggressions. His troops under Alberigo da Barbiano marched upon Bologna, inflicted a severe defeat upon the Florentines, and took the city. Florence was reduced to the lowest ebb. She saw herself surrounded by the arms of the Duke of Milan, her supplies threatened, and her trade ruined. But in September 1402, Gian Galeazzo died suddenly of the plague, and Italy began to breathe anew. Gian Galeazzo Visconti was a man of great force and determination, who had gone far to establish his power as supreme over North Italy. But his conquests were made by force and rested on force only. He was skilful in making acquisitions, but he had neither the talents nor the time to weld them together into a state. His rapid advance spread universal terror, but his power died away with the strong hand that created it. The most lasting impress that he left in Italy are the 2 mighty monuments of the Cathedral of Milan and the Certosa of Pavia. In their luxuriant magnificence and wild splendour we can still trace the restless ambition and undisciplined desires of the passionate spirit of him who designed them as memorials of his glory. On the death of Gian Galeazzo, his dominions were divided among his 3 young sons, who were helpless to protect them. The Florentines and the Pope entered into an alliance. Alberigo da Barbiano left the side of the Visconti and took service under the Florentines. Boniface sent as his legate Cardinal Baldassare Cosa, who knew how to promote his master's interests. There were commotions in all the cities under the rule of the Visconti, and when the joint army of the Pope and the Florentines entered the Bolognese territory in June 1403, it was a signal for universal revolt. The Visconti thought it wise to detach the Pope from the Florentines, and entered into a secret treaty with the legate, giving up to the Pope Bologna, Perugia, Assisi, and other towns which had been taken from the States of the Church. On August 25th, this treaty was published, to the mortification of the Florentines, who found that no mention was made of their interests, and that they were abandoned by their ally. On September 2nd, Cardinal Cosa entered Bologna. In October, Perugia opened its gates to the Pope's brother, Gianello Tomacelli. It was in vain that the Florentines sent ambassadors to the Pope to beseech him not to ratify the treaty made by his legate, and not to abandon the league disgracefully. Boniface eluded their remonstrances by delays, and confirmed the treaty. He had reason to be satisfied with the success that attended his efforts to restore the papal sovereignty over the states of the Church. As regards German affairs, the death of Gian Galeazzo was of some moment. Rupert returned from his Italian expedition with ruined prestige, and Wenzel's cause rose in proportion. It was now Wenzel's turn to plan an expedition to Rome, that he might obtain the glory of the imperial crown. But troubles arose in Bohemia, and Wenzel was entirely dependent on the help of his brother Sigismund, who so managed matters as to get Wenzel entirely into his own hands. He kept him prisoner, and intended to use him as a tool. Wenzel's health was broken by debauchery, his life was uncertain, and he had no children. At his death, Sigismund would inherit Bohemia, and thought it well to begin in good time to arrange its affairs. He therefore proposed to take Wenzel to Rome, and have him crowned emperor by the help of the Duke of Milan who was not sorry to have an opportunity of using his power under the guise of the emperor's orders. This dangerous threat to Rupert and the Pope was dispelled by John Galeazzo's death, but it set Boniface IX. To discover a means of keeping Sigismund employed at home. End of section 17. Section 18 of the History of the Papacy, Volume 1, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 3. Boniface IX, Benedict XIII, Attempts of France to heal the Schism, 1394 to 1404, Part 4. Sigismund's position in his Hungarian kingdom had always been a difficult one. He held his title by virtue of his marriage with the Queen Maria, and after the murder of Charles of Naples had been crowned king in 1387. But he quarrelled with his wife, offended the Hungarian people, and suffered a crushing defeat in an expedition against the Turks at Nicopolis in 1396. On his inglorious return, there were disturbances in Hungary, and Sigismund was imprisoned by his rebellious subjects, who turned their eyes to the old house of Durazzo for a leader, and called Ladislas to assert his father's claims on Hungary. At that time Ladislas had enough to do in Naples to make his head against Louis of Anjou. Sigismund was freed from prison, and there was a temporary peace. But when Sigismund began to threaten an expedition into Italy for the crowning of his puppet Wenzel, it was easy for Boniface to find him work at home, now that the hands of Ladislas were free. Early in 1402, when Sigismund first began to talk of his expedition, Ladislas sent 5 galleys to Dalmatia, and the rebels in Hungary again began to raise their heads. At the end of May, Boniface in a secret consistory declared Ladislas king of Hungary, and on June 1st appointed Cardinal Angelo Acciaiuoli papal legate in the Hungarian kingdom. In July, Ladislas landed at Zara, and on August 5th was crowned king of Hungary in the presence of the papal legate. Sigismund retaliated on the Pope with vigour. He forbade both in Bohemia and Hungary the payment of any money to the papal treasury. He prohibited the publication of any bulls, papal letters, or ordinances, and threatened imprisonment to anyone who corresponded with the Roman court. Boniface retaliated by a formal decree of deposition against Wenzel, in which he asserted that the proceedings of the electors had been taken with his sanction, and confirmed the election of Rupert, without requiring the conditions which he had previously attempted to exact. He judged it prudent to secure Rupert's allegiance, lest he should make common cause with France and England, and join them in withdrawing from obedience to both popes alike. When Ladislas advanced into Hungary, he received a severe defeat near Rob, and was driven back into Dalmatia. The fate of his father Charles seemed to him an evil omen. He felt that his Hungarian partisans could not be trusted, and he wisely decided that a secure kingdom in Naples was better than the uncertainties of a tedious war waged for a precarious throne in Hungary. Sigismund showed his wisdom by offering amnesty to the rebels. Ladislas saw that his chance was gone, and at the end of October returned to Naples. The Pope's schemes upon Hungary had failed disastrously, as Sigismund held to his edict forbidding papal intervention in his kingdom, and thenceforth disposed of ecclesiastical offices at his pleasure. Reaction in France against the withdrawal of obedience from Benedict XIII, 1402 to 1403. As regards the schism, Boniface IX's position was too purely that of an Italian prince for him to make any real head against his rival. In France it was found that no good results had followed from the withdrawal of allegiance from Benedict. The French clergy groaned under the taxation of the royal officers. they discovered that the liberties of their church were more respected by the Pope than they were by the king, who, on the ground that his efforts to end the schism involved him in great expense, demanded large grants of clerical revenues. Even the University of Paris saw its privileges set aside, as the bishops, to whom passed the collation of benefices hitherto reserved by the Pope, paid little heed to the claims of learned theologians, and conferred preferments on officials who were useful to themselves. It was natural that a reaction should set in, and the state of parties at the French court gave it a leader. In the madness of Charles VI, France became the prey of contending factions headed by the king's brother, the Duke of Orleans, and the king's uncle, the Duke of Burgundy. Orleans represented the side of aristocratic culture against the feudal chivalry which gathered around Burgundy. It was natural that Orleans should find his strength in the south of France, and Burgundy in the north; that Orleans should advocate the restoration of Benedict, and that Burgundy should maintain the existing attitude of affairs. The Duke of Orleans openly threatened in the king's presence to take up arms in behalf of Benedict, who was consequently more closely watched in his captivity at Avignon. The ambassadors of Aragon urged the release of Benedict. The University of Toulouse, moved by jealousy of the University of Paris, addressed to the king a long letter controverting the grounds on which the University of Paris had advocated the withdrawal of allegiance. Louis of Anjou, on his return from his unsuccessful attempt on Naples, determined to support the Pope, on whose sanction his claims on Naples were founded. He visited Benedict at Avignon on August 31st, 1402, and restored obedience to him within his county of Provence, on the ground that he had never given his consent to the withdrawal, which had been proved to be useless in restoring the unity of the Church, and was founded neither on human nor divine law. Opinion was so divided in France that the king's councillors thought it wise to summon the nobles and prelates of the realm to a council, to be held in Paris on May 15th, 1403. But before this assembly could meet, Benedict XIII and the Duke of Orleans had settled matters for themselves. The nobles round Avignon all belonged to the party of Orleans, and were ready to help the Pope, who secretly gathered together a body of 400 men-at-arms, who awaited him outside the city. He himself only awaited a favourable moment to evade the vigilance of the cardinals and the citizens of Avignon. A Norman baron, Robert de Bracquemont, who was in the service of the Duke of Orleans, devised means for his escape. On the evening of March 12, 1403, Benedict, in disguise, accompanied by 3 attendants, managed to pass the guards and quit the palace. He took nothing with him save a pyx containing the host, and an autograph letter of the French king, in which he promised to the Pope filial obedience. Once free from prison, Benedict found himself in the midst of adherents. He took refuge in a house in Avignon, where a company of French gentlemen awaited him. They kissed his feet and paid him again the honours of which for 5 years he had been deprived. A band of troops was waiting outside the gates, and Benedict was hurried away under their care to the Château Reynard, a few miles from Avignon. There he could feel secure, and laid aside the outward sign of his humiliation, his beard, which had grown long, as he had made an oath never to shave it while he was a prisoner. He could afford to laugh good-humouredly at those who had shown him the greatest insolence. He asked the barber what county he came from, and on hearing that he was a Picard, he merrily exclaimed, "Then I have proved the Normans liars, for they declared that they would shave my beard for me." At Château Reynard, Benedict could rely on the protection of Louis of Anjou, and he knew what he had to expect from the Duke of Orleans. In Avignon all was terror when the Pope's flight was discovered. The burghers at once saw their powerlessness, and offered no opposition to the departure of the Pope's attendants and of the cardinals who had remained faithful to him. The cardinals who had been opposed to him sought all means to be restored to his favour. The nobles who had been against him vied in declarations of the necessity of restoring obedience. Benedict addressed a letter to the king, his councillors, and the university, setting forth that he had been willing for some years to endure privations for the good of the Church, but finding that they had been useless, he had left Avignon and gone to Chateau Renard, that he might labour more usefully to restore the union of the Church. To the repentant cardinals he showed himself merciful. On April 29th they presented themselves before him, and on their knees with sobs begged his forgiveness, and swore to be faithful for the future. Benedict was not revengeful. His determined temper was united with buoyancy and a keen sense of humour. He assured them of his forgiveness and invited them to dinner. When they were seated, they saw with terror that the other places were occupied by men in arms. Trembling, they expected punishment, but were grimly assured that these were the Pope's bodyguard, who never left his side even when he said Mass. It was a significant hint that Benedict henceforth was determined to protect himself, even against those who ought naturally to be his supporters. Nor were the cardinals the only ones who were alarmed at the Pope's military bearing. The citizens of Avignon, in terror, besought his pardon, which was accorded on condition that they repaired the walls of the papal palace, which had been overthrown during the siege. Long time they laboured at this ungrateful task, but Benedict refused again to take up his abode at Avignon. He garrisoned it with Aragonese soldiers and provisioned it to withstand a lengthy siege. The men of Avignon were left to the tender mercies of the Pope's mercenaries. On May 25th, 1403, two of the repentant cardinals appeared before Charles VI to plead for a restoration of obedience to Benedict. The universities of Orleans, Angers, Montpellier, and Toulouse all supported them. There were great differences of opinion, and the discussions might have gone on interminably if the Duke of Orleans had not hastened to bring the matter to a conclusion. He ordered the metropolitans to inquire secretly the opinions of their suffragans. When he found that a majority was in favour of renewing obedience, he presented himself on May 28th before the king, whom he found in his oratory, and laid before him the results of his canvass. It was one of the lucid intervals of the unhappy Charles. Moved by the representations of Orleans, and by his own respect for the Pope's character and learning, he gave his adhesion to the plan of renewing obedience. The Duke took the crucifix from the altar and prayed the king to confirm his words by an oath. Laying his trembling hands upon the crucifix, the king declared, "I restore full obedience to our Lord Pope Benedict, declaring, by the holy cross of Christ, that I will maintain so long as I live inviolate obedience to him as the true vicar of Jesus Christ on earth, and I will cause obedience to him to be restored in all parts of my kingdom." Then, kneeling at the altar with clasped hands, the king chanted the Te Deum, in which those present joined with tears of joy. The churches in Paris re-echoed the Te Deum, and their bells rang joyous peals for the restoration of their Pope. The Dukes of Berry and Burgundy were at first indignant, as was the University of Paris. After a time they gave way, and professed to hope that the lesson which Benedict had received might make him more eager to bring about the union of the Church than he had been before. On May 29th, a solemn service of thanksgiving was held in Notre Dame, at which the Bishop of Cambrai preached and read an undertaking made by the Duke of Orleans in behalf of Benedict, that he would forgive all that had passed, and would recognize all ecclesiastical appointments made during the withdrawal of obedience, that he was still ready to resign if his rival should resign or die, that he would summon a general council to discuss measures for the reform of the Church. No promises could be fairer. The reforming party rejoiced to think that they would get more, after all, from the Pope than they could hope to gain by rebellion against him. But all hopes founded on Benedict's moderation were soon dashed to the ground. He received most graciously the 2 royal ambassadors who were sent to announce to him the restoration of obedience. But immediately after giving them audience, he sent a commission of cardinals to call to account one of them, the abbot of Saint Denis, who had been appointed during the period of withdrawal of obedience. His election was declared null. An inquiry was made into his life and character, and he was then formally reappointed to his office. Benedict fell back upon the full rights of the Papacy. He was willing to overlook the rebellion against his authority, but he could not recognize as valid what had been done during his imprisonment. The rights of the Papacy stood in antagonism to the honour of the French monarchy. The French king had taken an untenable position from which he was driven to withdraw. Benedict did not wish to put any needless difficulties in the way, nor to make any demand for humiliating submission. But he could not be expected to admit the principle that a king might withdraw at pleasure from obedience to the head of the Church, might arrange at his will matters ecclesiastical in his own dominions, and might then demand the ratification of his measures as a reward for the restitution of obedience. On the other hand, the proceedings of the French king had been taken in a period of emergency to remedy a pressing evil. It was sufficiently humiliating that they had failed in their end. It was too much to expect that they should also be admitted to have been illegal in their means. Benedict saw the difficulty and acted wisely. He asserted his own rights quietly in individual cases, without putting forward any principles which might offend the feeling of the French nation. Yet his attitude made any good understanding between himself and the court impossible. It was to no purpose that in October the Duke of Orleans paid a visit to Benedict, who owed him so much, and tried to bend his stubbornness. Benedict was grateful and polite, but would not confirm the promises which the Duke had made in his name. The king met the difficulty by an edict, December 19th, which declared that all ecclesiastical appointments made during the withdrawal of obedience were valid, and that no payments should be made to the Pope of any moneys which he might claim as due to him during that period. Benedict, on his part, gave way a little, and the Duke of Orleans was able to take back to Paris a few delusive bulls which announced forgiveness of all wrongs during the withdrawal of obedience, announced also a general council, and promised that through paternal care for the honour of France, no mention of the withdrawal should there be made. Another bull declared Benedict's intention to labour in all ways to bring about the union of the Church. Benedict found it necessary to make some show of taking steps toward restoring unity. He secretly negotiated with Boniface that he should receive his envoys, and in June 1404 obtained a safe conduct for them through the mediation of the Florentines. The bishops of Saint-Pons and Ilerda appeared on September 22nd before Boniface IX and his cardinals. They brought from Benedict proposals for a conference between the 2 popes in some neutral place to be agreed upon between them, and suggested the appointment of a committee to be chosen equally from both sides, who should report upon the questions in dispute. It was the old proposal of Benedict to the French king, and was clearly useless and delusive. Boniface was suffering agonies from the disease of which he died, the stone. He sternly answered the proposals of the ambassadors in the negative. "I am Pope," he proudly said, "and Peter de Luna is anti-Pope." "At least," answered the envoys, "our master is not simoniacal." Boniface angrily bade them leave the city at once. It was his last effort. He returned to his bed and died in the tortures of his terrible disease on October 1st, 1404. Boniface IX was a skilful ruler who knew how to use for his own interest the fluctuations of Italian politics. Among the Italian princes of his time, he would deservedly hold a high position for wisdom in gathering his states together and skill in repressing their disorders. He made good his hold upon Rome, destroyed its old municipal liberties, and established himself in a security which his predecessors had never gained. Rome found in him a stern and powerful ruler, and the unruly city quailed before a master. He brought together again the states of the Church, and established the Papacy as a territorial power in Italy. Tall, stalwart, and handsome, with kindly and courteous manner, he was well fitted to be a ruler of men. Yet he was destitute of any elevation of mind, either on the side of religion or of culture. His ends were purely temporal, and he had no care for the higher interests of the Church. The schism seems to have affected him in no way save as a diminution of his revenues. To gain the sovereignty which he aimed at, he saw that money was above all things necessary, and no sense of reverence prevented him from gaining money in every possible way. His shameless simony filled with horror contemporaries who were by no means scrupulous, and his greed was strong even in death. When asked in his last hours how he was, he answered, "If I had more money, I should be well enough." Even amid the intolerable agonies of the stone, says Gobelin, he did not cease to thirst after gold. At all periods of his life his spirits rose on receiving money, for he was eminently a man of business, and took a practical view of his position and its immediate needs. Even when Mass was being celebrated in his presence, he could not disengage his mind from worldly affairs, but would beckon cardinals to him, or send for his secretaries to give them instructions which flashed through his mind. He was entirely engrossed in secular matters, and managed the Church as though it were merely a temporal lordship. Yet his worst enemies could bring no worse charge against him. He was free from private vices, and was respected as much as he was feared. In another age, the statesmanlike qualities of Piero Tomacelli would have deserved admiration. As it was, his rapacity and extortion warned the growing party in favour of reform of the dangers to which the ecclesiastical system was exposed from the absolute monarchy of the Pope. End of section 18.